So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto snaps during the Chunin exams. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if, and you want the next part of this video, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. What is happening? Naruto is sitting inside his room trying to think about what Kakashi just told them. Wow, I get to try and become. I would be that much closer to becoming Hokage. Naruto puts on his fox-like grin. Well, if it isn't my favorite little brat. What the hell do you want, you stupid fox? Naruto glares at Kyuubi. Shut up kid, I'm not here to mess around with you. I need to warn you about something. Something very important. Oh, what is that? Let me guess, you want to ask me to release you. Naruto glares at Kyuubi and was about to keep speaking before he was cut off. I said shut up. No, I don't want to ask that, although that would be nice. But that is not it. You know when you fought that Haku kid and you tapped into my power. Yeah, so what? Well, as it turns out, when you did that, something happened. Something that was not supposed to happen for at least another 3 to 4 years. Kyuubi was cut off by Naruto. What are you talking about, you damn fox? I didn't do anything. All I did was tap into you to stop Haku. Yes. You did, but you were not supposed to be able to. And now the process has already begun, and now that it has begun it cannot be reversed. Kid, what I'm about to tell you may shock you, or in your case provoke you more than shock. Kyuubi went silent. What are you talking about? Naruto looked at Kyuubi with fear on his face. Never before has the Demon Lord ever told Naruto anything, let alone warn him this had to be bad. You activated the seal. Now that it is fully active, it shall fuse us together into one whole thing, Naruto. That is what I have been trying to tell you. Appearance-wise you shall remain the same mostly. The seal was supposed to do this. But later in your life so as not to kill you and me. I will try to hold back most of my chakra when we fuse, but I cannot unfortunately hold back the pain or all the chakra. Naruto stood there stunned until finally. So, you're telling me that me and you and pain. Yes Naruto, we are going to join together. You shall become stronger, faster, smarter, much smarter, more powerful than you could ever imagine. Nobody will ever be able to defeat us, well in about 2 years maybe, but still even now right as we speak your chakra and mine are fusing. That is all I shall say. But before you leave I have to warn you, this process is going to be the most painful thing you have ever and probably ever going to experience. For our sake try not to die in this exam. Like he could now anyway. Suddenly Naruto was back in his room and thought it was all a dream and went on his way to his favorite ramen shop when suddenly. What is going on? Naruto fell to the ground in front of the shop and was screaming at the top of his lungs in agony. It just so happened that his team and teammate were there. They could all only look in shock as their knucklehead was on the ground screaming like he was being killed. Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan. She could only gasp in shock at the sight of her Naruto-kun on the ground as she saw his body going nuts as red chakra passed through his coils. Naruto-kun is in trouble, we have to get him to the hospital now. They all jumped from their chairs and grabbed Naruto. When they finally reached the hospital entrance, Naruto let out another ear-splitting scream of pain. I can't take this any longer. Suddenly when they got him on the bed they all heard a very loud crack that echoed through the halls of the hospital, and they could all only gasp and wince when Hinata said that it was his bones. All of them. They did not even have time to see their friend, for he was quickly rushed to the emergency room. The doctors could only stand and stare in sheer fear as the boy's body began to grow in strength. What the hell is going on here? His muscles and tendons are getting bigger and his bones are becoming stronger. One doctor was a Hyuga. His chakra coils they are getting bigger and his chakra, it's massive, I can hardly bear to look. With one last snap from Naruto's bones, he then fell unconscious. His friends waited very nervously outside the room until the operation light was off, but could only stare in fear and shock as each doctor came out with a face of fear. Can we go see what Naruto? Sakura said. Of course. They all walked in the room to see an unconscious Naruto on the bed and could only gape at what had happened. He was not ripped, but he definitely much better toned. Hinata suddenly gasped after deactivating her blood limit. She then began to explain what she had seen. And Naruto-kun's chakra coils have grown double in size, and his chakra has nearly doubled in size, and his bones are almost as dense and hard as rock. They could all only look in shock as their friend slowly began to awaken. What am I doing here and why is everybody looking at me like that? Naruto grinned shyly. Then the silence was broken by Kiba. Naruto. Are you okay? Well yeah, I guess what happened, I feel like I could go around with Kakashi and yet I'm in the hospital. They then began to explain exactly what had happened that day, not even bothering to ask why his body did what it did. I mean, how could they ask him? The next day Naruto got up to meet his friends at the exam building. Hey guys. His friends, still a little stirred up from yesterday, only responded with a grin and a simple hello. Suddenly they were in front of the testing room 301. Hey, let us in. Yeah. Shouted some other ninja. Then Naruto said something that shocked his friends even more. That's not room 301, it's room 201, and you two are imposters. Naruto, how could you have known what Sakura said? How in the world did Naruto notice that before me? It was obvious that we only climbed up to the second floor, Naruto said. Well, one of them actually has a brain so bad we are going to have to punch it out of you. The imposter flung a fist at Naruto, which Naruto dodged with speed that was almost inhuman. How did why you dodge me? You were so slow that I saw it coming and moved. Duh, what are you stupid, Naruto said, putting on a foxy grin. Sasuke suddenly said, well, if this isn't the entrance to the testing room, then we should hurry up and get there. Come on, loser. Sasuke almost couldn't say the last part after Naruto's performance. Fine Sasuke, I'm coming. After Kakashi's speech they entered to join the rest of the rookie nine. Only to be glared at by every person in the room. Hey guys, what's up? Naruto said while rubbing the back of his head. Suddenly Hinata walked up to him with a blush on her face. Hi and Naruto-kun, good to see that why you're doing okay. Glad that you're here today too. Hinata blushed and tapped her fingers together. Naruto only stared at her. Why is she blushing? Did I do something wrong or say something, and why is she tapping her fingers together? She does that all the time around me. Come to think of it, she is always doing things like that around me. I'm going to have to look into this some more. Why is he looking at me like that? Is there something on me? Does he hate me? And Naruto-kun, why are you looking at me like that? Oh, sorry Hinata-chan, I was just thinking about something. Hinata blushed a beet red in the form of an address. Chan, he called me Chan. Normally he only calls Sakura-chan, but he called me it. This is so amazing. Aha, I knew that she would do that if I said Chan, but why? Does she think I look funny? Does she want something? Or does she like me? I think it's number 3. And she is pretty cute and really nice now that I think about it. Maybe I should try and ask her out instead of Sakura all the time, maybe after we get out of here. Yeah, I would love to take Hinata out on a date. Hey Sakura, what do you think Hinata is doing talking to Naruto? Ino said with a flirty voice, hopefully making her move. Yeah, if only. Hey, you know you guys should try not to draw too much attention to yourselves, Kabuto said. Yeah, and who are you to tell us what Sasuke said? Oh, nobody, just a person who knows that drawing attention to yourselves is dangerous, and you're Sasuke Uchiha, right? Yeah, so what if I am? Oh, no reason. Hey, do you guys have any questions about the other genin that are here? Kabuto said while wiping out a blank deck of cards. Why do you ask? Well, these are my special cards. I have info on every ninja in the room in these. No, I don't have any questions. Okay, before I continue I just want to say that because of what Naruto did the other day, and because of what he did at the door of room 201, Sasuke never met Gaara Rock Lee. Just clearing that up. Suddenly the sound of the genin rushed in Kabuto's direction. But before they could land a blow, Naruto had already knocked all 3 of them to the ground. Save it for the competition. Unless you want to fight me. Naruto said to the shocked sound ninjas who did not even respond. Blam. Take your seats, the first part of the exam is about to begin. Everybody quickly rushed to their assigned seats, not even hesitating. Hinata could only stare in shock as Naruto of all people was sitting next to her, but then her thoughts were interrupted. Hey Hinata-chan. Oh, hello and Naruto-kun. Can't believe that we were placed right by each other, can you? Hinata blushed and turned her head to avoid looking into Naruto's eyes. Why yes Naruto-kun, this is a very nice coincidence. Hey Hinata. Why yes and Naruto-kun, can you wait until after the test is over? I need to ask you something. Sure. I wonder what he wants to ask me. Maybe he wants to ask me out. No. That would never happen, but still. Hello class, my name is Ibiki, your proctor for the written part of the exam. He chuckled slightly. What a proctor? As said by a grass genin. Yes, have a problem then leave. Okay class, here is the rules. I am going to skip the whole explanation because it's long and I don't want to waste a chapter, so I'm just going to skip to the test. This test is almost easy, but why? This test is so hard that there is no way Naruto-kun can answer these questions. I can hardly do it. Hinata turns her eyes to Naruto and whispers almost invisible to him, and Naruto-kun, you can copy me if you want. No thanks Hinata-chan. I got this in the bag bedside. I don't want you to get into trouble with thoughts of scary looking guys or Ibiki for that matter. But thank you anyway. He can handle this. How I mean Naruto-kun was never a good test taker. He really does care about me. No, he just being modest. Pencils down, the test is over. There was little more than half the class left. Now for the 10th question, but before I give it I only have to say this. You have a choice to either take the question or leave and do it again next time. Now if you choose to take it, then if you get it wrong then you shall fail regardless of the other answers, and you can never become a Chunin and shall remain a genin forever. Ibiki smiled at the whole class's shock. But if you choose to leave then you can try again next year. If you leave then so do your teammates. So if you want to leave then raise your hands and we shall take your numbers and you and your team can go. After about 1 minute about another fourth of the class left. That is not fair and even if you do have the authority to do something like that I will still become Hokage, only I will be the first genin to be Hokage, so stick that up your ass. The whole class could only stare in shock at Naruto's outburst. Ibiki only stared at him then continued. Now then for the final question. Last chance to save yourself. Looks like that kid's outburst put some backbone in them, oh well. Okay. Here it is. You all passed the written exam. What? Was all that came from the class? Yes, you all pass. For the purpose of the test was to test your ability to gather information on a mission, and the 10th question just used to find out who is willing to risk everything on a mission, for that is what it is about to be a shinobi, and the ones unable to do so are not fit to become. Hell, your written part is done. Naruto shouted while jumping from his seat. Well, he definitely has confidence, I will give him that. Boom. Chapter 2. Forest of Death Part 1. Some strange women jumped in through the window while waving a flag. Hello students, I am Anko, and I shall be your prompter for the second part of the exam. Now meet me down at this location in 30 minutes. She said while holding up a flag with the directions written on it. Now, before you all wonder why I did not have Anko explain was because she does quite a bit of talking and again, I don't want to type that much. Well, quit staring at me and get out. Everyone left quickly except for Naruto, who was just taking his sweet time. Well, that was fun, Ibiki, but you didn't fool me for a second. Naruto grinned while rubbing the back of his head while leaving the classroom. Then Naruto-kun, why you wanted to speak with me? Hinata said with obvious shyness. Oh, Hinata-chan, I had almost forgotten. Almost, he said as he gave a foxy grin. Hinata-chan, would you? I'd like to. Go out on a date sometime. Naruto said with a blush on his face and scratching the back of his head. Hinata stood there frozen as if she was staring at Ibiki right in the face. And Naruto-kun just asked me out on a date. This is the happiest day of my life. Well, if you don't want to then He was cut off by Hinata. Yes. Why yes, Naruto-kun, I would love to go on a date with you. She said with a blush as red as blood on her face. Really? Hell yeah. Oh right, how about after the exam or something? Naruto said with a fox-like grin on his face. That's sure. Hinata said with enthusiasm. Great, well. Do you want to walk down to that place Anko was talking about with me? Naruto said while reaching his hand out. Why yes, and Naruto-kun, I would love to accompany you down to the second R round. She said with a blush on her cheeks as she reached out for his hand. Naruto grabbed her hand and entwined his fingers in hers, and with one final blush from both of them, they began their walk to the Forest of Death. Most of the walk was in silence because both, as it turns out, are quite shy when it comes to things like this, especially Hinata, until Naruto broke the silence. Hinata-chan. Have you always liked me? Well, and Naruto-kun, I well. No. I have always loved you. Naruto was stunned at the response. Hinata-chan, I love you too, and I promise that I will do all that is my power to protect you. And Naruto-kun, I am more happy than I have ever been in my entire life. You don't know how long I have waited to hear why you say that. She then let go of Naruto's hand and jumped on him in a hug with a blush that could even compete with the sun. Naruto only stared in shock and hugged her back, thinking how in the world he could have missed the signs, and suddenly he remembered that they only had 4 minutes to get to the second part of the exam, which was at least a 10-minute run. Hinata, I just remembered that we have to run 15 miles in less than 3 minutes. Naruto-kun, we won't make that. Oh yes, we will get on my back. Hinata blushed and stood there stunned. And Naru. He cut her off and grabbed her and flung her on top of him and only said one thing. Hold on tight. They were moving at a speed that made Lee look like a slowpoke. Hinata could hardly believe that her Naruto was moving so fast. As they passed villagers, they were only flashes of what looked like villagers. Then 9876543. 2. What the hell was that, Anko said after her countdown to lateness. Just me, Anko, Naruto said with a foxy grin. Well, you're on time, but just how in the world did you move so fast? She said in shock. I really don't know, I'm just fast, I guess. Oh okay, well you two, here's the lowdown. She began to explain meanwhile. Sakura, did you see what Sasuke said with a shocked look? Yes, Sasuke-kun, he was so fast that I didn't even see him arrive. Well, here he comes. What did he do? Kiss Hinata on the cheek, Sasuke said with a dropped jaw. Hey Sakura-chan and Sasuke, how are you? Sakura finally realizes what happened. Naruto just kissed Hinata on the cheek. Yeah, I guess I did. He said with a blush and while rubbing the back of his head. Suddenly Sakura squealed a girly squeal. How long was it a secret? Did you ask her? Did she? Does that mean you will leave me alone now? She said with much enthusiasm. In order just today. No, at least I don't think I should say anything. I did, yes I will. Wow, loser, I did not think you had it in you, or even that you knew, Sasuke grinned. Well, I do, and do mean that you guys knew the whole time that she liked me. Naruto stood dumbstruck. Of course Naruto, me, Sasuke-kun, and well, everyone knew all except you. She said with a light grin. What, you mean that I was really that thick in the head? He then hung his head in shame for not noticing a long time ago. Shut up, loser, it is almost time to start. Sasuke gave him an angry look. Then there was a loud ring sound and the gates opened, and all the genin took off from their gates into the black forest of death. After about an hour of running, suddenly they were ambushed by a huge snake, and Naruto was swallowed, leaving Sasuke and Sakura to fend off the weird snake user alone. Damn it, I don't like becoming food. Okay, let's see. Oh, I know, Naruto suddenly shouted, multi-shadow clone jutsu. Suddenly the snake exploded with over 40 Narutos flying in all directions. As soon as the clones landed, they disappeared. Naruto jumped a few trees and looked down at Sasuke and Sakura fighting the weirdo. Out of nowhere, Naruto dropped down to the ground and started screaming in pain. What is going on? It feels like my whole body is on fire. Sasuke, Sakura, and the snake grass ninja looked up at Naruto's branch. What is happening to that boy? Why is he screaming as if there was something killing him? I don't feel any kind of. He only started and then looked at Sasuke and started their fight back up. After Sasuke was knocked down almost for good, the ninja summoned a large snake and tried to finish him off until there was a flash and the snake was sent flying into the air. There in front of Sasuke was Naruto, and yet it wasn't. All the supposed Naruto said was, "Finally, time for me to have some fun. What the hell is this boy? The Kyuubi, that is the Kyuubi, not a boy anymore, but the Kyuubi. If I don't hurry up and put the seal on Sasuke and run, I won't live to see another day." He was cut off by the side of the demon staring him in the face with eyes as red as blood and chakra to it match from behind. There could be seen 3 tails around the boy completely made of chakra. 5-pronged seal. The ninja shouted while thrusting one hand with letters inflamed on his fingers into Naruto's stomach. Foolish humans, do you honestly think that will stop me? Naruto threw a bone-cracking punch into the grass ninja's stomach. Sorry, but the kid does not like his friends being hurt, so it looks like your time is up. All 3 of Naruto's tails then shot at the ninja, grabbing him and fled him down 100 feet into the ground below at supersonic speed. Smash. He is not dead. Well, then that only means one thing. Orochimaru the Snake Sannin. This is going to be fun. Kyuubi did not notice that Orochimaru had made a clone that went for Sasuke and was now embedding the curse mark in his neck. You sneaky bastard. Another day, Kyuubi looked up at him from the ground with broken bones and badly bleeding wounds. In an instant the Sannin was gone. Hey Sakura, take care of the Uchiha. I have some unfinished business. Shit. My time is up. Then all the chakra and killer intent just disappeared back into Naruto and he dropped down from the tree. Naruto. Crash, someone help please. Please help. She began to cry out into the forest. What is Kiba? Shino asked. I heard someone cry for help. It came from this way. They then sprinted to see Sakura crying on Sasuke's chest. Sakura, what happened here? Shino asked. Some weird guy attacked me and Sasuke and he badly hurt Sasuke. And Naruto saved us, but she was cut off by Hinata. Where is Naruto-kun? Tears swelling up in her eyes. He was standing right there when suddenly he collapsed and he fell all the way down the tree. I don't even know if he is still alive. Naruto-kun jumped all the way down the tree with Kiba and found Naruto face down in the crater. Naruto-kun, please. Wake up. Please. I love you. You can't leave me like this. Kiba put his hand on her shoulder. I'm sorry, Hinata, he is dead. Hinata then shot up and hugged Kiba and cried like the whole world was going to end. After 10 minutes of crying, they began to walk away, Kiba still holding Hinata. Meanwhile, inside Naruto. Hey kid, you alright? Yeah, how about you, Kyuubi? I'm fine, I'm not the one you should be worried about. Are we dead? No, I made your body use so much chakra that it almost died right now. It is in a death-like state and will reboot shortly. You know that Hyuga girl really does love you for her to cry like that for 10 minutes straight. I need to go to her. She needs me now. Okay, I will speed up the process. Hey Kyuubi. Thanks for, helping. Well, helping you is helping me, so of course, and you're welcome, kid. Well, there you go, you're alive, but you are still badly depleted, so you will not be conscious for a while, so let's talk. Okay. Back to the forest. IJ just can't believe he is Ji-gong Kiba, she said, still sobbing. Wait. Smell Raymond breath. You little shit, he is still alive. Right after speaking those words, Hinata was on top of his body, pulling him up into her eyes and planted a kiss on his lips. Thank God my Naruto-kun is still here. Come on, let's get him where Sakura, Shino, and Sasuke are. Kiba picked him up and carried him under the tree and placed him next to Sasuke. Chapter 3. Forest of Death Part 2 Nightmares. After placing Naruto on the ground with a blanket, Kiba and Shino walked outside the hole in the tree and looked around for a minute, and then Shino broke the silence. I think that this sudden turn in events means that a truce is in play from this point on. For I know for a fact that Hinata would be most angry if we tried to attack the Winded Ninja or Sakura for their scroll. Do you agree, Kiba? Yeah, I guess you're right, so what do? We protect them as if they were on our own team. So what did you two see or get into that took you so long to get back? I was about to send my Kiki bugs after you two. Well, after we finally found Naruto, well. He was not in the state that he is now. Dead. So Hinata was there for a while mourning her loss, and well, I was just there to comfort her. And so Naruto temporarily became a KIB. Well, my question is, how does someone die and then come back? Very interesting. When Naruto-kun awakens, I will have to question him on this astounding foot. Come on, we must set traps to secure the perimeter. Alright, fine, let's go. Akamaru. Hey Hinata, how's Naruto? He is fine for now. Hinata began to get very teary. What is wrong, Hinata? Why are you crying? Sakura asked, looking at Hinata. It's Naruto-kun. When I found him you were right, he was dead. And when I saw him like that I could not control myself. The only person I have ever loved was dead, and for what I knew was never coming back. Hinata began to weep uncontrollably over Naruto's chest. Oh Hinata, it is okay, I understand. If I was to lose Sasuke, then I don't know what I would do. She said while patting Hinata on the back for comfort. Hinata, I can't even begin to imagine the pain you must be feeling right now, but he is not gone, he is right there in front of you, and he is not going to leave you. I know Naruto, he is dumb, loud, overconfident, and so annoying, but there one thing that Naruto is that I'm so glad that it is a part of him, and that's heart. There's not a ninja or person alive that can match his heart. He is the most driven person I have ever known, and he does it all for us. So that's how I know he is not going anywhere, as long as he knows that you need him and we need him. Okay Hinata. Thanks Sakura-chan, that means a lot. Hinata looked over at Sakura and gave a smile and whipped away her tears. You're welcome. She was cut off by Kiba. We got trouble ladies, it looks like a ninja. He said while holding a wound on his leg. Kiba, you're hurt badly. You stay here and guard Naruto and Sasuke. Okay Hinata, just hurry up, Shino needs help. Meanwhile inside Naruto's head. So Kyuubi, what was it you wanted to talk to me about? Naruto looked at Kyuubi with a confused look. Well kid, I just want to say that I am glad I was sealed into you and not someone else. Because most people would not put up with what you did. In fact, they would have committed suicide a long time ago, so for that I say thank you. Kyuubi, why are you being so nice? Normally you're already threatening to kill me or destroy me in some way or form. What has gotten into you? Naruto looked at Kyuubi with even more confusion. You did it. I told you we are merging, and because of this I feel all your emotions, and we are becoming one whole soul. And well, this may be our last time to talk, because once you awaken I would have been completely absorbed and we will both be bonded to each other forever, so I thought we should talk for what may be our last chance. Once I absorb you I will change it all, like will I become more like you? Because I really don't want to walk around saying how much I want to kill people. Naruto said as they both got up a chuckle. No, you will have all of my strengths and none of my weaknesses, which I'm afraid that my anger and bloodlust are some of those weaknesses. Hey, I got two more things to tell you because you are going to be waking up soon, so here it is. First, your friends are in danger right now, so go out there and with my chakra go out there and kick some sound ninja ass. And second, I want to meet this Hinata of yours in person, so I will try my hardest to stick around for just a little bit longer, okay? Sure Kyuubi. You know, even though you are a big demon fox, I think of you as, well, kind of like a piece of me. As do I kid, as do I. Now go and kick some ass for me or for us. Sure thing, see you later. Naruto begins to fade away. Sakura, Hinata, I don't know how much longer we can fight like this, and every time my bugs try to get close and drain some of their chakra, it seems that sound ninja just blows them away. Shino takes a deep sigh. We are sorry Shino, but every time we try to go after him the other two knock us back. Hinata said while holding her broken arm. Suddenly Sasuke gets up and looks over at Sakura and says, who did this to you, Sakura? Sakura and the rest of them could only stare at Sasuke, for he was radiating some strange dark chakra, and he had a look in his eye that scared everybody that he looked at. And in a flash he was behind the sound ninja with those holes in his hands. He then bent him over and broke his arms with a loud crack, but the other sound ninja was not worried about Sasuke, who was telling them to get lost. They were occupied with staring at the tree where the orange ninja was also beginning to radiate red chakra. But this chakra was blood red, and killer intent could be smelled and felt for miles, and even Sasuke was worried about this power. When Naruto opened his eyes, a shockwave went pulsating through the ground like an earthquake, and everyone could only stare in awe and fear as their little knucklehead ninja became engulfed in blood red chakra. Naruto looked at all his friends, examining every injury on their bodies down to the last scratch, before letting his glare drift over to the sound ninja, making them shake with fear until the mummy-looking one shouted to his teammates. This thing is going to kill us, run for your lives, or we will suffer a fate worse than death. The ninjas scattered running as fast as they could away from the demonic chakra, but to no avail. Naruto let out a blood-curdling scream and in a flash was on the pursuit and had made 3 clones to assist in his chase. All the others, even Sasuke, could only sit in sheer horror as the next sound they heard was in fact the sound of ninjas' cry for mercy and them shouting at the top of other lungs for help, then dead silence. Nobody dared to try to find the orange-clad ninja, afraid of the sight they would behold. They did not notice, but they were all huddled together back to back ready to fight. If that thing that looked to be Naruto came back still thirsty for blood. But what came stumbling out of the forest was a sound ninja covered in blood running like a madman in their direction until he stopped and eyed the other Leaf Genin in the face and begged for them to help when Naruto came flying out of the forest to land on top of the ninja and then tied him up with chakra and place him on the ground. Naruto then glared at his friends and then smiled his foxy smile. "Hey guys, what you up to? What's wrong?" When he took a step toward them, Sakura screamed and said, "Get away, you monster." Naruto just glared in shock. "A monster? What are you?" "Oh sorry, I forgot." He then did a few quick seals and almost instantly a blanket of darkness was lifted from their heads and Naruto was Naruto. "Sorry guys, I forgot to deactivate the jutsu I cast." "Pretty cool huh? It's called 1000 Nightmares. I will let you guys meet its creator later," Naruto said with a huge grin on his face. They all blinked then ran over to Naruto giving him a bear hug to never be challenged. Then they all burst into laughter when they saw the sound ninja literally scared shitless. "Hey, before we leave there is one last thing I have to do," Naruto said with a look of sadness on his face. "What is it?" Naruto-kun, Hinata replied with worry. "You all need to meet someone, but first you need to know everything, so please this will take a while to explain." Chapter 4. Forest of Death 3. The meeting. "What is N, Naruto-kun?" she said with a scared look in her eye. "Well, let me start from the beginning. Do you all remember 12 years ago when the Kyuubi attacked?" Naruto said with a serious face. "Yeah. The Hokage killed it and saved the village everybody knows about." "What does that have to do with this?" answered Sakura. "Well, not exactly, Sakura. Kyuubi was not killed. It was sealed." Naruto then let his head fall as if in shame. "Sealed? Into Naruto?" Sakura said with worry. "An infant who had just been born. Me." Naruto then lifted up his shirt and pushed some chakra into his stomach to reveal the seal. "I will understand if you guys run or hate me now everyone else does." Then Naruto-kun. "I'm so sorry. I always wondered why all the adults treated you so badly. We could never hate you." She then started to cry and jumped up to hug Naruto. "The pain that you went through. The sorrow and loneliness. But in my eyes, Kyuubi or not, you're still the Naruto I love and nothing will ever change that. I promise." Naruto gave her a large hug back in acknowledgement. "Dear Naruto, we all love you very much and no amount of demon spirits are ever going to change that, and besides, you're not evil as far as I can tell," Sakura said with a smile while the rest of the gang just smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Tell you Naruto, this just means when me and Akamaru kick your ass it will be all the sweeter." Kiba then gave a large smile. "Thank you all. You don't know how much this means to me. But there's still one last thing I must do. I want you all to meet someone." Here everybody sits down in a circle and holds hands. Everybody looked at Naruto with a puzzled face, but complied. "Okay, here we go." Naruto then channeled his chakra into all his teammates and then in a flash they were in some damp and drippy hallway. "Naruto, where the hell are we? And what is that sound?" "It sounds like breathing," Kiba said with a surprised look on his face. "Welcome to my mind everyone. Please follow me." Everybody looked at Naruto in shock and terror. "And Naruto-kun, where are you taking us?" Hinata gave Naruto a weird look. "To meet a friend." That's all he said until they came into a large room with huge bars and a piece of parchment that read seal in the middle. "Welcome to my lair." "What the hell was that? Akamaru is flipping out here." Everyone stared at the dog, then their eyes were drawn up to the abnormally large bars. As a pair of huge red eyes and teeth appeared in front of them. "Welcome again, friends of the kit. I am Kyuubi no Kitsune. Or the nine-tailed fox," he said with a demonic chuckle. "Kyuubi, you said you wanted to meet them, not scare them, you stupid fox." His friends watched in horror as Naruto began to curse at the large demon. "Now, Naruto, I did not mean any harm, you know that. Although they do look tasty." You with the lavender eyes stepped forward. Hinata, whose voice seemed to be gone, slowly stepped forward toward the giant cage. You are a Hyuga, are you not?" "Answer me." Hinata, who somehow found her voice, answered the demon. "Why yes, Kyuubi-sama." Kyuubi only chuckled and looked at Naruto. She is respectful. I like that kid. Now then. Hyuga, I may be trapped inside Naruto, but I still have many of my abilities. And ha, there it is. Your soul says it all." Kyuubi then looks at Naruto again. "Kid, this woman is most definitely the one for you. Such bravery and courage, her soul is pure and her heart completely untainted. She is perfect, for lack of a better word. In all my years as a demon I have never seen one so pure." "Thanks, Kyuubi." But still, what did you want to tell them? Naruto said with a blush. Friends of Naruto, I need you to help him when he needs it. And support him when he needs support. For the next year is going to be a long and painful one for him. I am going to be fused to his soul. And the pain he shall experience should kill any other man. So I need you to help him when the pain comes. Now I cannot say when, but only that when they do he is at his most vulnerable, so you need to help him. Although it pains me to say it. Please I ask this of you because if he dies I die and I don't feel like dying. We shall Kyuubi-sama. Shall help him even if it kills us in the process. Hinata said while staring into Kyuubi's eyes. Kyuubi gives a bright smile. I like you Hyuga Hinata and thank you. Oh, and I did not need to meet the rest of you, but nice to meet you all anyway Sakura, Kiba, Shino, Akamaru, and Sasuke Ichila. I can see that you and I are not going to get along very well, Ichila. How did you know our names demon? We never gave them to, Shino said while lifting his eyebrow. As you said I'm a demon I know even if you don't want me to. Now leave. Suddenly they were all back under the tree. Naruto you baka why the hell did you bring us to him? I almost wet myself at the sight of him. Sakura then smacked Naruto in the back of the head with all her might. I'm sorry Sakura-chan I wasn't thinking. I guess I forgot that he only wanted to talk to Hinata. Naruto said while rubbing the back of his head. Well you guys should probably get out of here and get to the tower as for us Naruto, Sakura. We still need the earth scroll. Sasuke then gave an annoyed sigh. Fine we shall see you three at the tower then. Shino then fixed his glasses and took off with Kiba and Hinata. Fine then Sasuke let's get our earth scroll. And try not to get in my way Naruto then stared into Sasuke's eyes as a bolt of electricity passed back and forth between their eyes. Come on you loser let's go. Naruto just noticed that he was staring at a clone. Hey Sasuke, that was a dirty trick for you. Bastard. Naruto then ran to catch up to his teammates. Chapter 5. The preliminaries Naruto vs Gaara. So are we going into that tower? Naruto said while staring up at the huge tower. No duh loser. I think it is obvious unless you see any other towers around. You are so stupid. Whatever Sasuke. What a stuck-up asshole. I swear someone needs to teach him a lesson, and I hope it's me. They then entered the large tower and opened the scrolls to reveal Iruka. Iruka-sensei what's up? Naruto shouted and ran over to give Iruka a hug. Hey Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke glad to see you all made it all the way through the forest. Iruka gave Naruto a big smile. Are you kidding me Iruka-sensei? That exam was easy even though the Orochimaru guy went down easy. Naruto gave Iruka a foxy grin. What? It was you that caused Orochimaru's injuries. Iruka just stood there staring at Naruto. It was me. But how did you know I hurt him? Because Anko ran into him in the middle of the forest of death and she said that he was too badly injured to even stay in chat. Iruka trailed off. Have to make sure I don't tell Naruto that Orochimaru is planning something he might try and get in on it. Well Naruto you and your friends better get into the briefing it is about to start. Don't want to be late do you? No thanks Iruka-sensei Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke then ran through the door. Wow so few made it Sakura checked looking for Ino and her team. Come on loser, we need to get with the rest of the group. Anko is about to tell us what is next Sasuke said while giving Naruto a hand gesture to hurry up. Alright I'm coming already. Sheesh Naruto put his hands behind his head and walked over next to his teammates. Well at least Hinata-chan made it here okay. And I guess everyone did. Cool that means I get to see all my friends fight. Quiet down Anko said with some anger. Now then we have a small problem. Unfortunately a lot of you made it through the forest. At least more than expected, so we are going to have a preliminary round of fighting to even out all of you, so if you would all please look up at the scoreboard then it will tell you who is first. Of course it is completely random. Everybody looked up at the scoreboard and it suddenly started through all the names and came to Sasuke Ichila vs Dosu Kanata. The first match is decided by the rest of you on the balcony. Now move it. Everybody then jumped up to the balcony. Okay you two the rules are simple try not to kill your opponent and my judgment is the only one that matters. The referee then stood back to let them start. Dosu charged first with his gauntlet ready. Sasuke ducked and kicked Dosu across the room but when Dosu got up he started to chuckle. You fool. There's a reason why I wear this heavy piece of metal and that is because it delivers some powerful ultrasonic attacks and they are taking effect. Good how about some more? Sasuke then jumped into the air with a grin on his face and performed the necessary seals and activated his dragoon breath and breathed an inferno of fire all over the arena. Dosu was still standing but had severe burns. Damn you kid. Dosu charged, putting every ounce of chakra he had into his gauntlet. Sasuke only blocked as a rush of ultrasonic waves came rushing into his ears. Sasuke fell to the ground but then disappeared leaving only a log. Up here you stupid sound ninja he performed some more seals and released a giant wall of fire that came shooting towards Dosu who unfortunately did not survive the attack. Sasuke Ichila is the winner. I'm sorry but there are a lot of people, so I'm not going to go through them all, just a few, and I will tell you who won the other matches. Naruto was glaring right at Gaara, who in return glared at him, and Kiba noticed. Hey Naruto, why are you looking at that guy? Kiba said while Hinata and Shino and Sakura approached to find out as well. Naruto was silent. Hey Baka, wake up, Sakura shouted. Still no response. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Hinata said with some worry in her voice. It seemed that no matter how they tried to reach their friend, it was no use. He was completely focused on the sand ninja, and he in turn was focused on him as well. Naruto then began to walk towards Gaara. Hey, where are you going? Sakura said, already knowing the answer. Gaara also began to walk towards the genin. Suddenly he spoke, his eyes there just like mine, Naruto stated in an almost dead tone. The group followed close behind Naruto and Gaara's as well. They both stopped right in front of each other's faces and just glared at each other. The others could only attempt to snap their friend out of this trance-like state. Naruto-kun, please answer us right this second, Hinata began to shout, trying to get Naruto's attention. You should keep your piece of shit fangirl on a tighter leash, otherwise she may not live much longer, Gaara said in an unemotional tone. That definitely struck one of Naruto's nerves. You better keep your mouth shut before I close it for you. And if you ever speak to Hinata-chan like that, I will kill you, Naruto said with killer intent in his voice. Suddenly Gaara's cork on his gourd popped open and sand began to flow out. Kakashi noticed and immediately sprang into action to break the two Jinchurikis up before they had a bloodbath. Hey, you two, save it for the arena, knowing full well that standing in their way would cause far more trouble than he needed. Fine, but to let you know we are up anyway, Gaara stated, while the rest of the group except Naruto glared at the scoreboard in shock. Naruto and Gaara quickly went down to the arena. Gaara disappearing into his sand and reappearing in the arena, and Naruto just moving so fast that he wasn't even seen. The Hokage was not happy about this either. This is going to get really ugly, but we have no choice. Stopping the battle would mean exposing both Naruto and Gaara for what they were. But even so, I better get a lot of Anbu in here before this gets out of hand. The Hokage then made a sign for Anko to summon the Anbu Black Ops. Okay, are you two ready? The referee said with a cough. Hell yeah, I can't wait to kick this guy's ass for insulting Hinata-chan, Naruto said with anger. Yes, Gaara said with a dead tone. Okay then. The referee quickly took off for the far part of the arena, even though he knew this was going to get nasty. Chapter 6. Naruto vs Gaara, the Clash of the Titans. Again Gaara's cork popped out and sand began to flood around him. Naruto on instinct called out Shadow Clone Jutsu, and about 20 or 30 clones appeared, and they all rushed Gaara. Gaara put up a sand shield and destroyed all the clones, then started shooting sand spikes at Naruto. Naruto dodged with the best of his might, but was hit with one in the shoulder and flung him a good 20 feet. I'm not going to lose to you. No matter what I had to do, Naruto then charged and performed some seals. Suddenly there was a loud thundering noise, and Naruto shouted earthquake shock wave. And the field went silent for a moment. But then the whole arena began to rumble like an earthquake, and a large shock wave went straight for Gaara, as if it knew exactly where he was, and struck him with all its fury, and sent him flying at least 30 feet and embedded him into the wall. This kid is just as strong as I am, if not stronger. Gaara thought. Hey, you should surrender so I don't have to hurt you too badly. Naruto was cut off by a shock of pain through his entire body and was soon on the ground screaming at the top of his lungs. Yours. Sand coffin. Suddenly a large cage of sand engulfed Naruto. In the balcony. Oh no, you guess no what is. Kiba was cut off by Hinata shouting. Naruto-kun, she was now weeping like waterfalls of tears. We have to help him, she shouted to her friends. How can we? It isn't, we are not allowed unless it is our turn to go down. He was cut off by Gaara. Hey you stupid blue-haired bitch. I want you to watch him die, and after I'm done with him your next sand funeral. Then the whole room went silent when the sand came crashing down on Naruto. New Naruto-kun, she tried to get down to the arena when suddenly there was a deep rumbling noise coming from where Naruto was. I told you to never threaten Hinata-chan. A deep demonic voice said from inside the sand coffin. Then the coffin exploded and sand went flying everywhere. Naruto was standing in the middle of the puddle of sand with blood-red chakra radiating off him like he was on fire. He had fangs, claws of some sort, blood-red cat's eyes, and what appeared to be a blood-red chakra tail, and his whiskers were now clearly defined. What in God's name are you? Gaara said with a scared voice. The same thing you accept is far more powerful. But you can call me your executioner, Naruto said with a deep laugh. Naruto then shot forward, grabbing his claw around Gaara's neck and then lifted him off the ground and glared into his eyes and made Gaara scream in fear. When suddenly Gaara started laughing. What are you laughing at? He said with anger. I'm laughing at what I'm going to do to you, with a strange voice. And right as Naruto was going to punch Gaara in the stomach, his sand began to engulf himself, and Gaara made a quick hand sign and fell asleep. Naruto threw a pile of sand and Gaara against a wall with bone-breaking force. Well, if it isn't my old friend Kyuubi no Kitsune, the sand said, while forming some strange raccoon-looking creature. Shukaku is that you well this is going to be fun, Naruto said with a small chuckle in his voice. Be good to see you, my old foe. What say we go at for old time's sake, Gaara said with a smile on his face. Surely and this time when I kill you stay dead, Naruto said, while charging up more chakra to manifest 2 more tails. Oh no Kyuubi it's not me who will be dying, but you. Then just to make myself feel better I'm going to kill and torture your little girlfriend up there. Not necessarily in that order Gaara or Shukaku looked up and grinned at the frozen Hinata. Normally I would not care if she is not my mate. But seeing as me and Kid are a soul now I'm going to have to make you suffer even worse just for Thought's words. And as Kid would always say never talk about Hinata-chan like that or I will kill you. Now then let's do this. Suddenly both of the demons jumped forward with superhuman speed and there was a humongous crash and both of the Genin demons were locked in a battle of strength trying to overpower the other. When Shukaku opened his mouth and shot a full power sand shuriken right into Kyuubi's face. Sorry but now until this is over I shall be referring to them as Kyuubi and Shukaku Tai, which sent Kyuubi flying back and landing on his feet. When right from underneath Shukaku a hand of red chakra erupted from the ground, ensnaring Shukaku in its grip when it flung him up and caught him again and threw him straight into the ground. It then picked him up and shot him towards Kyuubi at ultrasonic speeds while still holding him. And suddenly the still dazed Shukaku was struck with a red fist and sent flying about 60 feet and going right through the wall. Hot ease. Kyuubi was cut off by a barrage of sand shuriken and a huge wave of sand heading straight for him. The sand wrapped around him and 2 large fists formed in the sand and began beating Kyuubi like a rag doll. Kyuubi then broke free and went through some seals and then smashed a huge chakra fist straight into Shukaku and then the ground began to come alive and swallow up Shukaku until he was out of sight when in fact he was in a chamber underground where he was beaten by a barrage, a fist shooting from all the walls and to finish off the jutsu the chamber then came crashing in on Shukaku with light speed smashing him like pancake. But Shukaku came erupting from the earth and then grabbed Kyuubi and with his own jutsu threw Kyuubi into the air. He was secured by an onslaught of sand spikes from all angles. Kyuubi's chakra only deflected the jutsu and sent it right back at Shukaku. Well Kyuubi this is fun and all, but I'm getting tired Shukaku then took a long breath. Yeah, me too. So let's end this already Kyuubi said while taking an equally deep breath. Then as if in unison both of them launched huge hands at each other, one pair made of sand the other chakra, and they both started a battle for dominance. The winner of this battle of sheer power would no doubt be the victor. Slowly Shukaku began pushing back Kyuubi until they were face to face. Well it looks like I'm gonna win this time and when I do I'm still going to have some fun with that girl of yours. Then from deep within Naruto or Kyuubi there was an eruption of blue chakra that was just enough to fling Shukaku straight into the wall, embedding him into it like he was part of it. Kyuubi then walked up to Shukaku and picked him up and pulled him in close. But how you were completely out of chakra I could tell. Well that's very easy to explain. You have to be careful what you say around it. That is the one thing I like about him, even when things are hopeless when something like that is said or one of his friends is in trouble. He gets more power than even I could give him. But where did he get it? Was it enough to even overpower me? Simple Shukaku he gets it from the love and caring of others and that my old foe is true strength. Okay Kyuubi you win. This time but next time I promise you I will win. Shukaku then transformed back into Gaara and then Kyuubi dropped him to the ground. Yeah I know I win. But sleeping really doesn't sound too bad right now. Good night. But the small flash Kyuubi resided back into Naruto and everyone rushed down to help the 2 ninjas. Naruto-kun please wah. Hinata was cut off by Kakashi. Come on now Hinata he is fine and so is Gaara. Just let them sleep, they deserve it. Kakashi then picked up Naruto and Baki Gaara's sensei in turn did the same and carried their badly weakened and unconscious genin to the hospital, leaving the rest of the genin and senseis to finish the preliminaries. Hey referee before I take Naruto to the hospital. Who won the match? Kakashi said with a grin under his mask. Naruto. Naruto is the winner of the match he shouted still dazed after what he just witnessed. Thanks, I will tell him that when he wakes up. Something tells me that Naruto and Gaara are going to be pretty close friends. Kakashi and Baki then walked out of the arena. Chapter 7. Get ready for your date. Congratulations to all of you who are now going to the finals. Which on that note will be held in 1 month. So that will give all of you a month to train, so good luck and keep training, the Hokage said to the finalists of the preliminary round, who included Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, Lee, Hinata, Kiba, and of course Naruto who unfortunately is still in the hospital with Gaara. Hey Hinata where you going Kiba shouted to Hinata to go see Naruto-kun. I have to make sure that he is alright she shouted back after running out the door. To think of it, I think we should all go visit our friend Naruto Kiba said to the others. Sure Kiba. Come on Sasuke, let's go see Naruto. But let's take our time she said with a grin on her face. Why should we? Kiba was cut off by Sakura winking at him. Why are you winking at it? Oh, I get it. You let's give them some time, Kiba nodded, and the group slowly made their way to the hospital. Meanwhile Hinata was halfway there running past Ichiraku and remembering that he would probably like a few dozen bowls and giggled at the thought of Naruto chugging down ramen like a waterfall going down his throat. Hello AM, can I get About 12 bowls of miso ramen please she said with blush. Is this for you and Naruto? AM said with a small smile. Why yes. But how did you know? She said with a beet red blush across her face. That's an easy one. Who else in this entire village eats that much ramen? Naruto is the only one I can think of. AM then turned around and began preparing her order. Well here you go Hinata 12 bowls of miso ramen and make sure to give Naruto my best she said while handing Hinata the bag of ramen and with that Hinata was gone with nothing but a thank you. I hope Naruto-kun is hungry. But what if he isn't awake? Or what if he already ate? No, I need to have confidence in myself and I need to stop doubting myself. She said to herself as she arrived at the front desk. May I help you the desk attendant said. Yes may I have Naruto Uzumaki's room number please she said as she bowed her head. Sure let's see here. Ah here it is he is in room 206 in a flash Hinata was gone going up to Naruto's room. 200. 201. 202. 203. 204. 205. Here it is room 206 she walked in to see a sleeping Naruto. He is still sleeping. I guess I will just leave this here she said while she set the ramen on the table and was just opening the door. When a voice came from behind her. Hinata-chan. You aren't leaving yet are you? Naruto said with a quiet voice as he rose up from his bed to see a frozen Hinata. And no. Of course not and Naruto-kun she then turned around and tapped her fingers together. Great, hey you brought ramen. Alright Hinata-chan you rock. He said with bright grin. I'm sure did Naruto-kun. Here let me get you a bowl she said with a blush as she grabbed a bowl of ramen from the bag. Thanks Hinata-chan. Hey Hinata-chan by the way that fight that me and Gaara had. Who won? Naruto said while looking down at his ramen. Well you did of course. You know that was one big F fight you two had. You both trashed the arena and we had to continue out S side in a C clearing in the F forest. She then took a bit of her ramen. Oh. Sorry. Well I better eat up before this ramen gets cold Naruto took a bit and gave Hinata a gesture to come sit down on his bed. Why yes Naruto-kun what is it she said while tapping her fingers together. You know Hinata-chan the way you tape your fingers together is really cute. Naruto then leaned over and gave Hinata a kiss on the cheek. Thank you and Naruto-kun she said with a blush as red as a tomato. You know the way you stutter when you talk to me and that blush you get when we talk is very cute Naruto said with a smile as he took a large bit of his fifth bowl of ramen and you know we still have a date after I get out the hospital. But Naruto-kun you said after the exam she hesitated to say for even she was looking forward to their date. Yeah I know but I can't wait that long. And besides as far as I'm concerned the exam is over at least until the end of the month. He then gave her a big foxy grin. So how about after I get out of here, I will take you on that date. At say I don't know 6 o'clock if that is I'm out of here today. That's sure and Naruto-kun she said as she gave him a kiss on the cheek and picked up the empty bowls of ramen well bye Naruto-kun. She then left the room. Bye Hinata-chan he said with a grin on his face. Little did they know that they were being spied on by Kiba and the gang. This is so awesome I can't wait to tell Ino about this Sakura squealed and was about to run into the room. Wait Kiba shouted do you really think that Naruto wants to know that we were spying on them the whole time? Think about it, what would you do if you just found out that everybody was spying on you, Kiba said with a serious face. But to only realize that he was talking to a wall. Hey wait for me. Oh Naruto you're so romantic, Sakura said while hugging Naruto. You guys heard all of that Naruto said with a shocked expression. Afraid so loser Sasuke said with a small smile. We sure did Naruto and I can't wait to see you two on your date Sakura said and gave Naruto another big hug. Oh man. I can't believe you guys spied on us Naruto said with a gloomy face. Well Naruto we could not help it. We were on our way into the room when we heard you two talking and Sakura came up with the idea that we spy on your private conversation, Shino said as if he had no part in it. Oh shut up Shino you know you wanted to spy too. So don't you dare blame it on me Sakura then stared daggers at the bug user and made him flinch and sweat. Naruto then broke out in laughter Shino normally Sakura only looks at me like that. He was cut off by a fist hitting him in the head. What did you say you baka Sakura shouted with an angry don't think that just because you're going on a date that you can get away with anything now. Sorry, Sakura-chan. How do you have to hit so hard? Naruto said while rubbing the huge lump on his head. By the way, Naruto. The nurse said that you are well enough to leave Shino said with no emotion as usual. Really? Awesome that means I can get ready for my date with Hinata-chan Naruto, then run out of the room at super speed. Well somebody is feeling better today Kiba said with a smile. Well that's our Naruto Sakura said with an even bigger smile. Meanwhile Naruto was at his house getting ready for his date, which happened to be in about 30 minutes. Naruto had a nice black muscle shirt with blue jeans and black sandals. He also took off his headband and put a black head tie in replace of it. All in all he looked good and he knew it. But who cared what he thought, he was more worried if Hinata would like it or not. Man, I hope Hinata-chan likes what I'm wearing. More importantly, I hope I don't mess up or do anything to embarrass myself. This is my first date and I really don't want to screw it up. Naruto was cut off by a knock on the door. Alright, I'm coming. When he opened the door there was two squealing girls standing there holding each other. Oh Sakura, Ino, what do you want and why are you looking at me like that? Naruto said with a nervous voice. Oh. Naruto, you look handsome when you get up. But we're here to give you some tips, Ino said with a girly voice. TIPS, what are you talking about? Naruto just rubbed the back of his head. Well, where are you going to take her? Sakura asked with a questioning look. I guess just to Ichiraku's for some ramen. Naruto was cut off by a screaming Ino. Ibaka. You don't take Hinata to Ichiraku's for a first date. You have to go somewhere romantic. Like Oh I know, bring her to the lake outside of the village. Me and Sakura will take care of the rest. At least you picked a good time to pick her up, sunsets are always romantic. What are you waiting for, Ibaka? Go get her. Oh right, I don't want to be late. And thanks for helping me out, girls. Naruto smiles at them, then runs out the door to go pick up Hinata. Chapter 8. The date. Man, I only got 10 minutes to get to Hinata's house before I'm late. Naruto starts pumping chakra into his legs for speed. Now that's what I'm talking about. Naruto jumps rooftop to rooftop as fast as his legs can carry him until he comes upon the Hyuga mansion. Wow, this place is huge. Well, better get Hinata-chan. Naruto is stopped by two Hyuga guards. Hey, what's the big idea? Naruto shoves the Hyuga's hand off of his shoulder. You're not a Hyuga. Stat your business here or leave, the Hyuga said with a serious voice and a look of anger. I'm here to pick up Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a firm voice. Young Uzumaki, you have permission to enter, but please do not cause trouble. Understood, the Hyuga said with almost no emotion. Okay. Like I would cause trouble in Hinata-chan's house anyway. Naruto then started walking up the walkway until he reached the door. I wonder what Hinata will be wearing. I don't know, probably just that sweater and those sweatpants. Hey, I didn't ask you. Kyuubi, you're here. I thought you said that we would not talk again, Naruto said with enthusiasm. I said I might not get to talk again. I never fused with another soul before, how I was supposed to know? Kyuubi growled. Hey kid, look sharp, someone's coming. Naruto stood at attention only to see a Hyuga servant answer the door, and before Naruto could state his name and business, he was rushed in by the servant. Hey, where you taking me? Naruto shouted. Young Uzumaki. I'm taking you to the living area to await the young heirs, the woman said with a smile. Heirs? Oh, that's right, Hinata is first in line for her clan's leadership. Wow, he no need to be so rough, lady, Naruto said while the woman began brushing his hair, trying to get all the little dirt clods and sticks out. Wow, your hair sure is dirty. At least you're dressed appropriately, she said while getting a large twig out of his hair. Ow lady, can you be any rougher? Ow, I was being sarcastic, Naruto said while the lady walked away to retrieve Hinata. Sheesh, all this trouble over our date. Naruto was cut off by a voice that he definitely recognized. Naruto-kun, I'm ready, she said with a shy voice. Naruto was stunned by her sheer beauty. Wow wow. They both said in unison as Naruto's eyes went up and down, admiring every curve and bump on her body. She was wearing a lavender kimono with a nice pair of light blue sandals. Wow, Hinata-chan, why you look stunning, which was in his mind an understatement. Damn kid, you scored. Shut up, I would like to get through this without your pervy thoughts. Are you ready, Naruto-kun, she said quietly, still trying to recover from Naruto's compliment. Why you, let's go, as he reaches over and grabs her hand, and they walk out of the mansion and past the guards, who were doing no better than Naruto, after looking at the beautiful Hyuga. So Naruto-kun, where are we going? Ichiraku, she said while keeping her eyes away from Naruto's to avoid stuttering or fainting, for it was hard enough to keep cool when he was holding her hand, let alone look into his eyes. And no, Hinata-chan, it's a surprise, he said, also trying to keep cool. Oh okay, she said with a blush. They walked for about 10 minutes with silence, except for a few how are yous and a glance at each other here and there. The sun had just gone down when they came across a picnic blanket with candles, delicious food, and some pillows and blankets. Oh Naruto-kun, it's so beautiful, she said as she ran over and sat down. Dang, those girls did good. Note to self, remember to thank them again for this, duly noted, Kyuubi said with a smirk. Please come and sit down, Naruto-kun, she said to him with a blush. Huh. Oh yeah. Okay sure, he sat down in front of her, and even though there was hot food in front of him, he couldn't find himself being able to eat or even look away from Hinata even for a second. She is so beautiful under candlelight, moonlight, and well, any light. No shit, kid. If you want, I can give you some things to say. How like I want dating advice from a 10,000-year-old pervy demon fox, and I stress pervy. Hey, I have you know I am quite the ladies' man. With my help you two will be under the stars kissing for hours. Naruto blushed visibly. Fine, one chance you make me say anything pervy, then it's over, understood. Yeah, you hear say exactly what I understand. Hinata-chan, you look so beautiful under the light of the moon, Naruto said with a blush. Thank you and Naruto-kun, she said trying her hardest not to blush. Excuse me. If I stare into those lavender pools of beauty any longer I might drown in their beauty, Naruto said with a small smile as he took his eyes away from hers. Then Naruto-kun, stop please, you're making me blush, as she turned beet red from the last compliment. But how can I stop, there are so many things I can say about your beauty, Naruto said with a foxy grin. She said nothing and only turned her head trying to avoid letting Naruto see how much she was blushing. Okay Kyuubi, that's enough, okay, I got it from here, but thanks anyway, okay. Man, I was having fun sending her mind on an embarrassing roller coaster. Good luck. I will watch from the sidelines. Naruto then finished his cinnamon roll dessert and scooted over to Hinata's side of the blanket and wrapped his hand around her, and she did the same, and they looked up in the sky. Naruto-kun. She said. Yes Hinata-chan, he said with a small smile on his face, a smile of happiness. This is the happiest day in my entire life. To be here with you, she then turned a beet red. Me too, Hinata-chan. Me too. Hey look shooting star, make a wish, she said pointing up at the falling star. I can't, she blushed and looked at him in the eye. Why? He said staring into her eyes too. Because my wish has already come true. I'm here in your arms, on a D-Day, sitting under the stairs with you. The only thing that could make this any better would be if. She was cut off by Naruto's lips kissing hers, she then kissed him back making the kiss more passionate. She then licked his lips begging for entrance and Naruto, who on pure instinct opened his mouth, and they both began the most beautiful and passionate kiss they have ever had. She then wrapped her hands around his neck and pulled him in closer, and Naruto did the same. They both pulled away from the kiss very slowly, gasping for breath, and she got up and laid her head on his chest, and they sat there staring up at the stars. Naruto-kun, she said quietly. Yes Hinata-chan, he said in his most caring voice he could muster. I love you, she then looked up at him. I love you too Hinata-chan, he said as he caressed her cheek, rubbing away the tears of happiness in her eyes. Hell you go kid, Kyuubi said while banging on his bars. Thanks Kyuubi. But please be quiet, I want to enjoy this date. Hinata then stretched her head up for another passionate kiss, and Naruto saw it coming and met her halfway. And this time he licked her lips begging for entrance, and she opened her mouth, and he began exploring her mouth. And it went on for an hour before Hinata realized what time it was, and they began their walk back to the Hyuga mansion. Their hands wrapped around each other and their heads resting on the other as they walked up to the front door. Thank you very much Naruto-kun, I had a really nice time, she said with a shy smile. You're welcome Hinata-chan, I had fun too, and Naruto leaned in for a goodbye kiss and was met halfway by Hinata as they shared one last passionate kiss before Hinata broke off and went inside, making sure to peek her head out and give him a smile. Naruto then began to walk home under the moonlight. Alright kid, that is a boy. That's how you do it. Oh shut up Kyuubi. Hey, next time you give me control of your body and I kiss her, Kyuubi said with a pervy look in his eyes. Hell no. You might end up molesting her or something, I don't want you anywhere near her. Fine, I will just watch from the sidelines. Me and you are going to have a talk when we get back home, Kyuubi said with a large foxy grin, knowing full well that what he would tell Naruto would probably scare him for life, but he didn't care, he thought it was funny. Naruto then unlocked his door and fell on his bed and almost immediately fell asleep. Oh, now that he is asleep, that means I get to use physical images to help explain the talk. This is going to be fun. He then invaded Naruto's dream to torment him with this subject, and Kyuubi made sure that Naruto remembered every word. Chapter 9. Pervy Sage and Gamabunta. Oh, you stupid fox, what the hell were you doing? Naruto said after what he calls a nightmare all about where babies come from and how they are made, with visuals. Did you like the show, kid? Kyuubi said with a snicker. Show? What the hell was that about? I swear you are the most pervy person on the planet. Naruto looked down and put on his cloths with a constant blush. Well kid, now that you have a girlfriend I thought we should go through that. Yeah, I get that, but did you have to make all the images of me and Hinata? Naruto said while turning beet red. Well, I did that for 2 reasons. Reason 1, I thought if it was you and your girlfriend that maybe when you finally did it that it would be easier for you. Reason 2, I was having too much fun to stop. Kyuubi then began to laugh and roll around in his cage, shouting you should have seen your face, which did not amuse Naruto in the least. Whatever, I might as well just ignore him, I have to go ask Kakashi for some exam training. Naruto then gave a big grin and rushed out the door, all the way to the hospital where I thought that Kakashi would be. After all, he did say he likes the hospital for its great reading space and silence. When Naruto arrived, he started talking to the desk attendant about whether or not she saw Kakashi. Hey lady, have you seen a big white-haired guy with a mask, a headband covering his eye, and probably reading some pervy book? Naruto said with a grin. Oh yes, he is down the hall to the right. He is reading in the waiting room, she said with a smile. Waiting room? Why would he be there? He then began to scratch the back of his head. He said that he likes the peace and quiet that he gets in there. Naruto ran down the hall and entered the room on the right to see Kakashi sitting in a chair with his eyes completely glued to his book Icha Paradise, or Aka Pervy Paradise. Hey Kakashi-sensei, can you train me for the exam? Naruto said with flames in his eyes. Huh? Oh Naruto. No, I'm going to train Sasuke. Kakashi then turned a page of his book. What? But I need training too. Please. Naruto then started begging. Look at Naruto because of Sasuke's Sharingan. He needs extra training from me because I'm the only person who can train him and his bloodline. Do you understand? Besides, I had a feeling that you were going to ask me for training, so I lined up another teacher for you. Ah, here he comes now. Ibisu walks up and Naruto's jaw drops. What, not that closet perv? Ibisu quickly grabs his mouth. He didn't mean anything by that. Kakashi. Ibisu then lets go of Naruto. Okay kid, look, I don't like you and you don't like me, but Kakashi asked me to train you, so that's what I'm going to do. Naruto nods and says, okay fine, but you have to teach me powerful jutsu of Naruto then glares at the perv. Fine. But you have to learn good chakra control first. Come on, let's go. He then starts to drag Naruto. Hey, where are we going? Naruto said with an angry face. To the hot springs. Naruto then began to shout. We are supposed to be training, not bathing. Or are you going so you can peep on some girls? Naruto then was being flung the rest of the way to the hot springs. I do not peep. Ibisu then stomped in the direction Naruto had landed. Ow. That hurt you closet perv. Naruto was cut off. Do you want to learn water walking or not, you little punk? Naruto then shot up and stared at Ibisu who was walking on the hot water. How are you doing that? Naruto's jaw was dropped. It is just like climbing trees with chakra, except you have to try to constantly balance the chakra on the surface of the water, otherwise you fall in. Ibisu then give a smile. But then fell backwards into the water after seeing Naruto actually doing it, and not only that, but he was jumping up and down on it. This is way too easy. Naruto said with a bright grin. But how it took me almost a year to master that. Well, I guess I'm just. He was cut off by a laugh from behind. Who's that? I don't know, but I'm going to teach him a lesson in how not to peep on women. Hey you old man, step back and prepare. He was cut off by a huge toad smacking him with its tongue right in the face. What a pain. Couldn't he see that I was trying to conduct research? The old man nodded his head. Hey, who the heck are you, and why did you just knock out my sensei? Naruto said while stepping down from the water. I have many names like Toad Hermit, Toad Sage, but you my little friend may call me Jiraiya the Mountain Sage. He then struck a pose. Pervy Sage is more like it. Hey, if you knocked out Ibisu sensei with one hit then that must mean that you're stronger than him, right? Naruto said with excitement. Yes I am. Of course I am, for I am one of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, then put a thumbs up. Really, then you could train me even better? Naruto became starstruck. Yes. But I won't. Jiraiya then began hopping off on his toad. What? Come on, you just knocked out my sensei, so the least you could do is train me. Come on, I will do anything. Naruto said with a plead. Fine. But you have to bring me a beautiful ripened fruit with lots of curves, Jiraiya said with a pervy voice. Okay, be right back. Naruto then took off. Well, I was going to train him anyway because Kakashi said that there was a yellow-haired kid that needed training and that he was just like me when I was younger. But that just fine. To Jiraiya then got stunned and fell over when Naruto brought back a large watermelon. Here you go. A nice rip one with lots of curves. Naruto then set it down and stared at Jiraiya. No kid. Not a fruit, a woman, you know, a beautiful woman with lots of curves in her body. Jiraiya then rambled on about the perfect woman. Oh okay, well, why didn't you just say sexy jutsu? Suddenly Naruto transformed into a naked blonde woman with clouds of smoke hiding her areas. Jiraiya stopped talking and blood began to flood his nose, and then he ran forward toward Naruto. She's perfect and beautiful. Oh kid, all me likey. Jiraiya kept examining Naruto. So Jiraiya, will you train me now please? Naruto said with a sexy flirty voice. Sure. But under one condition. What is that? He said with a wink. You stay like that during the training. He was poking his fingers together and smiling at Naruto. Poof, what? Man, you really are a little perv. No I'm not, Jiraiya said with a smile. Oh yeah, then what are you? Naruto said with a frustrated look. I'm a big one, Jiraiya said with a pervy voice. Okay, come on kid, let's get to training. Follow me. Where are we going? The place I used to train when I was a kid. It's quiet, out of the way, and best of all next to a waterfall. The girls like to come and play under. Jiraiya then began to daydream. Whatever. What was that? I could have sworn I saw something. Hey kid, you coming or I'm going by myself? Naruto quickly caught up to the Sannin. But little did either of them know they were being followed. After a short 10-minute walk outside of the village, in the forest next to a little stream, the sage put all his things down and turned around to face Naruto. Okay kid, seeing as you have already mastered the water walking jutsu, then I guess you're strong enough to master this. The pervy sage then wiped out some huge scroll. Okay kid, this is the toad summoning contract. With this you can summon toads to come and help you in a battle. Like so. He then bit his thumb and whipped the blood on his hand and went through some seals and slammed his palm into the ground. Then there was a puff of smoke and a giant toad the size of two full-size men sprung up under Jiraiya. Now then here. In blood sign the contract with the hand you want to use to summon and then give it a try. Okay. Naruto Uzumaki. There Naruto then went through some seals and slammed his palm into the ground and out of the smoke there was a tadpole. What a tadpole. If you want to do this you need to put chakra into it, understand? Yeah. He then did it again, but this time when he did it there was a huge puff of smoke and inside was a toad the size of the Hokage building if not bigger. Yeah, I did it. Oh no, not Gamabunta. I can't control him. Jiraiya was cut off by the toad. Jiraiya, where are you, Jiraiya? What is the meaning of this? Why did you summon me here? The toad thundered. Jiraiya did not summon you. I did, Naruto said while landing on the toad's snout. You're telling me that you summoned me to squirt. The toad began to laugh. Hey, I did, and you know what, I summoned you so that make me your master, Naruto said while crossing his arms. What, you my master? Never. That chakra. You're the Kyuubi's container, aren't you? Gamabunta said while puffing on his pipe. Yes, me and him have fused together now, Naruto said with a smile on his face. Impossible, that was not supposed to happen for at least another 2 or 3 years. But you're not lying, so because of that you are worthy enough to be called my servant. Now then, if you don't mind getting off my nose so I can go for a walk. The toad was cut off by Naruto shouting. No. I don't want to just be the servant, I want to be your master, or at least something better than a servant, Naruto shouted to the giant toad. What? Tell you what, Squirt, if you can stay on top of me for at least a whole day starting now then. You will have earned the title of my primary summoner and replace Jiraiya with it. What do you say to that? Gamabunta looked down at Naruto. Deal. Let's go. Naruto then hopped onto his back. Don't you want to know what happens if you fall off? He was cut off by Naruto. No, because I won't fall off. That is what I promised to you. Okay, Squirt. Hope you don't die because you got guts. The toad then leaped into the air with all its might, going at least a mile up. Which was so high that toad could be seen all that was at the village. AWWW. This is insane, Naruto said, struggling to hang on. I know all the other people who tried this ended up dead. The toad then came crashing to the ground. But why didn't you warn me? The toad jumped again and again and again. When it landed the 10th time it then did a run straight for the village. What are you doing to run over Konoha? But then right as the huge toad reached the front gate it jumped clear over the village and Naruto's screams of terror could be heard below. As they passed over, all the people had their mouths agape, knowing full well if the toad was to land it would surely kill them all. But it just soared right over the mountain and landed on top, then jumped over again, and still the screams of the Leaf Village's #1 knucklehead ninja could still be heard even though the toad was about 2 miles in the air. They then landed back where they were before and the sun was slowly going down. Suddenly Gamabunta jumped into the lake not far from their current position and Gamabunta dove right in. Naruto was now battling for breath. Then Gamabunta launched himself back into the air again and landed back in the water, and soon Naruto was struggling to hold on while Gamabunta swam and tried to use the current to shake Naruto. Gamabunta noticed that the sun was just about to set, so in one final effort, Gamabunta did one final jump with all the power he could muster. They went at least 3 miles in the sky when the sun suddenly set and Gamabunta landed. C1 hole. Today Naruto then slid off his back and started falling forward, but Gamabunta caught him with his tongue. Well, Squirt. 1 whole day indeed, and as part of our bargain you are now my primary summoner. His chakra is all but gone, better get him to a place of healing. Jiraiya. Come here and get yours. Oh, who is this? The giant toad looked down at the toad sage and a young lady with pale skin and lavender eyes. Hello Gamabunta-sama, I am Hinata Hyuga. Naruto's girlfriend, she said with a blush. OHH young love. Jiraiya was cut off by Gamabunta. Jiraiya, be quiet. Hinata Hyuga, huh. You know you two are lucky to have each other. Here Gamabunta then lowered Naruto down into Hinata's arms. Love and cherish him always, for if there is one thing that this old toad knows it's that love lasts forever. Oh, and tell him when he finally wakes up that he made it. Goodbye Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki. Then in a poof the toad was gone. Hey, I don't get a goodbye. What a stuck-up toad. Jiraiya then turned to Hinata. He's right, you know. Naruto needs you more than you realize, so try not to lose him, okay? Do you need help getting him to the hospital? No. But thank you. He is oddly light, I guess it is because of all the ramen he eats. Then, with that both Hinata and the toad sage began to laugh. Okay then. I will be seeing you around. Oh, and tell him when he wakes up that he has training with me at 9 AM sharp. With it the sage disappeared. And Hinata began her long walk back to Konoha. She then looked down at her unconscious boyfriend and smiled. He always pushes himself so hard. And that is just one of the reasons why I admire Naruto-kun. And after about 15 minutes of walking she finally came across the hospital and volunteered to stay with him through the night. Because she wanted him to be the first thing she saw when she awoke and for her to be the first thing he saw as well. Before she fell asleep she walked over to his bed and leaned over and kissed him and whispered in his ear, "I love you Naruto Uzumaki," and then she sat back down and fell asleep. Chapter 10. Training with Pervy Sage. Hinata slowly opened her eyes to see Naruto awake and moving around. She could only smile in happiness as she slowly got up. On her way up she was met with a hug from Naruto. "Good morning Hinata-chan. Did you see me yesterday?" he said while holding Hinata. "Yes, I did Naruto-kun. That was very reckless. But I'm glad you were able to do it. I never doubted you, not even for a second," she said with a smile and a dash of worry in her voice. "Thanks Hinata-chan, and I'm sorry if I scared you. But I knew what I was doing." Naruto was cut off by Hinata. "Naruto-kun. You did it Gamabunta said you won the bet," she said while giving him another hug. "Really? Alright." He was cut off again. "And Jiraiya-sama wanted me to tell you that training starts at 9 o'clock sharp. You better hurry, you only have about an hour to get to your house change and make it to training," she said, nudging him out the hospital door. "Hey Hinata-chan, would you go with me to training?" "Please," he said with a grin. "Sure Naruto-kun. I will meet you at the front gate, okay," she said as Naruto began running for his house, shouting thank you all the way down the hall. Naruto was running down the road on his way back to his apartment when he remembered that he also needed a bath. "I better take a bath too. I don't want to smell when I go to training. Otherwise, I would smell even worse." Naruto then gave a small giggle and opened his door. He took about 10 minutes to take a shower and get dressed in his usual orange suit. All clean, time to go meet Hinata at the front gate. Naruto then ran out of his door with a slam and jumped off the balcony of the hall and started sprinting toward the entrance to Konoha. He then came across Hinata, who was, as she said, standing at the front entrance waiting for Naruto. "Hey Hinata-chan. Sorry I'm late, I had to take a shower too," he said, running up and grabbing her hand as they began walking toward the training ground that Jiraiya liked so much. "Oh, that is okay and Naruto-kun, I was happy to wait," she said with a bright smile. The rest of the walk was silent other than a few birds chirping and some streams. They then came up to the training ground only to find no Jiraiya. "Where is Jiraiya-sama?" she said, turning to Naruto, who had a glum look. "You won't be calling him Jiraiya-sama once you see what he is doing. More like Baka Jiraiya," Naruto said with a sly grin while looking over at a laughing, moving bush. Naruto slowly walked over to the bush and peeked inside to confirm his suspicions. It was Jiraiya peeping on some bathing women, and Naruto did the first thing that popped into his head. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted at the ladies peeping Tom. The ladies, who were shocked and horrified to see a white-haired old man peeing on them, suddenly turned red with anger and began chasing the perv into the woods until the sound of a screaming pervert was cut off by sounds of Jiraiya screaming in pain. Jiraiya slowly came out of the forest with lumps and bruises all over him. "What is wrong with you? Can't you see I was trying to perform research?" Jiraiya said while pounding Naruto. "Research my ass, you were peeping, so I thought those girls would take care of you," Naruto said, trying to struggle out of Jiraiya's grasp. Both not even noticing the very confused Hinata. Should you get started with your training?" she said while bowing her head to Jiraiya. "Oh. You brought your girlfriend, did you?" he said with a big pervy smile. "I guess you needed her to see just how strong you are, huh? Anyways, she is the right kid. Let's get to your training." Jiraiya then pull out a scroll and sit down to start reading. "What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be training me?" he said while scratching the back of his head. "I am. I'm waiting for you to use up all of your chakras so I can begin. For you see, you have two separate chakras, yours and Kyuubi's, and you already have great control with yours. So I'm going to train you to control him. At least to an extent. Now if you two really have combined into one, then once your chakra is gone, Kyuubi's will automatically kick in. So get started wasting chakra," he said, going back to reading while telling Hinata to come sit while Naruto does this. Fine. Naruto then began burning chakra by making as many shadow clones as he could and then going into an all-out brawl with himself. He had managed to make about 75 clones and they all wanted a piece of the real Naruto. So for an hour Naruto was on the defensive, beating the hell out of his clones. Naruto then jumped into the air, followed by about 40 clones, as Naruto did a bunch of mid-air kicks that were so fast that they were just blurs. Naruto managed to destroy about 25 of his clones, but the other 15 suddenly jumped at him, performing the array of kicks that Naruto just couldn't dodge, and was sent flying a good 20 or so feet and rolled until he hit a large rock, but suddenly Naruto began to radiate red chakra and Naruto launched forward and destroyed the last of his clones, shocking Hinata and barely phasing Jiraiya like he expected it to happen. "Good kid, you got the chakra now, then follow me." Naruto walked over to Jiraiya, who handed him a scroll and told him to sit down. "Okay kid, the Kyuubi's chakra is not like normal chakra, it is pure, and I stress to say this conscious energy. What I mean by that is the chakra basically has a mind of its own and it moves on its own. So if you just work with it trying to find out how it works or basically trying to understand it, and the only way to do that is to either meditate with it active or train with it, and you will be doing both today, so start with meditation." Naruto then sat down and began meditating with the chakra. An hour went by, and now Naruto was able to manipulate into forms such as fists and legs. Okay kid, time for physical training. Jiraiya then made some hand seals and activated his stone-toed stomach jutsu and increased Naruto. This jutsu also makes a good training area for very powerful jutsu, or in your case chakra control. Jiraiya then sealed the toad stomach, and Naruto began practicing attacks and manipulating his chakra into attacks. After an hour of that, Naruto finally emerged with a new jutsu that Naruto called Chakra Sword, and the name fit for when Naruto concentrated hard enough, the chakra would form into a sword, and it was powerful enough to cut clean through a tree. Well, I didn't expect you to get something like that, but that just means that your training is that much better. You two are dismissed, and Naruto try to be here every day at about 9:30 and on weekends no training, he said with a smile. But why? Naruto said while the chakra receded back into his body. Well, she is your girlfriend, right? Jiraiya said with a pervy smile. Yes, Naruto said with a blush on both of their faces. We'll use the weekends as couples time. You know, dates and spending time together, Jiraiya said while he walked away. Sorry, I almost completely forgot you were here. Can I make it up to you? Naruto said with a blush. That's okay, Naruto-kun, let's just get some lunch and then we can go to a movie. Okay, she said with a small smile. Sure, lunch and a movie sounds great. I'm buying. Okay, Naruto said while grabbing Hinata's hand. Oh, Naruto-kun, I could never make you pay for it all, she said while pushing her fingers together. No, I want to go to Hinata-chan. It is the least I can do to make up for ignoring you during my training. I mean, the least I could have done is ask pervy sage if you could spar with me. Naruto then leans his head over and kiss Hinata on the cheek. Oh okay, and Naruto-kun, she then gives him a kiss back, except she kissed him on the lips. And before they knew it, they were making out and walking at the same time. At least until they had to pull apart for breath. Hinata-chan, of all the things that we do, I like kissing the most. It makes me feel like I'm flying, and it just keeps getting better every time, Naruto said with a blush and a smile. I like it a lot, Naruto. And I feel the same way, she said while gripping his hand tighter. When they finally entered the village, Naruto asked Hinata where she wanted to eat, and she, of course knowing exactly what he liked, suggested Ichiraku, and Naruto being Naruto went ecstatic from the idea, and so they both sat down to a nice ramen-filled lunch. How's your pork ramen, Naruto-kun, she said with a smile. Great as always, thanks Hinata. And how's your miso ramen? He said while slurping down a noodle. It's fine, thank you, Naruto-kun. Would you like to try? She then grabbed some of her ramen and fed it to Naruto, and before they knew it, they were feeding each other. And what are you two looking at? And the old man just looked at each other and smiled. You two. We always knew that you two would end up together. They then went back to washing dishes and making ramen. Then Naruto-kun, how about that movie, she said with a blush. Sure. Here, let me leave the money. Come on, let's go. Naruto then grabbed her hand and they walked over to the theater. So what do you want to watch, Hinata-chan, he said while looking at all the titles. How about a romantic horror film, she said, pointing at a scary zombie movie called The Dead Walk. Sure, Hinata. Naruto then handed the movie clerk the money and bought 2 tickets. The movie went on for about 2 hours before Naruto and Hinata walked out holding hands, and Naruto with a stunned look on his face. I hope that something like that doesn't happen, he said while shaking his head, trying to get the thoughts out of his head. Oh, Naruto-kun, are you scared, she said with a giggle. Yes, aren't you? I mean, zombies didn't die no matter what you did to them. Naruto then got a shiver. Oh, it's okay, Naruto-kun. At least the couple died together, she said looking up at the sky. Well, if it was me and you, then neither of us would die. I promise, he said with a serious face. Yeah, I make that promise right now, Hinata-chan. As long as I breathe, I will defend you to the end, he said while looking into Hinata's eyes, and then they went into a very passionate kiss that they have shared so far. They only parted for breath, and after Hinata went into her home, Naruto just quietly walked home as it began to rain. He just kept walking, not even giving the rain any thought. But instead of going inside, he went out back and continued his chakra training all through the night until about 2 a.m. when he finally collapsed from exhaustion and the pain from being under such intense chakra for so long and fell asleep outside. He was picked up by a figure that carried him into his house and placed him on his bed. And every day went pretty much the same, from training with Jiraiya, spending time with Hinata, who still has not told Naruto that she made it to the finals, and every weekend Hinata and Naruto were inseparable, not even by their senseis, and it continued until the day before the finals. Chapter 11. Day before Chunin Hinata's secret. Naruto woke up and got dressed and as usual met Hinata at the front gate, and they both ran to training with Jiraiya and as always caught him peeping again. So Hinata-chan, how should we bust him this time? Naruto said with his prankster face on. How about we? Well, surprise me, Naruto-kun, as she said that. Naruto then made his way in for the kill. Very slowly he crept up to Pervy Sage until he was about 5 inches away from him. Naruto then made a hand seal and took 2 fingers and implanted them in Jiraiya's backside, only to launch him a good 30 feet in pain and right in front of the girls he was peeping on. Jiraiya got quite a few lumps, but not as many as usual. Okay kid, you got me, but did you have to use the secret finger jutsu? Jiraiya said while rubbing his butt. You bet I did. So what do we do today? After all, it is the day before the final round of Naruto said with an excited look. Here's what we're going to do. Nothing, Jiraiya said with a smile. What? But it's the day before, Naruto said with a dropped jaw. Yeah, I know, the day before. You should be using this day to rest up and get your chakra levels to their peak understanding. Here, how about I treat you two to lunch at Ichiraku's? Jiraiya said with a smile, knowing that Naruto could not refuse free ramen. Sure, let's go, Naruto said while grabbing Hinata's hand. I just can't get over how cute you two are together. Young love, Jiraiya said with a sigh at the last part. Hey, what was that sign for pervy sage? Naruto and Hinata looked at him with a puzzled look on their face. Well, if you must know. When I was young I never had a date because I spent all my time chasing after one woman who was not in the least interested in me, Jiraiya said with a deeper, more depressed sigh. Really, that reminds me of me back before I asked Hinata-chan out. I was chasing after Sakura-chan, but I got rejected every time. But then I saw the signs that Hinata-chan was giving me and I went for it, Naruto said while putting his arm around Hinata. Well, at least you knew when to give up on a lost cause. As for me, I didn't, and all that got me was lumps and being yelled at and called a baka, Jiraiya said with an even sadder tone. Oh, come now, Jiraiya-sama. As are the words of my love. Never give up, Hinata said with a bright smile. Ha. Easy for you to say. You two already got what you two always wanted. Oh well, I have all the ladies in the world who want a piece of me, Jiraiya said, striking a pose with a thumbs up at the two genin. They both sighed while they arrived at Ichiraku's ramen shop and they all ordered miso ramen and some rice balls. But right as they all got done they just noticed that Jiraiya had disappeared and left the two genin to pay for him and themselves. That cheap scat perv. I swear I'm going to kill him. Naruto said while taking out Gama-chan and paid for their meals. It is okay, Naruto-kun. I should have seen it coming, she said with a sigh. No, Hinata-chan, it is not your fault. It's that cheap scat pervy sage. You should not blame yourself for things that are not your fault all the time. Yes, Hiashi-sama, sorry Naruto, she was cut off by Naruto. He is your father, isn't he? He's the one that always keeps you down and calls you worthless, Naruto said with a serious face. Why yes, she said as a tear went down her cheek and was whipped away by Naruto's thumb. Hinata-chan. Naruto said, startling Hinata. Don't you dare listen to him. You are the strongest and most beautiful person I know. So when he says that you're weak and worthless, you just remember that it doesn't matter what he thinks, it only matters what you think. At least it is what I learned, and you know what, I know it is right. People would call me every name under the rainbow, but I always told myself that they were wrong, and that I was strong, and look at me now. He was stopped by a sobbing Hinata who had started hugging him. Thank you and Naruto-kun, I don't know what IW would do without you, she said, while turning her head to receive a kiss from Naruto. After about a minute of hugging and kissing and comforting, Naruto finally said something. You're the strongest person in my book, Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a kind voice. Thanks, Naruto-kun, needed to get that out of me, she said, whipping away the last tear on her face. Oh Naruto-kun, I just remembered. I forgot to tell you that I made it to the finals as well, she said with a smile. What? Really? Oh Hinata, that is great. See, I told you that you were strong. Aw man, that is so awesome, Hinata-chan, let's make together, Naruto said as he kept ranting on, but Hinata was thinking about something completely different. Oh, Naruto-kun. I would love to make friends with you, but it just won't happen. Because only one person can make, not two, that means that we are going to have to fight even if we don't want to, she said in her head and nodded to everything Naruto was saying, because she couldn't live with herself if she crushed Naruto confidence. And Hinata-chan, I do realize that we might have to fight. Not very excited about that, but even so we should still be happy, at least one of us will make it, and I hope you do, Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a smile. Hinata could only stare in shock, he knew, and he didn't care, not to mention he wants her to win. Well, good luck to both of us, she said with a smile. Come on, let's go for a walk together with Hinata-chan. Well, we are both still genin, Naruto said with a foxy smile. Okay Naruto, she said while grabbing her hand. But what he didn't understand was every time they walked by a Hyuga, Hinata would release hands and get a good distance away from him. Hinata, why is it every time we come near your house or near you get all weird, Naruto said while scratching the back of his head. Well Naruto-kun, I never told my father that I was seeing you and all the normal Hyugas that you see at the door or guarding the front gate I know personally, and they agreed to keep it a secret. She was cut off by Naruto. Why would you want to keep this a secret? I mean, I know your dad's not nice, but he was cut off by Hinata's crying and explaining. Oh Naruto-kun, you don't understand, he wants me to marry a Hyuga, and if he found out that we were together then he would break us apart, she said while dropping to the ground in tears. Naruto was silent at first, still trying to let this new information sink in. Fuck him. He scares Hinata. I love you and there is no way some old bastard is going to take you away from me. Not now, not ever, he said with a serious face that she had never seen before. There was even some of the Kyuubi's chakra seeping out. But Naruto-kun, she was cut off by Naruto. Do you love me? He said still with his serious voice. Yes. But she was cut off again. Then. That's all you need. If we need to, we can fight back. Wow, calm down, Naruto said with a worried voice, leaving Hinata a little confused. But did you say that too, she said with confusion. Kyuubi. He really was not happy about this either. He want to talk to us, Naruto said. Okay then, Naruto grabbed her hand and they were suddenly in Kyuubi's lair. Explain, Hinata, he said with anger. She then explained the whole situation. Damn that Hyuga bastard. No offense. He can't break up love. Kyuubi said while chakra began to boil out of him. Okay, Kyuubi-sama, he will, she said with tears in her eyes. Ha. Just let him try. I have to ask you one thing, Hinata. Do you love Naruto? Truly. He said with seriousness. Of course. I love Naruto-kun with all my heart, she said with some aggression. But then you too have my support, Kyuubi said with a thunder. Support? She said with confusion. Love is worth fighting for and I will be on your side if a fight does break out, and hey, not saying one will, but I want you to keep in mind. If you want something you have to fight for it, and don't worry, I will personally speak to Hiashi, Kyuubi said with a bright grin. But how, she said with a better voice. Well, you will see now, won't you? But first you will have to tell him about you and Kid, and if he tries anything drastic you better warn him that he will be dealing with me at his doorstep in rage, Kyuubi said with a laugh. Really, Kyuubi-sama? She said with hope in her eyes that she and Naruto would get to be together. You better believe it. If someone messes with a Kid then they are messing with me. And that just won't slide, Kyuubi said with a demonic laugh. I don't know how to thank you, Kyuubi-sama, she said with a smile. Easy. Love Naruto and be with him. And we will call it even. Oh, and if he tries anything really bad just leave it to me and Naruto, he said with a smile. Yes, Kyuubi-sama, she said with a bow. Man, I never get tired of that, Kyuubi-sama. Nobody has ever called me Sama before. So for that I thank you, Kyuubi said while thinking about how it would be if everyone called him Sama. Then in flash Naruto and Hinata were back in the park. Wow, Naruto-kun, he will help us, she said, still excited, not thinking about what would happen if it did become a battle. Yeah, I know, even if he did not support you still have me, he said, rubbing the back of his head while getting a passionate kiss from Hinata. I want to tell him now, she said with a smile. Bang, Hinata is trying to start a war already. I mean, we just found out that Kyuubi would help, Naruto said sarcastically. I know. But I feel braver than I have ever felt before, and I want to do this before I lose that confidence, she said as she began to rush home and tell her father, leaving Naruto in the dust. Naruto was struggling to catch up, and by the time he got to her door, the servant said that she had just entered Hiashi's chamber. Oh damn, was all Naruto said while he went on his way to Hiashi's chamber. Chapter 12. Secret is told. Hiashi's reaction. Naruto slowly opened the door and saw that Hinata had just sat down on a pillow in front of Hiashi, who was staring daggers at Naruto for even being in his mansion, let alone interrupting a conference with his daughter. Hiashi was about to go off on Naruto when Hinata suddenly said, "Do not yell, father, for it is him that this is about. Actually, me and Naruto." Hiashi just glared at Naruto and then nodded his head, telling Naruto he could enter. So Hinata, what is the meaning of this sudden audience, he said, still not taking his eyes off of Naruto. Father. I have been secretly dating Naruto-kun, and the minute she said the name Hiashi's eyes became inflamed in rage, and before he could go off Hinata said more that angered him beyond all reasoning, and I love him, she said with a serious voice. Hinata Hyuga. You are not only a failure, but now you try to dishonor our clan by being with this Uzumaki trash. I will not have it. You are to stay away from Uzumaki trash for the remainder of your life, and you shall serve a punishment of 2 months confined to your room, he said, still staring at Naruto. And Naruto, who was clenching his fist, trying his hardest to hold Kyuubi back, knowing that he will not speak until he knows Hinata can't anymore. You are dismissed. He said with a scream. No, I am not a father. I love him and no amount of punishment can change my mind. She was cut off by her father standing up and walking over to her as if about to grab her, until Naruto suddenly burst up and screamed at Hiashi. Hiashi Hyuga. Sit down, Naruto said with a fearsome voice that scared Hiashi to death. What? Why you are. He was cut off by Naruto. Yes. I am Kyuubi no Kitsune. And I have a bone to pick with you. Naruto then gave a mean grin. Your actions have forced me to speak. Hiashi, if your clan has a problem with me then let it be with me, not them. Kyuubi was cut off by Hiashi. Do not talk down to me, beast. You have no power, even though I know that the seals keep your power in check. And yes, it is astounding you are able to talk through Uzumaki trash, but you do not scare me. My word stays on the matter. Hiashi said with a smile as blood-red chakra began to leak out of Naruto. Insolent human. I have more power than you think. The boy and I have already fused souls and now me and him share a body. And I, being a higher lord, give blessings to Naruto and Hinata to be together, and if you have a problem, then I'm right here, come get some. Kyuubi said to the stunned Hiashi. You? What? I am her father and Hiashi was cut off by Kyuubi. Then not interfere with matters of the heart, you old fool. And besides, if you try anything to keep these two apart I will rip you in half. Kyuubi said with a smile. Just come and try it, Beast Hiashi said, getting into his Jaiken stance. Fine, but remember you asked for it. Kyuubi then flung one of his chakra tails at Hiashi, who dodged it and ran outside. Kyuubi followed, but not before telling Hinata that he would not kill her father. Come back here you coward. Kyuubi ran outside, only to see many more Hyugas ready to fight. Howard on the contrary. I was just evening the odds, he said with a smile. Really all of this just keep your daughter away from Naruto, Kyuubi said with an irritated voice. No. To keep her away from you, Beast Hiashi then gave the order for all the Hyugas to attack Naruto. Fools, Kyuubi shouted and then blasted out two more tails that wiped out and smashed into the approaching Hyugas. I will not be defeated by my mere pawns. Face me, Hiashi. Hiashi then jumped out the crowd and landed only a few yards away from Naruto. Fine. But if we are going to fight, I want this to be fair. For even I know I do not stand a chance against you. So how about a wager, Hiashi said with a smile. Wager? What sort of wager are you talking about? Kyuubi said with a surprised look. If Naruto can beat me without assistance in any shape or form from you, Hinata will be allowed to see any person she wants with all my blessing, Hiashi started with a firm voice. And if he loses, Kyuubi said with worry of the answer. When he loses, then he will never come within 50 feet of my daughter and they will never be together, Hiashi said with a smile. Allow me to ask the kid about this. For it is not my place to answer. Did you hear that you Kyuubi and I accept really even though I can't help you and if you lose? Well, you know it is a risk, but if there is a chance for me to be with Hinata-chan, then any risk is worth taking, well said, and I know you will win. Just make sure that you don't get hit by his Jaiuken, for if you do I cannot open your and it will make it that much harder to fight. Understand you sure, Kyuubi, and don't worry, you have modified my body enough that I am fast enough to dodge anything, and not to mention how good my eyes are now. Okay kid, I just want to say good luck and I know you will kick his ass. Thanks Kyuubi, now I'm taking back control. Alright, see you when you win. Naruto's red chakra resided back inside him and all of Naruto's scary features disappeared. I accept you challenge, Hiashi, Naruto said with a smile on his face. Good, so we are agreed that you will not use the fox's chakra, Hiashi said with a raised eyebrow. Yes, and when I win I will walk out of here with Hinata so we can go and get checked in for the finals, Naruto said with a smile, not realizing that Hinata was standing behind him in shock and horror that there was a chance that they would not be together, and began walking to her father's side until she was stopped dead in her tracks by Naruto's voice. Do I have your support, Hinata, because I can't do this without knowing you believing in me, he said while smiling back at her. Why yes, Naruto-kun. I know you can beat him, she said, realizing that almost purely on instinct she almost went with her father. But then let's do this, Hiashi, Naruto said with a glare at Hiashi. Fine. By the way, I will not take it easy on you. Hiashi then took his Jaiken stance. But then let's do this, Naruto took his own kind of stance. Hiashi then jumped forward and tried to blast Naruto full of chakra, only to see that no one was there until there was a sharp pain in Hiashi's side, and right on the left of him, there was Naruto giving Hiashi a very strong punch to the kidney that sent Hiashi flying a good 10 feet or so. Hiashi stood up and looked at Naruto. Well, you are faster than I thought you would be. I will not underestimate you again. Hiashi then disappeared and reappeared behind Naruto and delivered a powerful kick straight to his head and sent him flying 20 feet into a wall. Naruto got up and made about 20 shadow clones that all charged Hiashi, only to all be destroyed by a well-planned rotation jutsu, sending Naruto flying back into the same wall. Naruto got right back up and threw some shuriken at him and then performed some seals and turned 5 shuriken into about 50 and forced Hiashi into another rotation. But after the jutsu was over, Hiashi did not see Naruto and began checking the sky, only to suddenly feel a fist smashing into his jaw, sending Hiashi flying backwards into the dirt. Naruto even caused Hiashi to draw some blood. Hiashi was very angry and decided to use Divination Field 64 palm strikes. Hiashi launched toward Naruto and delivered powerful blows to all 64 points in Naruto's body. After Naruto fell to the ground, and Hiashi began walking towards Hinata to take her into her room when he heard a voice from behind him. I'm not done yet, you son of bitch, Naruto said as he got back up. Fool, even if you are standing up there is no way you can beat me without chakra. You lose, Hiashi said with a frown. If it is chakra I need, then fine. Naruto then began charging his chakra through as one by one they opened, and Naruto could only wince in pain for every one. Hiashi was stunned. The boy was doing what was supposed to be impossible without help. Hiashi could only assume that Kyuubi was helping, but he did not see an ounce of red chakra throughout Naruto's entire body. After Naruto got the last one open, Naruto performed some seals and shouted multi-shadow clone jutsu, and suddenly about 150 shadow clones burst into existence and all charged a still stunned Hiashi, who just realized he was being attacked and performed a rotation, but instead of all the clones disappearing, they all slammed down with what seemed to be a chakra sword. Hiashi was shocked because the rotation was going away and it did not even stop one of the angry Narutos. When the rotation broke all 150 Narutos with their chakra blades and began beating the man. Until Hiashi performed another rotation and blew them all up except for one. The real one who was lying on the ground holding his chest as Hiashi walked up and stared at him. That was very impressive, but you still lost. So you think then Naruto suddenly exploded in a cloud of smoke. Hiashi was frozen because there was a kunai knife on his neck and a voice from behind. You lose Hiashi-sama, Naruto said in a whisper. Hiashi just dropped to the ground in shame for he had been defeated not by a demon, but a mere genin. Naruto slowly walked away toward the also stunned and shocked Hinata. Wait. Naruto turned around to a bowing Hiashi who was on his hands and knees. Naruto Uzumaki. You have beaten me and in turn won your prize, but there is one last thing I want to ask of you, Hiashi said while looking at the boy. Yeah, what is that? Naruto said with a puzzling look on his face. Naruto, you cannot be with my daughter for she is an heiress of my clan. Hiashi was cut off by an outraged Naruto, but I won the bet. Naruto was cut off by Hiashi. Please allow me to finish. Naruto Uzumaki, I would be honored if you would become part of my clan as Naruto Uzumaki Hyuga, Hiashi said with a smile. What? You want me in your clan, Naruto said with a shocked face, not even noticing Hinata's excitement. Yes Naruto, it would be an honor to have you on the main branch of my family. So you and my daughter may be together, Hiashi said with a smile while standing up. So do you accept Naruto? Yes, anything to be with Hinata-chan, he said while looking at Hinata. Then I pronounce you Naruto Uzumaki Hyuga of the main branch and my honorary son, Hiashi said with the first smile he has ever had in a long time, or at least a smile of true happiness. Hiashi only said one last thing before giving the order to have Naruto's things moved into his new home. Take care of my daughter and it's good to have you in my family. And Hinata will show you to your new room next to hers. Naruto only had time to nod as he was suddenly overcome with hugs and kisses from Hinata, who was crying with joy. Hinata dragged him at lightning speeds to his room and she then began kissing him like no tomorrow. Great job kid. I'm proud of you, Kyuubi said with a smile. Hinata, it's late so let's go check into the finals so we can go to bed, he said with a foxy smile. Okay Naruto-kun, she said with an even bigger smile. Let's go, he said, grabbing Hinata's hand as they ran through the Hyuga mansion on their way to the sign in the booth. Naruto was overwhelmed with happiness as they ran by his broken down apartment and arrived at the booth just before it closed and signed in, so they weren't counted as forfeit. On their way back they dropped by Naruto's house so Naruto could grab his pajamas. But when they went in they realized that Hiashi had already had the things taken to Naruto's new room, so with all the speed they could muster, they ran home to get some well-deserved rest that they both needed. Chapter 13. Chunin Finals, the attack on Konoha. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and gave a loud yawn. But instead of him waking up in a broken down looking apartment, he was in a beautiful bedroom with a huge king-size bed that he had slept on, hardwood floors, oak dresser and of course all of his pictures decorating the room. Naruto got all of his clothes on with a smile this morning. He slowly walked toward the courtyard only to see Hiashi standing in the middle of it. Naruto slowly walked over to talk to him. Good morning Hiashi-sama, Naruto said with a smile. Good morning Naruto, Hiashi said with a smile. Hey, I have been wondering. Not that I don't like what you did. But why did you do it? Naruto said with his head down. Well Naruto, there are a number of reasons. 3 to be honest. Reason 1, you could not be with Hinata if you were not a Hyuga, so I had no choice there. Reason 2, you managed to beat me, meaning that you showed some impressive strength and without Kyuubi too, so that was reason 2 and reason 3, I have heard of your amazing abilities and stamina, not to mention your amazing chakra capacity, and I thought that it would be good to have those attributes in my family. There is actually a 4th reason. I knew your father very well, in fact we were best friends, and before he died he asked me to watch over you. And I guess I was blinded by hate for the Kyuubi to remember my promise, so this is my way of watching over you. You look so much like your father Naruto, even your attitude is the same. If you ever want to know about your father then just come and find me. Now you should go to breakfast, Hiashi said, ending their conversation. Thank you Hiashi-sama and I would like to know more about my father, Naruto said with a still stunned face. Okay, I will tell you whenever you want to know. Oh, and call me dad, after all I am your godfather, Hiashi said while rubbing Naruto's head and pushing him off to the dining room. Naruto could only say one word because all of what he was hearing was so much to process. Gee godfather, Naruto said as he entered the dining room. To see Hinata and Hanabi both eating breakfast and Hanabi giving Naruto an evil stare which was the only thing able to snap him out of his shock. And what are you looking at, Naruto said with a tone. The blonde-haired dummy, that's what Hanabi said while going back to her breakfast. What did you just say? He then started stomping toward Hanabi about to give her a good pounding. But was grabbed by Hinata. Oh come on, let me at her, Naruto said trying his hardest to get to Hanabi, only to be flung backwards to the seat next to Hinata. You're lucky you little shrimp that Hinata stopped me or I would have. Naruto was cut off by Hanabi. Ha, you would have what? I am an heiress and a stupid commoner like you can't hurt me without punishment, Hanabi said with an evil smile. Naruto just grinned right back. I am not a commoner, in fact I am part of your family. I am your step-brother, he said with an evil grin, so you better hope that I don't see you alone you little squirt, Naruto said with his still evil voice. Be brother. Hanabi said with a shocked tone, just now realizing that this was the kid that beat her father. And then she went silent, scary silent. Hinata could only giggle at the two of them. Then Hanabi just suddenly spoke out, brother, I have never had a brother. She then shot up and began dragging Naruto away from the table. Naruto, still chewing food, could not say anything. Until he swallowed. Hey, where are you taking me you little pest, he said, still unable to escape Hanabi's grasp. The play dress up, she said with an evil stare at Naruto. The dress up. Hinata helping me was all he could say as he was dragged into his new sister's room. Hinata was just as surprised as anyone else, even her father was shocked at Hanabi's response. I mean, who would have guessed that Hanabi was going to drag Naruto into her room to dress up? After about 10 minutes Naruto finally came running out of her room dressed in a lavender dress and high heels. What did you do to me, he said with shock as the whole dining room became lit up with laughter. You're right brother, lavender is not your color, it looks better on Hinata, Hanabi said while reaching for Naruto. Oh no, you don't, I am out here before I come out looking like a swimsuit model. Naruto then was gone in a puff of smoke followed by Hanabi. Got to lose her. But how? Oh, I got shadow clone jutsu. One shadow clone popped up. Now you play with Hanabi today while me and Hinata-chan go to the arena. The clone only responded with a simple okay Naruto, then ran towards the dining room after he knew his clone was captured. Okay Hinata-chan, let's go to the finals. Oh Ash. I mean dad, are you coming to the arena to watch us? Naruto said with a foxy grin. Certainly son. Why would I miss my daughter and my new stepson win the exam? Hiashi said with a smile. Cool. Come on Hinata-chan, Naruto said while grabbing her hand and running out the door, not realizing that he was still wearing the dress. Hinata just giggles and said Naruto, the dress, she said holding up one side of it. I forgot to take off the stupid dress. Naruto then shot right through the door to get changed. Hiashi just smiled at Hinata and said he forgot about the dress, didn't he? Yep, he sure did, Hinata said as they both gave a huge laugh. After about a minute Naruto was back outside wearing his normal attire. Naruto, where is your orange jacket, she said with a puzzled look. Oh. Well, I didn't feel like wearing that to the exam, he said with a smile. But Hinata was more intent on looking at his nice biceps and abs that he was getting. Hinata, are you ready to go, he said waving his hand in her face. Oh. Sorry, Naruto-kun. Yeah, let's go. They then ran all the way to the stadium, only stopping for a quick bit at Ichiraku's for some quick ramen. When they finally arrived they were met by Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, Lee, and Kiba, who all noticed that Naruto was also wearing a Hyuga emblem on the sleeve of his shirt that even Hinata managed to miss, probably because she was too busy staring at Naruto's chest. Naruto, why in the world are you wearing a Hyuga emblem? Kiba said with a confused voice. But before Naruto could answer, a prompter said Naruto's name so he could begin his fight. Naruto Uzumaki Hyuga, please come with me and you too, Rock Lee. You two are up. Everybody only stared at Naruto and shocked Naruto Hyuga. But by the time they could say anything, Naruto and Lee were already inside the stadium. They all had to run up to the competitors' balcony so they would not miss Naruto and Lee's fight. When they got there the referee had just waved his hand for the match to begin. Yashi. Naruto-kun, let's give these people a good show while showing them the power of our youth. Lee said with a guy stance, letting his teeth glisten in the sun. Lee, after this I want to train with you and Guy. Okay, Naruto said with a grin right back at him. Yashi. Naruto-kun, I would be honored to have one so powerful train with me. Now then let's get to our battle. Lee then disappeared behind Naruto, only to land a powerful leaf whirlwind kick to a shadow clone. Lee then regained his composure and began looking for Naruto, who also in a flash was right next to Lee, and then they both began throwing light speed punches and kicks at each other that could only be described as blurs of green and orange. Lee and Naruto both landed powerful punches on each other but ignored the pain and kept up a furious barrage of kicks and punches. The rest of the gang could only look down at the two colored blurs in amazement because Naruto and Lee were actually evenly matched in speed and power until they all heard a great crash. Lee had just removed his training weights that made giant craters in the ground upon impact, and Naruto just smiled and removed the ones he was using as well. Now it was a battle that was no longer visible, or at least invisible to the naked eye, as Lee and Naruto could only be seen by Hinata's Byakugan that could barely track them as well. Lee and Naruto both landed an enormously powerful kick on each other, sending each blur hurtling into a wall with a large crash. Well Naruto-kun, your speed is perfectly matched with mine. This truly will be an interesting match, Lee said with a bright smile as they both got up and charged at each other at superhuman speeds. Naruto then just smiled after receiving a powerful kick from Lee. You may be able to handle one of me, Lee, but how do you think you will handle 100? Naruto then called out his signature jutsu, and at least 100 clones appeared and all charged the amazed Lee. Yashi, was all Lee could say as he was put on pure defensive, trying not to be hit by any of the other Narutos, only able to pop one at a time as they came in. Lee then did what he knew had to be done. He opened one of his celestial gates, and suddenly all the Narutos were destroyed, and Lee stood there, power flowing through him. Naruto just smiled and let out his own special power. Naruto then became engulfed in red chakra, not blood red, because that is the really evil Kyuubi chakra. Just red. But Naruto's facial expression stayed the same, and then the two powered-up genin went toe-to-toe. The only problem was that Lee had a limited amount of time with his gates, and Naruto had an infinite amount of chakra at his disposal. But suddenly, before they could try to end the fight, some strange feathers began falling all over the stadium. Naruto-kun, what is going on? Lee said as he closed his gate. I don't know. But I feel sleepy. All of a sudden then Lee and Naruto dropped down to the ground and fell asleep. Lee and the rest of, well, everyone was asleep except for Kakashi and the other Jonin and Sakura, who was instructed to wake up all her friends with the genjutsu releases that she was taught. After about 5 minutes of rushing and evading enemy ninja, she was finally at the last person, Naruto. She then went through the seals and woke him from the. After Naruto was awake, all the genin ran up to Kakashi and Guy for orders. Chapter 14. Naruto's rage. Kakashi looked at the genin for a second until he finally spoke up. Okay guys, our village is under attack, and I know most of you are strong enough to do it alone. But I want all of you in a group going through the village, taking out all enemy shinobi, both sound and sand, Kakashi said after blocking and kicking a sound ninja. Understood, they all said in unison, and then in a flash the genin were gone. Kakashi, do you think they will be okay? Guy said with a worried tone. Yes, I think so. Why are you not worried about them? Don't have confidence in your students, Kakashi said while smiling behind his mask. Of course I do. It's Kurenai's, Asuma's, and your team, Kakashi, Guy said with a smile, but when he looked, Kakashi was gone. Damn you, Kakashi, why do you have to act so cool? Guy said with red flames in his eyes. Smash, Lee just kicked a sound genin through a wall. My apologies, but you were attacking our village. They ran into ninja genin after genin and a few here and there. Sasuke is also with the group he arrived with during Naruto's fight. They just kept going through more and more genin and without even breaking a sweat, and they did give a very good workout, almost a challenge. But that all stopped when they came face to face with 9 shinobi, all Jounin level. Guys, this could be very big problem, Sakura said with a nervous voice. Yes, she is right. Jounin are not pushovers, and I think 2 of them are actually special Jounin or black ops of their own village, Niji said, while studying his opponent's chakra signatures. But I am afraid that we don't have a choice because they are approaching the hideout for the villagers and the school children. We have to engage them or there will be more casualties than we want, Niji said with a serious voice. Wait. Who is? It's Kabuto and he is helping with the sand and sound. He is a traitor, Niji said with a serious yet surprised face. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get them, Naruto said with some anticipation. Suddenly 6 more Jounin joined the rest of the other Jounin. Oh great, now we are outnumbered, Naruto said with a frown. Allow us to help you. A dead voice said from behind them. Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari walked up to the group. Gaara, how are you doing? Naruto said with some excitement. Much better, Naruto, and you, Gaara said with a smile at Naruto. Fine, Gaara. So you ready to kick some ass? Naruto said with a fist to Gaara. Sure. I could some exercise, Gaara said with a shrug. Naruto. You know Gaara, Sakura said with a confused look. Yeah. He and I stayed in the same room together and we talked for a few hours and found out that we have a lot in common. One thing led to another and now we are best friends. Right, Gaara, Naruto said with a foxy grin. Yes, Naruto, Gaara said with a smile, and to show my thanks for friending me and bring me out of that black abyss of sorrow, we are going to help your village get rid of your invaders, Gaara said with some enthusiasm. Then let's do it, Naruto shouted as they all jumped down from the building to engage their opponents. I will take Kabuto and his friend, Naruto said with a smile. Sorry loser, but he is mine, Sasuke said with a grin. Damn you, Sasuke. Naruto then punched a sound Jounin into a wall. And the battle began, but Naruto ended up fighting Kabuto because Kabuto was instructed to take Naruto down, not Sasuke. Ha, Sasuke, I get 2 versus him, Naruto said with a smile. Shut up, you loser, and pay attention, Sasuke said with a smile when Kabuto smashed a fist into Naruto's face. Naruto got up and looked around to see that all of his teammates except Sasuke, who was using the curse mark, were having even more trouble than he was when suddenly he felt his entire body go numb in pain. Kabuto was cutting his tendons in his arms and legs. And after that was done, Kabuto picked Naruto up off the ground by his shirt. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. You are going to die today, and so are all your little friends. To think after all those little speeches about how you are going to be Hokage. Well, how are you going to do that if you're dead? Oh, but don't worry, you won't die yet. "You see over there that lady fighting Hinata? I instructed her to kill her very slowly so you could watch, and she should be doing it right. You see the first shuriken is in place now, my special friend. No, I want you to watch her die," Kabuto said while turning Naruto's head back to Hinata, who was about to be killed by some sort of sword wielded by the ninja. Naruto's mind went haywire slowly. Blood-red chakra began oozing from his body until it got so hot that Kabuto had to let go so he did not get burned, and the house behind Naruto actually caught fire. And in a flash, 3 enormous red tails burst out of Naruto, and the chakra began to make Naruto into an image of a fox with big red chakra ears and 3 massive tails. Naruto's eyes were blood red, but what he didn't notice was because of this the whole battle stopped and all the enemy jounin could only stare in horror. Naruto's canines were as long as 4 centimeters and his claws were about 5 cm. He was breathing killer intent that could be felt miles away. Naruto just glared right at the jounin that tried to kill Hinata. But in a flash Naruto had a claw around Kabuto's neck and in one fast movement flung him straight through the 5-foot thick wall of the village, and with one word Naruto was on the loose. "Nobody hurts my precious people," and with that said Naruto shot forward, killing 5 jounin on his way to kill the woman, who was stunned with fear as she looked into the eyes of the animal in front of her. Naruto flung a fist forward and hit the woman in the stomach and sent her about 50 feet into a wall. And when her eyes opened she was being picked up by the creature again, but this time instead of hitting her, he just took his claw and rammed it through her, and she let out a blood-churning scream that echoed through the village. "Oh no. Guy, come on, we have a serious problem," Kakashi said with wide eyes. "Kurenai, Asuma, I need your help now." All 4 jounin began going at top speed to the source of the killer intent that they all knew as Kyuubi. "Please let me go." The women shouted and Naruto just pumped red chakra into his hand until the woman finally died, and then he turned around and looked at the rest of the enemy jounin and gave a look of death. The jounin all tried to scatter but were knocked into each other by 3 large chakra tails, and the tails wrapped around all the jounin and dragged them towards the inhuman sight that used to be Naruto, and all the jounin could only scream in terror as they were dragged closer and closer that they could almost taste his killer intent. But the chakra tails were severed by a Chidori. The enemies all crowded behind the leaf jounin. Naruto then screamed again and released another gruesome tail of chakra. And with one step from Naruto the ground cracked into a huge caves that led down about 25 feet. Naruto just glared at the jounin that he did not even remember. All Naruto could think about was kill for Hinata. Suddenly from behind the jounin a huge tail burst from the earth and wrapped around the unconscious Hinata who he thought was dead. "Kakashi, what do we do? He obviously thinks she is dead and is defending her violently," Kurenai said with worry for her student. "I'm afraid that it is up to him. If we approach he will kill you without hesitation, I'm sure. But if we don't stop him he could kill everyone." Kakashi was cut off by a deafening scream from Naruto, a scream of sorrow. As Naruto dropped to his knees he began to cry, thinking he was too late to save Hinata. Until a thought came across as he remembered the person who tried to make him watch her die. Then like a switch Naruto let out another scream, this time in rage, as he set Hinata's unconscious body on the ground and shouted one word: "Kabuto." And with that like a flash of lightning Naruto was through the hole in the wall, looking for the traitor who in one last futile move, hid his chakra from the beast, knowing that if it found him, it would surely rip him apart. But right as Naruto was about to let out another scream Jiraiya popped up and planted a seal on Naruto's forehead, and like magic all the chakra went right back inside of him, and Naruto was knocked out cold, his body badly damaged from the chakra. "Good job Jiraiya," Kakashi said as all the 4 of them and the genin slowly walked outside to see a knocked out Naruto. "Thanks, I knew if this went on much longer that the chakra would have overloaded Naruto and killed him. I only have one question. What caused such a massive transformation?" Jiraiya said, looking at the genin until Gaara spoke up. "Simple. Like what happens with me." Naruto saw a loved one who had just died, or so he thought. When Hinata was knocked out by whatever poison that was on the shuriken. I guess Naruto thought the worst and went into a blind rage. "If it were me I would be Shukaku already," Gaara said while glaring at Naruto. "I see. So she isn't." He was cut off by Kakashi's "No. I will take Naruto to the hospital. God knows he needs it." "Oh yes, and the rest of you," Jiraiya said looking at the rest of the genin. "You are not to tell anybody, not even your parents, about what just happened today. And especially not Naruto. Just because he did this does not mean that he is a monster," Jiraiya said with a serious face. "We know, Jiraiya-sama. We have already seen Naruto like this or something like this, and we understand why it happened, and we can assure you that Naruto will not be treated differently," Neji said with a straight face. "Good, because he needs support and comfort more than any of you realize, and I don't think he could take it if his own friends shunned him like the other villagers do. Oh, and if Hinata wants to know what happened, it is okay to tell her, seeing as she has already seen him like this and that she is his girlfriend and deserves to know." Jiraiya then began walking off through the smoke towards the hospital with Naruto in his arms. Did you or something else? Jiraiya walked in through the front door of the hospital and put Naruto down on a stretcher and told them that he needs to be treated for third-degree chakra burns and extensive internal chakra damage. The nurses quickly rushed him to the nearest open room they could find. And Jiraiya went up to the Hokage mountain to think about some things. Oh boy kid, how in the world am I going to teach you proper chakra control? Hey, I know I could teach the little knucklehead the Rasengan. Yeah, that should help him a lot, Jiraiya thought to himself as he began back down the mountain to see the Hokage. Chapter 15. The funeral. Naruto slowly began to wake up in his little hospital room, and when he was awake he was overcome with pain all over his body. What the hell? Why am I covered in bandages and what the hell happened? He said out loud, but the comment did not go unheard. You don't remember what you did. You almost got me and you killed it. Four Tails, what the hell is wrong with you? Kyuubi was cut off by Naruto, who began asking questions about the Four Tails. What are you talking about? What happened yesterday? And why am I covered in bandages? Naruto said as Kyuubi responded. Oh kid. I can't tell you. It is just too sad, and I know if I told you, it would destroy you. It is better that you find out on your own, or at least until you remember, Kyuubi said with the saddest voice he has ever used. What? Sad? What are you talking about? Whatever, I will just ask Hinata-chan. She knows everything, Naruto said with a smile. Oh kid, you're going to make me say it, isn't you? You can't ask what Hinata-chan, Kyuubi said with an even sadder voice. Why is she on a mission or something? Naruto said with a puzzled look. Oh damn kid. Can you make this any harder to say? Kid. She's dead, Kyuubi said with a sad voice that didn't seem to go away. Dead. You're kidding me, right? You're messing with me again, Naruto said, hoping to God that Kyuubi was just messing around. Kid. I'm afraid that this time I am not messing around. She is dead. We saw it with our own eyes yesterday, Kyuubi said as he could feel Naruto begin to tap into his chakra again. But suddenly Naruto's memory came back and he remembered everything. After the flashback was over, Naruto was shocked, sad, and miserable all at the same time, but they were all blanketed by rage that was growing inside of him. She is dead. Kabuto was all Naruto said. Kyuubi only had time for one thing to say before Naruto fully tapped into son of a bitch. Me and my big mouth, and with that Naruto grew a tail, and the bed became inflamed. The fire alarms went off and began spraying water all over the room. And when the nurse came in to see what was happening, she could only scream as Naruto punched a hole in the wall and leaped out. His friends who had just arrived heard everything and even felt the killer intent and were up to the room in a flash. All they saw was a shocked nurse, severely burnt bed, and a hole in the wall with claw marks. Hinata had woken up and went with them, and now she wanted answers as to what happened, and her friends began to explain on their way to catch the obviously enraged Naruto. Naruto was hopping from rooftop to rooftop when he overheard a conversation between two villagers. Did you hear the Hokage was killed? One man said to the other. Yeah, I did, and they said that the funeral is today at 9 a.m. He said as it began to rain. What the old man too. How many more of my precious people are they going to take away? Naruto then let out a scream of sadness that echoed through the village as another tail burst from his body, and in one powerful jump from his legs, he was on top of the Hokage mountain. Kyuubi only had one thing to say: fuck those dumbass villagers. Well, I'm dead, Kyuubi said with a shrug. Naruto's friends, who had just got done explaining everything that happened, saw Naruto jump to the mountain face and ride away as fast as they could go. Were on their way there, but none were as fast as Hinata, because her Naruto was in more pain right now that she could feel it even as far as they were, and he needed her right now, so she used every bit of her chakra to carry her to the mountain. When they finally arrived, all they could see was this large bubble of chakra on top of the mountain's head. They all knew that it was Naruto, and right now he was in a massive amount of pain. Hinata dropped to her knees and started crying because the pain from Naruto was so intense that it hurt. The only one that knew that they were all there was Kyuubi, and no matter how much he screamed at Naruto, it did no good, so Kyuubi did what Kyuubi does. He got up, went over to Naruto and punched him in the face. And if you're wondering how, Kyuubi manipulates his chakra into form so it can leave the cage. Now that Kyuubi had his attention, Kyuubi began saying as calmly as he knew how by screaming, "You dumbass. God, how much do I have to do before you listen? If you would put down that little bubble you got up with my chakra, you would see your friends." And how do I say this? Hinata standing outside. Now get your act together and go to your woman. But you said I know what I said. Listen to what I am saying now. She is alive. I don't know how, but she is standing out there crying because you are hurting. Now if you don't get your ass out there right now, so help me, I will give you the biggest ass kicking you have ever gotten. Now move it, he said with a roar. The bubble that surrounded Naruto slowly began to go down, and the chakra just vanished into thin air, and Naruto ran as fast as he could to Hinata, and she did the same until they were hugging like no tomorrow and kissing like they haven't seen each other in 50 years. Hinata-chan, I thought I lost you, Naruto said with some tears going down his cheek. "It's okay Naruto, I'm right here and I'm not going anywhere," she said while giving him another kiss. "It hurt so much. You don't know how happy I am that you are still alive," Naruto said, hugging her tighter. "Naruto, I know I felt every little bit of your pain. And I never want to feel it again," she said while tears rolled down her cheek. They were completely oblivious to the audience they had, who after a few minutes decided to make this a group hug. Kyuubi only gave a sigh of relief that now he did not have to worry about Naruto going nuts. Man, so glad that's over. I need a nap. Someone will wake me up in 5 or 6 years, Kyuubi said as he fell into a nice deep sleep. Naruto gave the first smile of his day and said, "It looks like somebody is tired." Everybody looked at him in confusion and then realized that Naruto was talking to someone inside his head who they all knew as Kyuubi. "Let me guess, Naruto-kun. Kyuubi is snoring," Hinata said with a smile as they began to walk down the mountain in the rain. "Yeah, and it is a little bit annoying. I wish he would shut up. I mean, I know he is tired, but does he snore like a giant bear?" Naruto said while banging his head with his hand. The others only began to laugh at the blonde knucklehead. "Naruto-kun, I don't mean to hurt you, but I have some bad news." She was cut off by Naruto. "The old man is dead, I know. I heard some of the townspeople talking," Naruto said, dropping his head. "Then let's get home and get ready for the funeral. It is in an hour," Hinata said while gripping Naruto's hand tightly. The group split up except for Naruto, Hinata, and Neji, who were on their way to the mansion to get their black clothes for the funeral. After they were all dressed, they all met up with the rest of the group at the funeral. One by one they all paid their respects and not one person said a word, especially not Naruto, who was way too shaken to say anything anyway. After finding out Hinata was dead, then the Hokage, then Hinata's isn't dead, that could leave any person without speech for months. As each person paid their respects, Naruto found himself leaving Hinata's side and going over to Konohamaru to give some comfort and strength. After a few minutes Naruto began chatting with Kyuubi, who he thought was still asleep. "Hey kid, how are you doing?" Kyuubi said in a caring voice, knowing full well that Naruto was in pain. "Okay. I guess. At least as far as things go. I wish I could have done something to prevent this," Naruto said while clenching his fist. "Wow kid. Slow down. If you start getting mad, then you start using my chakra. I know it is hard to accept, but people die and he died the noblest of ways. A way that all Hokages want to die. Defending their village. So all you can do to help his memory is become Hokage yourself and kick some serious ass. Oh, and don't forget you have a girlfriend and family to defend now, so don't get cocky," Kyuubi said with a smile. "Thanks Kyuubi. I always thought you were some sore old fox who just wanted to kill," Naruto said to Kyuubi. "I was. But because of you. I know I'm a big emotional furball. And it sucks. I miss wanting to kill 24/7. But now I'm worried about people. And not to mention the rest of those damn feelings. I hate you kid," Kyuubi said with an annoyed voice. Yeah. Shut up you big emotional furball," Naruto said, trying his hardest to hold back his laughing. But failing. He then began to laugh out loud, and thank God the funeral was over and everyone was going home. "Naruto-kun, what is so funny?" Hinata said with a puzzled face. "Yes son, what is the laughing for?" Hiashi said. "Hey Kyuubi. He is mad. Because I gave him emotions. So now I call him that. The emotional furball," Naruto said as he began laughing again. "Oh, it is so funny you big softy," Naruto said to himself. Hinata, Hiashi, and Hanabi also joined in on the joke. "I mean, how many chances do you get to laugh at a demon for being emotional?" Kyuubi then came out in some chakra. "Shut up. God, stop laughing. Did I hate you? When I told you I thought you would keep it to yourself. And then you go and tell them. I hate you. Oh, shut up you big emotional furball," Naruto said as the demon disappeared and the laughter became more intense. "Sorry, we are supposed to be sad," Naruto said, whipping a tear of laughter from his face. "It is okay son. Laughing makes the pain go away faster," Hiashi said while whipping his own tears. "I have never laughed at demons before. And especially not for being emotional. I needed a laugh like that," Hiashi said. "Yes, Naruto-kun was hysterical. Only you could change a bloodthirsty demon into an emotional furball," Hinata said with another laugh. "Brother. I found out it was a clone," Hanabi said with an evil tone. "Why you did? Oh damn. I don't want to wear a dress," Naruto said in a sad voice. "Oh, don't worry brother, I won't dress you up anymore. I just want you to make more clones because for some reason that clone liked dress up," Hanabi said with a smile. "He what? Oh my god. What was my clone thinking?" Naruto said with a depressed voice. "Oh, it is okay Naruto-kun. I guess you are just as emotional as Kyuubi," Hinata said while wrapping an arm around Naruto. "Thanks Hinata-chan, that really means a lot," Naruto said with a sarcastic voice. "Son. Me and you are going to have the talk," was all Hiashi said with a surprised face when Naruto answered. "Oh please. I am still trying to forget Kyuubi's talk and I thank you for remembering it." Naruto then got a shiver. "Kyuubi gave you the talk. Well, I can't imagine how a demon would explain it," Hiashi said with a puzzled look. "Yeah. Well, they do it verbally and physically and I think it scared me for life," Naruto said with a depressed voice. "Physically? Well, that is a new one. I don't think I want any more details, Hiashi said as they entered the mansion to get some rest, even though it was still only 2 p.m. But it is still only 2 o'clock, and I am not dried yet, Naruto said with a shrug. Well, I know that, but it is raining outside, and what are you going to do until dinner? Easy. Train. Training in the rain always builds better skills, Naruto said with a foxy grin. Yeah, and a cold Hanabi said. I don't get sick, Naruto said with a serious voice. Okay son, just try not to kill yourself, okay, Hiashi said as he began to walk towards his chamber. Naruto went outside and immediately did the proper hand seals and summoned the toad mouth trap and began training his red chakra. After an hour of training physically, he then began meditating outside in the rain. Slowly with his mind, the two tails whipped around and began following his commands to destroy specific trees instead of all trees, and after another hour of that, Naruto came out of his meditation and began commanding his tails again, and they then followed every order. And with a certain amount of control, he could sharpen his tails to a point they were sharper than the sharpest sword, and he could cut through rock like paper. Naruto looked at the Hyuga mansion and said to himself, I will be strong enough to defend all of you, Naruto said with a smile. But instead of drawing his tails, Naruto left them out because Kyuubi said if Naruto kept them out for long periods of time, he could control the blood red chakra better and even have mental control when they came. So Naruto left the tails out for an extended period of 2 hours, which during the time he went on a long walk. As Naruto approached the front entrance of the mansion, he withdrew the chakra and the tails slowly went back into his body. It was dinner time and he could smell food, so he had to come home, for it was food that he needed because he missed breakfast and lunch. Naruto slowly walked through the door to see his family sitting at the table passing food all around, which made him wish he had one sooner, but he wasn't complaining, he had one now. He sat down and began eating his food. So soon, how was your training? Hiashi asked with a curious look. Oh, it was great, I guess. There are just some things that I have been wondering about that don't really make sense, Naruto said with a sad yet confused face. Well, what is it, son? Hiashi said. Well, I was wondering. Why is it when I use the blood red chakra, why do I lose control and the ability to tell right from wrong? Naruto asked with a frown. Son, I don't know a lot about Kyuubi's chakra other than it has a mind of its own. If you want that answered, you will have to ask Kyuubi, Hiashi said with a straight face as Naruto began to go silent, which he knew as Naruto talking to Kyuubi. Kyuubi, did you hear my question? Yes kid, and the answer is simple. That chakra is my primal chakra. You see, whatever emotion you were feeling when you activated them is the way they control you. For example, when you saw Hinata die, you felt enraged and wanted to kill the Jounin that did it. So when the chakra was activated, they made you into a bloodthirsty monster. So really how they are is dependent on how you feel at the time of their activation, Kyuubi said with a straight face, but then his face went sad. The only flaw with that chakra is, if used, they do give unimaginable power. But at a great price. They shorten your lifespan, and while they are active they are constantly killing you and healing you at the same time, but if too much of that chakra is released, then I am afraid that the killing will outbalance the healing and you will die. So that is why I do not want you using them unless it is a grave situation. I understand. Naruto then stopped the conversation and finished his meal, and with a few hugs and kisses from Hinata he went to bed, still thinking about what Kyuubi said about the blood red chakra. Chapter 16. Journey begins. Itachi makes an appearance. Naruto had just begun to have a nightmare about him gaining 9 blood red tails and destroying everything and destroying himself when his alarm clock went off. Naruto slowly got up out of his bed and got dressed because he knew that it was time for him to go train with Lee and Guy. After Naruto got dressed, he ran to the kitchen and saw no one was awake except for the nice servant he met on his first date with Hinata. Good morning sir, she said with a bow. Good morning. You don't have to call me sir. Just Naruto, and then he bowed back. Okay Naruto. Are you hungry? She said with a smile. Yeah. So you have any ramen? Naruto said to her. Well, it just so happens I did make some this morning. How does pork miso ramen sound to you? She said with a bright smile. That sounds awesome, Naruto said as his belly rumbled in agreement. Well, I guess someone is hungrier than I thought, she said with a giggle. Yeah, I guess I didn't get enough dinner. Oh, and could you give me about 5 bowls of ramen? I am kind of in a hurry, Naruto said while rubbing his tummy. That 5 bowls? Are you sure? She said with a shocked face. Yeah. I know normally I eat at least 12, but I don't have time today, Naruto said with a foxy grin. Naruto, how in the world can someone so small eat so much? She said as she put down 5 bowls of ramen, only to watch them be devoured in less than a minute. Okay, I can see that you have the appetite of a pig. So I'm going to have to stock up on food in order for the rest of us to survive. She said as they began laughing together, and as soon as the laughing stopped, Naruto was out the door. And after the door closed, Hinata came into the dining room only to find 5 empty bowls of ramen. Good morning, miss, the servant said. Good morning. Was that Naruto-kun? She said with a confused look. Yes, it was. And just let me say your boyfriend has the biggest appetite I have ever seen, she said with a smile. Yes, I know he does. At least I don't have to worry about him starving to death, Hinata said as they both began laughing. Meanwhile, Naruto was just joining Lee and Guy for their daily training session. Good morning, fuzzy brows and big fuzzy brows, Naruto said with a wave to the two ninjas. Good morning, Naruto-kun. I can see that the flames of youth burn brightly in you today. Good, because Lee here needs a sparring partner with as much youthful power as he has, Guy said, while striking a Guy pose. What? All I understood was sparring partner, Naruto said while he scratched the back of his head. Well, come on, Naruto-kun, you must be ready for your sparring match with Lee, so do some warm-up stretches with Lee, Guy said while directing Naruto over to where Lee was doing push-ups with huge 100-pound bricks on his back. Are you crazy? Look at that weight, was what Naruto said while staring at the weights with his mouth agape. You are right, Naruto-kun. Lee gained more weight. This is a way to light weights for a warm-up, Guy ordered for Lee. Lee quickly ran and got 200-pound weights for him and his partner. Good work, Lee. Here, Naruto, I will help you get this on. Just getting into a push-up position, Naruto was even more shocked but was not about to argue, at the risk of getting even more weight added. As soon as Naruto was in the push-up position, Guy dropped the weight on his back and Naruto began doing push-ups. Lee managed to do about 300, while Naruto only got 100 done. Okay, good, Lee, Naruto, it is time to spar, so when I say begin you two go at it full on. Game then raised his hand and Lee and Naruto just disappeared and began kicking and punching all over the place. After an hour of sparring, Lee and Naruto were both very tired, so Naruto thought it was time he left for training with Pervy Sage. Naruto waved goodbye to Guy and Lee as he began his walk out of the village to Jiraiya's training ground, only to find a note on a stump that read, "Dear Naruto, I am at the hot spring, so hurry up and get down here on the double. P.S. Bring all your supplies that you would bring for a long mission. Because me and you have a mission together, so don't argue or complain and hurry up and get over here, you knucklehead." What a mission. Oh well, I better get my things and fast. Oh, I can't wait. Maybe while we are on this mission I will learn some new jutsu. After saying that, Naruto rushed home with the speed that he got from temporarily removing his weights so he could move fast. Wait, this means I won't see Hinata-chan for who knows how long. Man. As that lazy bum Shikamaru would say, what a drag. Naruto quickly busted in through the front door and rushed over to his room and began packing all his clothes and his picture of Hinata-chan. He then closed his backpack full of stuff, ran over to the dining room and grabbed Hinata from the table and dragged her around the corner. Naruto-kun, what was that for and why do you have all that stuff, she said with a confused look. Hinata-chan and my Pervy Sage are going on a month-long mission. And I could not leave without telling you goodbye. He then leaned forward and Hinata met him halfway and they began a passionate goodbye kiss. I am going to miss you so much, Naruto-kun, she said as she hugged him close. Me too, Hinata-chan, he said, hugging her back. I love you, Naruto-kun. Please come home, okay, she said as a tear rolled down her cheek. I love you, Hinata-chan. And don't worry, I will come home better than alright, he said as they put their foreheads together and kissed one last time, Hinata making sure it was the most passionate kiss they have ever had, because to her there was a chance that Naruto would not come back and she wanted to savor every moment with him. After a good 10 minutes of kissing, Naruto ran out the door with an I love you, Hinata-chan, and just like that he was gone. Naruto quickly ran down the streets of Konoha until he was at the hot springs. He saw Jiraiya sitting on a rock writing on a little notepad. Hey Pervy Sage, what are you doing? I thought we were going somewhere, Naruto shouted to the perv. Oh, look who showed up. Of course we are now coming on. I am already behind schedule. We were supposed to leave the village 30 minutes ago, Jiraiya said while grabbing his own pack. They then left the village and began their search for Lady Tsunade. Hey Pervy Sage, what kind of mission is this anyway? It is not a mission, I just needed someone to tag along while I went to find an old friend who happens to be a very good healer and can heal Kakashi very well, Jiraiya said with a smile. What? Are you kidding me? I thought this was a mission. I could have stayed at my house and trained and been with Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a grunt. Don't worry, it will be worth it. Along with coming with me. I will be teaching you all kinds of good jutsu, Jiraiya said with a thumbs up. Really? Oh then, as long as I am going to learn new jutsu. I just miss Hinata-chan, and we haven't even been gone that long, Naruto said with a sigh. Man kid, you really are thick. I need to train you in observation skills too. Okay, come on out, I know you are there, Jiraiya said while pointing at a bush. And out came none other than Hinata. Hinata-chan. Naruto then ran over and hugged Hinata. Hello Naruto-kun, she said with a smile as she hugged him back. Hinata, what are you doing here? Naruto said with a confused face. Naruto-kun, I couldn't bear not to see you for a whole month. So I told father where I was going and he said it would be okay. And well, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. If you want me to leave I will, Hinata said with her head down. No, I would love for you to come along. In fact, I was just thinking about you, he said while they hugged some more. Okay. Break it up, I don't care if she comes, but we need to move, we are already falling behind schedule as it is. We have to get to the outpost town before sunset, otherwise we will have to camp, Jiraiya said with a smile. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Sorry for holding us up, Hinata said with a bow. It is okay, Jiraiya said as they kept walking until they reached the outpost town, and Jiraiya checked them all into a hotel. Okay, you two stay here and practice chakra control, or jutsu. While I go, Jiraiya's sentence was finished by Naruto. The perv, Naruto said with a grumble as Hinata let out a small but cute giggle. Yes. I mean no. Stop doing that. I am not a perv. I just enjoy the nightlife, so I will be out late, okay, Jiraiya said as he slammed the door. I swear, Hinata-chan, sometimes I think he spends more time being a perv than he does training me, Naruto said with a frown. Oh, Naruto-kun, you need to relax, come here so I can give you a chakra massage, Hinata said while giving Naruto a sign to come over to her bed. Naruto walked over and laid his head down on her lap, and she then began massaging his temples with chakra in her fingers. How does that feel, Naruto, she said with a smile. That feels great, Hinata-chan, I feel like all the stress from my body is just leaving me, Naruto said as he began to melt in her hands, but their peace was interrupted by knocking at the door. I'm coming, Naruto got up with a grumble because he was beginning to relax. It is probably just pervy Sage. Man, he probably forgot something. Naruto then grabbed the knob of the door and opened it, only to look into a dark figure who he thought was Sasuke at first, but then he realized that the figure was too tall, and his eyes, they were far too advanced in the Sharingan. Itachi. What the hell do you want, you bastard, Naruto said in anger. You know me, Naruto, Itachi said with a low tone. Yes. You're the one that killed Sasuke's family. Naruto said with an enraged voice. Yes. I am here to take you to the Akatsuki, Itachi said with a punch to Naruto's face that sent him flying down the hotel hall. Kisame then walked up and looked in the room. Hey Itachi, who is that? Can I kill her? Kisame said with a sharky grin. That is a Hyuga. I believe her name is Hinata. And go ahead, we only need the boy, Itachi said, but as soon as the words passed his lips, the whole hall began to fill with killer intent. I see we have angered him. Don't worry, he has no control over his powers, Itachi said as the floor suddenly cracked open and a chakra tail smashed each of them into the wall. So you would think, Itachi, Naruto said as blood-red chakra seeped out of his body. Impossible. He has already merged with the demon, Itachi said with a shocked tone. I have to end this now. Itachi then jumped forward and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and then Itachi was suddenly in a dark room surrounded by killer intent. Then a voice came up from the darkness. Itachi Uchiha. Get the hell out of here now, the voice yelled, and suddenly Itachi was flung out of Naruto's mind. God, I am afraid that my Sharingan has no power over the beast, Itachi said with a worried voice. Nobody threatens Hinata-chan, and then Naruto made some fast seals and activated the toad mouth trap jutsu. Where in the world did a kid like that learn a technique like that, Kisame said as the whole room became a giant toad's stomach. That would be my doing. Jiraiya walked in through the stomach wall. Jiraiya, Itachi said. Itachi, Kisame. I see you met Naruto, Jiraiya said while signaling Naruto to calm down. And I am afraid that this is the end for you two, for no one has ever survived the toad mouth jutsu, Jiraiya said, while moving his hands forward, sending a mountain of flesh towards the two ninja. Come on, Kisame, Itachi said as they both began running down the hall. And after they turned the corner there was an explosion, and Jiraiya and Naruto jumped into action. When they arrived, all they saw was a giant hole in the wall covered in black flames. This is some powerful jutsu, Jiraiya said while whipping out a scroll, then performed a seal and sealed the flames into the scroll. You should go check on Hinata, Jiraiya said to Naruto, who actually was already halfway there. Hinata-chan. Are you okay? Naruto said while hugging Hinata. Yes, Naruto-kun. Those eyes, when I looked at them. No matter how much I wanted to. I couldn't move, she said, hugging Naruto. Then they both heard someone scream dynamic entry and then hug crash. Naruto and Hinata rushed over only to see a knocked out Jiraiya and a very sorry guy. Hello, Naruto-kun, and Hinata-chan, guy said with a smile. Guy-sensei. Why did you kick pervy Sage? Naruto said with squinted eyes at him. Well, you see, I pursued Itachi and Kisame after they took down Sasuke, and when I heard the explosion, I assumed it was them, so I used my forehead protector to peer in through the hole in the wall, and I saw a figure, so I thought it was one of the two ninja, and decided to use my dynamic entree technique, and well, then I hit Jiraiya. Well, when he wakes up, tell him I am sorry. I have to pursue the ninja before they get too far. Goodbye, you two, guy said as he jumped out the hole. Damn that Itachi. He hurt Sasuke. Now we need to find pervy Sage's healer friend, Naruto said with an angry voice. It is okay, Naruto-kun. Sasuke-kun is strong. I am sure he will be fine until we find this lady, Hinata said, holding Naruto's hand. Yeah, I guess you're right. But how are we going to wake up this dreaming perv? Naruto said as he got his prank face on Hinata-chan. You have seen my pervy jutsu, right? Naruto said with a grin. Yes. But why do you ask? Hinata said with a frown. Because I am going to use it to wake up pervy Sage. Naruto, before waiting for Hinata's response, went through the seals and turned into a naked lady and shook his stuff in Jiraiya's face. www. Jiraiya woke up and began getting nosebleeds and drooling uncontrollably. "It's you, my dream girl," Jiraiya said with a pervy voice. "Yes, it is me. Now can we please leave now?" Naruto said in a girly voice. "OHH. Of course we can," Jiraiya said as he began to reach out for Naruto's packages, only to get a punch in the nose as the girl disappeared in a puff of smoke. "You really are a little perv, aren't you, pervy sage?" Naruto said with a mad face. "No. I'm a big one," Jiraiya said while twiddled his fingers in front of himself. Hinata, who was still blushing from Naruto's jutsu, decided to speak up. Can we please leave now?" she said with a respectful voice. "Sure, Hinata. And why can't you be more like her, you little blonde-haired pain in my neck?" Jiraiya said with a frustrated look. "Because I don't respect senile old pervs like you," Naruto growled. Hinata could only sigh in frustration as the two went at a verbal fight all the way to a clearing in which they set up camp and finally went to sleep. Chapter 17. The bet with Tsunade. Naruto had just begun to wake up when his eyes flung open and his nose went nuts from the smell of food. Naruto jumped out of the tent only to see his plate was already waiting for him. Naruto ran over and ate his eggs and bacon. And before they left, Jiraiya walked over to Naruto and showed him something. "What are you doing, pervy sage?" Naruto said while staring at the balloon. "You'll see." After a few seconds the balloon began to move around like a crazy thing until it popped. "Wow. What did you do?" Naruto said with a surprised look. "That my pupil is the first stage of the Rasengan. So here is a balloon. Now then, this first stage is all about speed. You want to get your chakra moving fast enough inside the balloon to a point it explodes. Not deflates," Jiraiya said to Naruto. Naruto then began attempting the Rasengan. After about 30 minutes he had it. The first stage was done and Jiraiya was a little surprised and jealous, for it took him at least a month to master the first stage. So Jiraiya shows Naruto stage 2 and they began walking towards the town where the Jiraiya heard was the last place Tsunade was seen. After a full day of walking they all sat down for a break and while Jiraiya was writing in his notepad there was an explosion of chakra. Jiraiya got up and looked around in battle mode only to find Naruto and shattered remains of a ball. "What? You already mastered stage 2. That took me almost a year to get down," Jiraiya said with jealous tone. "Really? Because that was pretty easy to me," Naruto said while putting his hands behind his head. "Oh, you kid, well, we have 3 more days until we reach the supposed town where Tsunade is. Here I am going to teach you the third and final stage. Which might I ask is the hardest. Now you have all the time in the world to master this one. But pay attention to my example because I am only going over it once." Jiraiya then brought out another ball and began doing the third stage. The chakra inside the ball began to spin faster and faster, stronger and stronger, yet the balloon never popped. This was stage 3. It combines the speed you used with the balloon with the power you used with the ball. This stage is harder because there are no cutting corners here, kid. It all needs to be perfectly balanced. Otherwise you will never master it. This one took me years to get down. Jiraiya then threw a balloon to Naruto and began walking. "Hey, aren't you going to watch me do this?" Naruto shouted. "No. You can do it on the way to the next town." Jiraiya then just kept walking. "Fine. Come on, Hinata-chan. We better catch up." They both then ran up next to Jiraiya. They kept walking until they reached a little outpost town and the whole way they could hear Naruto popping balloons the whole way to the town. They stop by a gambling shop and Jiraiya goes in for information while Hinata and Naruto wait outside. "Excuse me, do you have any information on this lady?" Jiraiya held up a picture of Tsunade. "Oh yeah, I have seen her. She sucks at gambling. I will tell you where she went after a little wager," the man said. "Okay, sure." Jiraiya sat down and the man went on explaining the game and at the same time another man was trying to get Naruto and Hinata to play. "Come on, kids. If you roll an odd then it's Han. And if you roll an even then it's Cho," the guy said to them while throwing the dice up and down. "Hey, can't you see that I'm busy?" Naruto said while blowing up a balloon. "Whatever, kid. How about you? You're cute. You single?" the man said to the blushing Hinata. "What did you say?" "No, she is not single, she's with me, you perv," Naruto said with an angry voice. "Whatever, kid," the guy then turned around. Meanwhile the other guy told Jiraiya the same rules. "Okay, so we agreed. If you win then I will tell you what you want to know. And if you lose then I will make you pay 100 for the info." Jiraiya then shook his head and said, "I want Han." The man then rolled the dice inside the cup and flung it to the ground and lifted up the cup a little, and it was Cho. "Oh no, Cho. That was my last bit of money." As that was said there was an explosion of chakra and the dice rolled over and became Han. "Yes, Han, thank you, Naruto, haha, I win now." "Tell me," the man was shocked. "Fine," and then he told Jiraiya where she was headed and that she was actually still in town just at the richer part of Tinsukia town. "Thank you. Come on, Naruto and Hinata, let go before she leaves again," Jiraiya said while dragging Naruto by the collar, who was about to kill the gambling man for hitting on Hinata again. "Tell her to lose the shrimp and get with a real man who that steamed him up. Hey kid, come and get a scratch ticket. Everyone loves the lottery," she said handing him a ticket and when he scratched it he won 1,000 and filled Gumachan full. "This kid is a natural at gambling. Better keep him away from Tsunade." If she found out about his lick she would use him for evil, Jiraiya thought to himself as they walked up a trail towards a castle. But when they arrived all they saw was Ruble. "Run giant snake," a villager said running away from the Ruble. "Giant snake, hey wait, I fought one of those," Naruto said with a frown. "Come on, something tells me that Tsunade was here," and knowing that she was probably at a bar drinking, Jiraiya then dragged them down the hill and found Tsunade right where he thought she would be. "Come on." "But that's a bar," Naruto said. "Yes I know, and as long as you behave and don't do anything stupid." Naruto. Jiraiya glared at Naruto. Fine. They then walked in and joined the two ladies. Now I am going to skip a lot of Tsunade's conversation because it is long and would probably take up its own chapter. After a long engaged talk about the good old days, Jiraiya finally got down to business. "Okay Tsunade, the reason why I am here is because the village chose you to be Hokage and we need your healing expertise," Jiraiya said with a serious face. "Hokage is a fool's game," she said, and then Naruto went off. "She became Hokage. Never. Besides, why would the village want a cranky old bat to be Hokage anyway? And how dare she talk like that about the Hokage? I should beat the snot out her for that," Naruto said while glaring at the boy, and then she went off. "Okay kid. Let's take this outside," she said, slamming her hands on the table. Gladly they both stormed out of the bar, and Tsunade said that she would only need a finger to beat Naruto. "You're going to need more than that to beat me." Naruto then charged at her and tried to punch her, but was dodged, and then he found a finger on his forehead. And then he was flying backwards. "Man, she's tough. If I want even a chance at beating her I need to do something," and now Naruto thought to himself as he was interrupted by Tsunade. "So kid, what makes you so testy about Hokage?" she said with a firm voice. "I'm testy because one day I am going to become Hokage because that is my dream," Naruto said with a grin as she went into shock for some reason. "She's distracted, this is my chance." He then started forming a Rasengan in his hand, or at least an incomplete one, and tried to slam it into Tsunade. "That jutsu. It's the Rasengan," but where she then slammed Naruto's Rasengan into the ground and looked at Jiraiya. "You should know better than to teach him that jutsu. Honestly, you know that only you and the fourth could do that." She was cut off by Naruto. "I bet I can master it in 3 days," Naruto said with his confident smile. "Really? Better watch what you say kid, I just might take you up on that bet," she said with a smile. "I never go back on my word, for that is my ninja way," he said with a confident smile again. "Fine. A week is what I will give you. And if you win I will renounce what I said about Hokage and think of you as worthy of becoming Hokage. And just to show you that I know you won't make it, I will even throw in my necklace," she said while tapping the necklace that lay just above her breasts. "Keep it, I don't want it," Naruto said as Jiraiya screamed at him. "You idiot, that necklace is worth gold mines and the gold inside," he said with an angry face. "What? Okay deal. Man, it's always money with this kid," he thought. "Come on Hinata-chan, I need to train. Do you want to come with?" he said looking at Hinata. "Sure Naruto-kun. I would love to." They then ran down the road. She must be his teammate, Tsunade thought to herself, not noticing the ways they looked at each other. Tsunade and Jiraiya both walked back into the bar and Shizune just followed Naruto. It took Shizune about 3 hours to find out where Naruto went. It was about 10 o'clock at night, and when she found them Naruto passed out on Hinata's lap. Obviously he was working himself to death trying to master the jutsu. But then she saw Hinata lean down and kiss him on the lips and massage his temples with chakra in his sleep. "Wow, I guess she has a secret crush on him," Shizune thought to herself. Then Naruto woke up and asked Hinata if she was tired and that they should probably go to the hotel for some rest. Chapter 18. The Stone of Life, Kyuubi, bring us back. When Hinata woke up all she saw was Shizune shaking her head. "He has already gone to train, hasn't he?" she said with her head down. "Afraid so," Shizune said with a sad voice. "He only has 1 day left to master the jutsu." "Oh, Naruto-kun. Please don't hurt yourself," Hinata thought as her head dropped down. "Hinata. I want to tell someone about what happened before you arrived in town. Can I trust you to not tell Jiraiya or Naruto?" Shizune said while putting down Tuntun. "By the way, Tuntun is a pig." "Yes," she said, looking at Shizune. Then Shizune explained about Orochimaru and his sinister plan and deal. And after about an hour of explaining they decided to check on Naruto. They looked and looked and looked but could not find Naruto. When they checked the training ground that Hinata and Naruto were at he was not there, but there were signs of him being there, for every tree looked scared and as did the rocks. They looked for about 6 hours, and it was now about 5 p.m. Hinata and Shizune were both very worried. And after another 2 hours of searching they found him. He was at a new training ground, and when they found him he had serious injuries on his hands, and the whole landscape looked like a tornado had come through. Hinata ran over and picked up his head and began crying. She was so happy that they found him before something really bad happened. Shizune and Hinata took him back to the hotel and called in Tsunade so she could have a look at the boy. He has some serious chakra depletion and his hands are badly burned. He will be out for at least 2 days. Tsunade then walked out of the room. Hinata fell asleep on Naruto's chest and Shizune fell asleep in a chair. The next morning when they both awoke all they did not see Naruto, he was already gone. But then Shizune remembered what the date was and panicked because it was the day that Tsunade was supposed to make a choice whether or not to heal Orochimaru's hands or not. So Hinata and Shizune went to find Jiraiya, who was passed out on a bar stool. They woke him up and informed him of the situation, and then they were about to get Naruto. But he was actually in the tree behind them ready to try his luck in the bet. They told him and Jiraiya, and then they all took off toward the location where the deal was going down. When they arrived, they found rubles all over the place from where Tsunade punched something. They then used Hinata's Byakugan to find them, and as it turns out they were only a short run away. When they arrived, Tsunade had blood on her and was shaking from her hemophobia, and Kabuto was about to kick her when Jiraiya shot forward and punched him away. "Orochimaru, I thought I smelled a snake," Jiraiya said with a mean look. "Shizune, Naruto, and Hinata took his eyes, and I will handle Orochimaru." Jiraiya then jump over and begin fighting Orochimaru. "Oh. Naruto and Hinata. I see that you two are still alive. Good, because it will be my pleasure to kill you," Kabuto said as he activated his chakra scalpels. Naruto and Hinata both took their stances, and Shizune just brought out her needles dipped in poison. Kabuto made 3 clones and began fighting the 3 ninja. Kabuto used his chakra scalpels to disable Shizune's tendons so she could not move, but not before she breathed out a huge cloud of poison on the clone. Naruto just removed his weights and destroyed his clone in a flash. Hinata just dodged Kabuto over and over until she saw an opening and struck the clone with a Gyuukin strike. The real Kabuto only laughed and then jumped forward and began fighting Hinata and Naruto at the same time. He gave Naruto a huge punch that sent him flying towards Jiraiya and Orochimaru's fight, and a huge snake popped up and smashed into Naruto, breaking his ribs and an ankle. Kabuto then adjusted his glasses and looked at Hinata. "Well. I guess it is just me and you now. I will kill you slowly." Kabuto just jumped forward and cut the distracted Hinata's tendons. She managed to land one Gyuukin strike on his chest, but for some reason it did not do a thing. "Well, I only wish Naruto was alive to see me kill you." Maybe then he would have snapped out of his stupid fantasy world and realized that in order for a dream to come true, you have to try and survive. But oh well. Kabuto then reactivated his scalpels and was about to cut Hinata's heart arteries when he felt a claw grab him from behind. When he turned around, it was Naruto glowing red with chakra, but he was not out of control because he practiced enough to control one blood red tail of chakra. Naruto then raised his hand in the air and suddenly red chakra began to form in his hand. It then formed a little ball of swirling chakra, and Naruto punched it straight into Kabuto's chest and shouted Rasengan. It burrowed into his stomach about 6 inches in, and then Kabuto went flying about 50 feet away, smashing into a rock. "That boy. He is the one I fought in the forest. I have to kill him, otherwise he will become a problem in the future." Orochimaru then jumped off of his snake and began running full speed toward Naruto. Jiraiya tried to stop him but was stopped by his huge tongue that flung Jiraiya into the ground. Orochimaru then whipped a huge long sword from his mouth and pointed straight at Naruto and ran full speed. Naruto was tending to Hinata, who saw Orochimaru coming and pushed Naruto out of the way and tried to sacrifice herself, but was pushed right back by Naruto, who then let out a scream when Orochimaru's blade rammed through him. Naruto just looked down at the blade and then took a claw and scratched off Orochimaru's leg and punched him about 100 feet back. Naruto pulled out the blade and fell backwards into a crying Hinata's arms. "Naruto-kun. Please don't leave. Don't die," she shouted at him. "Die? How can I die?" "It was barely even a scratch," Naruto said as he coughed up some blood. Naruto's eyes started getting heavy. "Naruto. Please don't leave me like this. I love you so much. You can't go, you just can't," she shouted as she brought Naruto's head to her chest. This incident snapped Tsunade out of her hemophobia and she ran over to Naruto screaming his name and began trying to heal the wound. "Hey. Granny Tsunade. I did it. I did the Rasengan," Naruto said with a whisper. "Naruto, just stay with me please. Please," she shouted as Naruto closed his eyes. "Naruto." Hinata shouted. "Oh great, we are dying. Perfect. It's getting dark. I can't see." Kyuubi said inside Naruto as Naruto died. Hinata began to cry and hug Naruto as Tsunade stopped after 10 straight minutes of healing. Jiraiya walked over with his head down after Orochimaru ran off with Kabuto. Jiraiya then picked up Naruto's body, which Tsunade had to pry Hinata off of first. "Come on ladies. We need to get back to Konoha," Jiraiya said with a sorrowful voice. "Fuck this, I am not letting us die here, I am not ready." "Kid wakes up, let's do this before anything we pass away," Kyuubi said, waking up Naruto. "Kyuubi. You're out of your cage," Naruto said with a sad voice as he said, "We're dead, aren't we?" "Yep. But that is okay," he was cut off by Naruto. "Okay. We are dead. I will never get to be Hokage, I will never see Hinata-chan again," he said with anger. "Are you going to help me or what? Because I am a demon, we get a second chance at life. How do you think we demons always manage to come back again and again?" Kyuubi said while lifting some weird stone from the ground. "Then we come back to life," Naruto said with a surprised look. "No shit. Now help me lift this. Naruto and Kyuubi both lifted a huge stone up. Now I have not died before, so this should work, should I? Oh, just touch the stone. Naruto and Kyuubi both touched the stone, and it began to glow. Yes. We are pure. Now comes the pain. Get ready. Pain. Ow, son of a bitch, this hurt. Naruto and Kyuubi both screamed at the same time. It is cleaning us of all death. Just keep grabbing it until it is done. Kyuubi screamed at Naruto, and after 10 minutes of intense pain, it all stopped. Is it over? Naruto said with a hopeful voice. Yep. We are back in your body. All we have to do is wait for your body to realize we are here. Hopefully your body is smarter than you are, Kyuubi said with a sarcastic voice. Hey, how long have we been dead? 3 years. What? No, I am just kidding. Let's see. 2 days. Your friends should be arriving in the village right now. Don't scare me like that, Naruto said to the laughing Kyuubi. Hey, your body figured it out. Took it long enough. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and the others just walked in the village, and it was raining. Naruto's friends all ran to greet them, but all their moods went from happy to horrified when they saw the lifeless Naruto and the crying face of Hinata. His friends all bowed their heads and began crying as the Jiraiya passed. But suddenly Naruto's jacket began to glow a bright red. And when they lifted up his shirt, the seal was glowing, and then Naruto took a deep breath and his heart began beating again, and Jiraiya like a switch dropped him lightly, and they all began hugging the unconscious Naruto, and Hinata began kissing him and laughing at the same time, for her Naruto was alive and she couldn't hold back now. Jiraiya then picked him up and carried him to the hospital for some rest, and of course everyone followed, hoping to see Naruto wake up before they placed him in the room. We're alive. Fuck you, now that is what I am talking about. Thank you, Stone of Life. Stone of Life. Is that what it was? No shit, I just said that. Now get some sleep. Coming back to life is very tiring for me, and you, I am sure. But when Kyuubi finished the sentence, Naruto was already snoring. I will never understand you. All I know is you better get ready for tomorrow because you are not going to get a second alone. Kyuubi said as he fell asleep and then smiled when he thought of how everyone would react to Naruto in the morning. Chapter 19. Naruto and Hinata's mission. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and jumped his head up and began feeling his body to make sure he was solid again. Naruto then got up from the hospital bed and did some quick stretches. Oh man. I need some breakfast. Maybe some ramen. Your ramen. Wait, why is my memory all fuzzy? I can't remember anything. Not even how I got here, Naruto said with a puzzled look. Because we died, you idiot. God, are you really that thick? Kyuubi said with an annoyed voice. Why am I all tingly? Wait, it is starting to hurt. All suddenly a huge shock of pain overcame Naruto's entire body. What is going on? Oh. This is so painful, Naruto shouted, and some nurses came running in and threw Naruto in the bed and tried to calm him. Naruto, what is wrong? One nurse said. My face. Body. Pain was all he could say before he screamed again. And like magic the pain was gone, and Naruto could hear the nurses' whispers like they were yelling. AHH. Shut up, you are too loud. But Naruto. We are whispering. How did you hear us? The ladies then looked at his eyes, which were slitted. What's wrong with your eyes? What? My eyes. Naruto then felt some pain, and then his eyes could see everything, every tiny detail in the walls and on the nurses. His smell was also different, he could smell his favorite ramen being cooked 2 miles away. What is happening to me? I can hear, see, and smell everything, Naruto shouted at the nurses, who then ran out of the room. I see that. You are still having painful spasms, right? Well, this is another effect of our fusing. Your senses have been completely altered. Amazing, your senses are almost 20 times better than that of a normal human. The last process that will happen is our chakra shall fuse together to make one new chakra, and let me tell you, this will be the most painful. For your body will have to get used to the new chakra, and let me tell you, it is a long and painful process. But when it is done you will triple in power, Kyuubi said with a great fox grin. Sounds fun. Except for the painful part, Naruto said with a sarcastic voice. Oh, don't be such a baby, now get out there and get used to your new senses. Kyuubi then ended the conversation. Naruto got up and began walking toward the door, and after signing himself out of the hospital, he then went to his favorite place to eat Ichiraku's ramen. Naruto ran down the street holding his stomach, and it just so happened that his friends were all coming up the road next to him, meaning they were going to see how he was doing. Well, he ran by them on the opposite side of the road to go eat. Hey old man. Pork miso ramen on the double, and you better make it at least 15 bowls, Naruto said while rubbing his stomach. Okay, haven't seen you in a while, Naruto. Where have you been? It was getting quiet around here without my best customer, he said with a smile as he brought out the first bowl. On a mission. It was long. I got to learn a new technique and get the new Hokage. And I died while we were on it, Naruto said the last part with a depressed and sad tone. You what? You can't die. If you die, there goes my business. Not to mention what it would do to your girlfriend, he said with a sad voice as well. Naruto then felt a tear roll down his eye, and he then lost his appetite and walked off, not even bothering to eat the second bowl. He only paid for the first and second. Poor boy. Must have hit a nerve. Got to learn to keep my trap shut. I put Hinata-chan through the same pain I went through. I know I can't live without her. And I know she feels the same. Damn that Orochimaru. Why couldn't I have been stronger? Naruto screamed at himself as he went home. Kit. Don't take it so hard. You died protecting a loved one, and that is an honorable way to die, and besides you're not dead now, are you? No, you're not, you are just as alive as anyone else. Yeah, but at what price? Naruto said with depression. What if I am only a ghost, or if I die anyway, and this is just to say goodbye? You won't. The stone gives life and expects nothing back. Or at least only the first time. If we ever die again, I am afraid that there will be a price. The stone will shorten your life by half and half again and again, every time it brings you back. But don't worry, we won't die again, so this one was a freebie. Your life is still as long as anyone else's, but for some reason Kyuubi's words did not cheer him up. Meanwhile, his friends were just arriving in the hospital. And we were asking for Naruto's room. Excuse me, can we have Naruto Uzumaki Hyuga's room please? Hinata said. Naruto left about 10 minutes ago. He checked himself out and ran off holding his stomach in hunger, she said as all of the ninja rushed down the street towards the one place they knew he would be for food. Hey old man, did you see Naruto today? Kiba said with a stern voice. Yes. But I am afraid that you just missed him. He is not too happy. He only ate one bowl of ramen then he left. Maybe it was something I said. I mean, he said he died on a mission and I thought he was kidding and said how business would be down without him and how much you would miss him, Hinata. Then I guess I struck a nerve and he ran off in that direction about 5 minutes ago. He said pointing down the road, and as soon as he pointed the way they all ran down the road that led to the Hyuga household. Naruto was sitting in the garden looking down at nothing when Hiashi came over and sat down next to him. I heard about what happened on the mission, Hiashi said with a caring tone. You did, huh? Naruto said with a sad voice. Yes. And what I don't understand is why you are sad. You saved my daughter and you came back to life, Hiashi said with a worried voice. I know. But what I can't get over is that. If it wasn't for Kyuubi, I really would still be dead and I would not be coming back. And Hinata-chan. I could not bear to put her through that, he said while looking down. I see this is about my daughter. Naruto. Look at yourself. I know about what if, but what you keep missing is there is no if for this. You are alive, not dead, and that is all that matters, and yes, Hinata would be the most miserable person without you. But are you gone? He said as Naruto raised his head. No. I am alive and I was not beat. I sacrificed myself for someone I love and I am still here. Naruto said with a happy, determined voice. That's my boy. Now go out there and enjoy life and don't spend time worrying about the what ifs, but worry about the now. Now get out there and give my daughter some love, he said, turning Naruto's head towards the crying Hinata that stood behind them. Hinata-chan. Naruto shouted as he got up and ran over to her, and she ran to him. Naruto-kun. She shouted back as they ran into each other's arms and engaged in an extremely passionate kiss. I thought I lost you, Naruto-kun, she said as a tear ran down her cheek. But you didn't, and I promise I am not going anywhere. Believe it. He then kissed her again on the lips and she began licking his lips and they then began violent tongue wrestling. I love you so much, Naruto-kun, she said as she broke out in tears. I don't know what I would do if you were gone. I love Hinata-chan so much. But as a wise man once said, don't spend your life worrying about the what ifs when you could worry about the now, and I am not gone to my no, and I am not going anywhere until I die of old age, Naruto said while kissing away a tear and then looked over at the smiling Hiashi. You're right. Come on, the rest of your friends want to see you, she said with a smile. They then walked outside and Naruto was jumped by all his friends. Sakura, Ino, and Tenten were both hugging the knucklehead, while Naruto bowed his head to Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru, Choji, Niji, and Sasuke, but Lee just jumped forward and hugged Naruto, almost breaking his spine. I am so glad that the flames of youth still burn brightly in your eyes, Naruto. I knew that no evil tyrant like Orochimaru could defeat someone as youthful as you. Lee then let go and struck a guy pose. Lee, even to this day I still don't know what you are talking about, Naruto said with a confused look, while the rest of his friends began laughing until their ribs hurt. Finally someone else agrees with me, Niji said while whipping away a tear after such intense laughter. Niji-sense, when do you laugh, Naruto said. Hey, I am not completely emotional. Look at Hiashi, you got him to smile and even laugh, Niji said with a frown. Oh, and Naruto, the Hokage wanted me to give this to you, Shikamaru said, handing Naruto a summons from the Hokage. Granny Tsunade. I have to go see her and pervy sage, Naruto said with a smile. I know. That is what this says. God, what a drag, Shikamaru said. Naruto then planted a passionate kiss on Hinata and then ran at full speed toward the Hokage building. He then knocked on the door and came in only to be hugged to death by Shizune and Tsunade. Jiraiya only gave Naruto a confident smile. Naruto, you never told me that Hinata was your girlfriend, Tsunade said. What? Well, I missed the part where I had to tell you everything. And if you didn't notice, I died and was not able to say anything, Naruto said with a serious voice. Oh, be quiet and come and sit, Tsunade said with an angry tone. You have been selected to go on a mission to the Wave Country, and don't worry, it is only a simple C-ranked mission, so it should take you about a week, she said. What? A mission, bud? But. Naruto said. Shut up. You are a shinobi and missions are part of the job, and this mission is not just for you. Your teammate is outside. Now then, the mission is to check up on the people across the Great Naruto Bridge, and why someone would name a bridge after you is mysterious enough, but it seems that there have been some strange disappearances and they want someone to look into it. So because you know people there and they want to see you, I want you to go. Now get the hell out of my office and get moving. She shouted while throwing Naruto out through the window. Tsunade, was that really necessary? Shizune said. No. But I wanted to throw someone through the window, and why not him? Maybe it will teach him to stop calling me Granny, Tsunade, she said with a tone. Don't count on it, I have been trying to make him stop calling me pervy sage ever since I met the little knucklehead, Jiraiya said as Tsunade grabbed him and threw him out the window. That's because you are a perv, you old perv, she shouted to him on his way down. Ow. Granny, Tsunade sure does get angry easy, Naruto said while rubbing his butt. You tell me about it, kid, Jiraiya said while doing the same. What did you do? Naruto asked with an annoyed voice. Honestly, I have no idea, I think she is just being a bitch, Jiraiya said with a depressed voice. Anyway, here you go. It is all of your stuff that you will need on the mission. Oh, and there is a surprise waiting for you at the front gate, Jiraiya said with a pervy voice. It was Tsunade's idea, so behave yourself, kid. Or don't, whatever floats your boat. Just try not to do anything I would do, Jiraiya said with an even pervert voice. Oh, and Naruto, there is a ninja ops suit in the bag that I want you to put on. Because this mission is going to take a lot of stealth and skill, and your orange suit is not exactly stealth material. And you never know, maybe you might like this stuff better. Jiraiya then walked off and Naruto opened the bag, got the suit, and gave it a once over. How bad could it be? Naruto said as he entered a bathroom and changed into the suit. He wore a blue shirt with a black vest, a pair of black pants, and black sandals and headband to match, not to mention the mask for his face, and a special ninja cap for hiding his blonde hair. Naruto put on the cap and the mask and looked at himself in the mirror. Wow. I look so cool. I look like a jounin. And it is pretty comfortable. I might just wear it more often on my missions, but I would never get rid of my orange suit, it's my favorite, Naruto. Then I walked out of the bathroom and then began walking towards the front gate. Everyone he looked at looked away in fear, almost like he was scary or something, and then Neji walked up to him and began asking funny questions. What are you doing here and why are you up to, you outsider? Neji said with a serious voice while not making eye contact. He doesn't recognize me. I could have some fun with this, Naruto then thought up a scheme. He then changed his voice real quick with a simple jutsu that Neji somehow missed and began speaking. Hyuga Neji. I am here for your cousin, and she will be mine even if I have to kill for it, Naruto said with a scary voice. Not while I am here. Neji then entered his Jaiken stance and glared at the enemy. Fool. I didn't think that I would have to kill anyone. But it just doesn't look like that is going to happen. Naruto then vanished and appeared right behind Neji. Time to die, he said to the stunned Neji, who just now recognized the voice. Shit, I let my voice slip. Naruto. Don't do that, you knucklehead. I was ready to take you down and turn you into the Black Ops, Neji said in an annoyed voice. Well, I saw that you didn't recognize me, so I wanted to make the best of that and see if I could get you, and I got you good, Neji. Naruto then broke out in laughter as the annoyed and embarrassed Neji stormed off. Naruto then let out one last giggle and walked up to the front gate, but then shot back around the corner before his teammate could see him. He then got another devilish idea. Oh my god, it is Hinata-chan. I wonder if I can get her as bad as I got Neji. And after that, me and her can snuggle in a tent while on our first mission by ourselves. Naruto then ran a mile down the opposite side of the road until he came to the village wall and ran up and over, and then he snuck up on Hinata from behind and put his evil plan into play. He ran up with lightning fast speed and put a kunai to her throat and grabbed her mouth and dragged her into the forest. He then stopped as he felt a drop of sweat hit his hand and then brought his mouth up to her ear and began to speak in his disguised voice. Hinata Hyuga. Now my mission is complete. I finally have the Hyuga heiress in my grasp. Any last words before I kill you? Hinata, Naruto said as he felt a tear run down her cheek. And then she was gone in a puff of smoke right out of Naruto's hands, only leaving a log. A replacement jutsu. But when and how, he said as he felt a presence behind him and then two hands wrapped around his waist and then Hinata's head popped up next to his with a smile. What are you smiling at, he said. Naruto-kun. You can stop the act. I saw you around the corner with my Byakugan a long time ago and I knew you were up to something. But nice try, she said with a happy voice. Damn. Well, at least you got me faster than Neji did. I mean he really thought I was an enemy and was ready to attack and kill me, Naruto said while rubbing the back of his head. Hinata let out a small giggle, then she spoke up again after releasing him from her grasp. Let's go, handsome. We got a mission to do, she said in a teasing voice that made Naruto blush. Yes. My lady, he said in a teasing voice that made them both start laughing, but Naruto's laughter soon turned to embarrassment when he remembered what Jiraiya said about them earlier, that perv. Why would I mean I couldn't, Naruto then mentally slapped himself, getting rid of any pervy thoughts. Go kid, go kid, go kid. You can do it all night long, Kyuubi said as he began to roll on the ground in laughter that almost made him break a rib in laughter. Shut up. You are just as big a perv as Jiraiya, Naruto screamed. Hey, you were thinking it was not me, then started laughing again when Naruto started blushing. But before the conversation could continue, Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts by Hinata, who grabbed his hand. Our first mission alone together, Naruto-kun, she said as she rested her head on his shoulder. Yeah. Naruto then laid his head on her head, and they walked like that for almost 2 hours before setting up a tent and going to bed, but Naruto did not have a sleeping bag, so they shared, which made Naruto and Hinata blush. But after a good 5 minutes of silence and blushing, Hinata finally fell asleep and Naruto soon after, only to be tormented by Kyuubi's special dreams for Naruto all night long. Chapter 20. Tezumo's house. Naruto began to wake up that morning, only to find that he was a little bit warmer than usual, and when he opened his eyes he saw Hinata curled up inside his chest, and his arm was laid on top of her, and it looked like they had been snuggled up like that all night. Naruto just smiled and put his head down right behind hers and left his arm around her and tried to fall back to sleep, but just couldn't, so he just laid there looking at her until she rolled over and put her arm around him, and he just smiled again and leaned over and gave her a small kiss on the lips. She looks so beautiful when she sleeps. Like a little pal angel. Man, I wonder what time it is, Naruto thought as he looked up at the hole in the tent to see where the sun was and was surprised to find that it was still about 6 AM. Wow, it is still very early. Oh well, that just means I have more time to snuggle with Hinata-chan. And oh man, do I love to snuggle with her, Naruto then snuggled in a little deeper and fell asleep, but little did her know that Hinata was awake as well. She was just better at faking her sleep. She finally opened her eyes and saw that Naruto fell back to sleep in her arms, and all she could do was smile and snuggle deeper into his arms and lean in and kiss him on the lips. Oh, Naruto-kun. I love you so much. It is only 6. Maybe I should get up and make some breakfast and a nice warm fire. Naruto-kun is hungry, I am sure. She then slowly escaped his grasp and replaced herself in his arms with a pillow. She walked outside and started making a fire and cooking some of the things she brought like bacon and eggs, and she even made them with spices. Naruto slowly opened his eyes again to gaze at the beautiful angel that was sleeping next to him, only to find a pillow. Naruto quickly jumped up and ran outside looking for Hinata, only to find her and breakfast waiting for him. Good morning, Naruto-kun. How did you sleep, she said in a happy voice. Great, Hinata-chan. I see you made breakfast. Thank you very much, he said with a bow and walked over and grabbed a plate. Naruto-kun. She said with a quiet voice. Yes, Hinata-chan, he said while shoveling down in another slice of bacon. Why are your eyes slitted? She said in a concerned voice that almost froze Naruto. It was level 2. You remember back before the exam when I had that major change in my body? Well, this is stage 2. I have eagle eyes, an extremely powerful sense of smell and hearing to match, and I don't know if there is anything else. He then put his head down in shame. I think your eyes are even cuter now. And the rest of that stuff is great, she said, trying to cheer him up, which it worked. Thanks, Hinata. I was worried that you would not like me or something, he said as he was interrupted. Not like you. Naruto-kun, I love you with all my heart, and no amount of change can alter the way I feel about you, she said as a tear ran down both of their cheeks, and they jumped forward and went into a passionate kiss of love. And after a few minutes of kissing and hugging, they finally got back on the road. Naruto-kun. How much further is this village, she said with hope that it was close. Well. It is just up a hill, then we just have to cross a bridge that is named after me. He then began to get excited and ran up the hill to see his bridge. He then waited in anticipation for Hinata, and when she arrived he took her hand and began jumping up and down. There it is. I can't wait to see Inari, Tezumo, and Tsunami again. He then gripped her hand tighter and began bolting across the bridge in the direction of Tezumo's house. When Naruto finally got to the front door of the house, he stopped and remembered that he was wearing a ninja outfit and Inari did not know, neither did his family, so Naruto got an idea and told Hinata to go in. Well, he carried out his plan, and Hinata, being the kind of person who could never say no, and especially not to Naruto, she agreed and knocked on the door and entered with Tezumo, while Naruto went around the back to look for Inari. There he is. Okay, I am going to scare the crap out of him, Naruto thought as he snuck up to the unsuspecting Inari. Now you die, Naruto shouted, but then was shocked at what Inari said. Hey Naruto. He said in a cheerful voice. Huh. How did you know it was me? Naruto said with a puzzled look. We got a letter that said that your Hokage was sending you and someone else and that you would be dressed in a ninja mission suit instead of an orange jumpsuit, Inari said with a constant smile. So Naruto. Have you gotten any stronger or what? Well, of course I have. Do you think that I am going to become Hokage without getting stronger? What about you, have you been getting stronger and faster? Naruto said with a grin. Hell yeah. And I bet I can even beat you now. He was cut off by Naruto. Ha. Just try shrimp. You're not that strong yet, I know that. But keep training and one day you will be, Naruto said with a thumbs up to Inari. You're right, Naruto, and one day I will be able to beat you. For you are my friend and eternal rival, he said, striking a classic guy pose. Oh great. You sound like a smaller Konohamaru. Oh well, rivals just make you want to get stronger, trust me. If it wasn't for Sasuke I would never have gotten as stronger as I am now, Naruto said while scratching the back of his head. So? Naruto. Who is that girl with you anyway? Inari said with a grin. That's Hinata-chan, he said with a smile. Do you like her just like you like that pink-haired girl? Inari said with another grin. Oh yeah. I love her so much. Way more than I ever loved Sakura. And you want to know a secret? She likes me a lot, Naruto said the last part with a whisper, trying to act like he just found out. Really? You need to ask her out. Inari was cut off by Tsunami calling them in. They ran inside and sat down at the table to eat some delicious ramen that Tsunami made herself. So? Naruto, who is your friend? I don't remember her from the last time you were here, Tezumo said with a puzzled look, trying to see if he had seen the young lady before. This is Hinata-chan. And she was not with us last time because she was on her own mission with her own team, Naruto said with a grin. Is she? Yep. And we love each other a lot, Naruto said as he leaned over and gave the blushing Hinata a kiss. What? But you said, Inari yelled with a temper. I never said anything. You didn't ask if we were dating, all you said was if I liked her, and I told you, Naruto shouted back across the table to Inari. Good for you, Naruto. I was hoping that you would have gotten with that Sakura girl. But now I take it back. She is way better looking and nicer, plus she loves you and you love her, and that is all a couple needs, Tezumo said to the smiling and blushing Naruto. They all then finished their food and went to bed, and of course Naruto and Hinata shared a bed for 3 reasons. 1. Naruto and Hinata loved each other and they really liked sharing beds. 2. There was only one extra bed, it was either this bed or the attic bed. 3. Naruto had to guard her for Inari was a little perv and would try to sneak peeks at her in the shower and while she changed at night and in the morning. Naruto went to sleep that night happy because he was in bed with the woman he loved and he was going to get to officially start their mission tomorrow, but for some reason he kept getting this strange urge in his body every time him and Hinata were close like this. He even got it while they kissed and he wondered if she felt the same. What is wrong with me? I feel this strange feeling all the way down my body every time I get around Hinata. And every time it kept getting stronger. Naruto then closed his eyes and fell asleep, but Hinata was still awake and was thinking about some things as well. Why am I feeling like this around Naruto-kun? I feel this heat in my lower abdomen and it kind of feels good, and every time it happens it gets stronger and stronger. I just want to jump on Naruto-kun sometimes and I don't know why. It happens every time we kiss and when we hug or get close like this. I have to find out what it is I am feeling. Maybe Tsunami-chan will know, and after that she fell asleep in Naruto's arms. Chapter 21. Lust. And Naruto's third stage. Hinata opened her eyes to see that she was still in Naruto's arms, as if he was making sure that no one could get her from him. She only blushed and kissed him on the lips and struggled out of his grip. She got dressed and went downstairs only to find the person she wanted to talk to, for she was still thinking about what happened last night. Good morning, Tsunami-chan, Hinata said with a bow. Oh, good morning, Hinata-chan. I guess only us ladies have enough sense to get up early and start breakfast, she said with a smile. Yes. Tsunami-chan, I have a question that I need to ask you. Seeing as you are an older woman and probably know what the answer is, Hinata said with a small blush for some reason. Okay. I will do my best to answer your question, she said while putting down a dirty plate. It's about me and Naruto-kun, she said as she began to twiddle her fingers, something she hadn't done for a long time. What is it? Do you think he is cheating on you? Did he hurt you? She said with a worried face. No. Never. It has more to do with me. You see, when I am with Naruto-kun, I feel happier than I have ever been. But there is another feeling. It comes from deep within me, around my abdomen area. And it only happens when we are close to each other or when we kiss very passionately. Am I sick? Hinata said with her head down, when suddenly she heard a scream of joy from the Tsunami. I am so happy for you. She was cut off by a confused Hinata. What do you mean? She said with a puzzled face. Hinata. You are not sick, and every girl feels what you are feeling, and thank God it is with a man you love that loves you back. Hinata, you want him. She said with another squeal. Want him? What do you mean by that? She said with an even more confused look. Well, you see. That feeling you get all girls get, and it is called lust. And normally I would tell you to ignore those feelings, but you seem to have a serious case. You have learned about sex, right? She said while looking Hinata dead in the eye. Yes, I have learned about that. And yes, I was given the talk, she said with a small smile. But then I can continue. Look, what I mean by you want him is. You want to have sex with him, and your body is telling you this through that feeling. And because your case sounds so serious, I strongly advise that you act on that feeling and sleep with him. She said with the utmost seriousness. Sleep with Naruto-kun. But he would never want to, she said, still trying to absorb the information. You don't have a choice anymore. You can either sleep with him yourself and enjoy it, or wait for your lust to grow out of control and overcome you and take matters into its own hands. And trust me, he is a man and all men want to, even if they don't realize it. I know he wants you to. Oh, I have to get breakfast ready before all the guys get up. Make sure that you use that special jutsu that you girls learn, unless you want kids. She then gave Hinata one last smile and went back to cooking. I have to sleep with Naruto-kun. Otherwise I will do it anyway, except I don't have control over myself. I guess I will try sometime during the mission, seeing as father would never allow it. I never thought that I would need the jutsu that Kurenai-sensei taught me. I'm scared, what if he doesn't want to, or what if I am no good? Her head was filled with thoughts of her and Naruto all the way until breakfast. Naruto walked down the stairs while giving Inari a punch in the arm, who in turn punched him back. Good morning everyone, he said with a loud voice. Good morning Naruto, how did you sleep last night? Tezumo said while scratching the back of his head. Great. Oh, leftover ramen for breakfast. I love you guys, Naruto said as he sat down and began eating and pondering his own questions. I wonder what that smell was last night and why I felt like that anyway, Naruto said to himself, and then was startled when he got an answer. Well kid, in order. The smell was Hinata, and I am a little embarrassed to say this, but she was getting heated. You were smelling the great aroma of a female that wants you. And you were experiencing lust. Kyuubi then began to roll around his cage in laughter at Naruto's facial expression. What was all Naruto could say as Kyuubi soon began explaining. That lust is a special emotion that both males and females experience, and it is not just an emotion, it is also a very strong urge, and what I mean is you wanted Hinata last night, and she wanted you, and in my terms, you both wanted to mate. Frankly, I am okay with that. Hell, I have been with my full share of females. Good luck and better well, Kyuubi said to the still shocked Naruto. Kyuubi then began to try and take a nap before Naruto finally processed an answer. Mate, sex. And what do you mean better well, Naruto shouted at the fox. Well, you better do it. Otherwise your lust will grow and you will lose control over yourself and mate with her anyway, so I suggest you do it on your own, so you can at least enjoy it. Just use the moves I taught you in your dreams. Trust me, they work. Kyuubi then gave Naruto a very pervy smile. I thought those were just very nice dreams, Naruto yelled as he blushed a dark red. Nice dreams? No. I smelled those pheromones ever since they first started a week ago, and you know what, if you don't act soon your body will, and I don't think you will like that. Although it will be fun to watch and see how this whole ugly bag of very sexual snakes gets untangled. Kyuubi then stopped talking in order to let Naruto absorb the information. Me and Hinata-chan have sex, and after that Naruto mentally fainted. After eating, Hinata and Naruto began their mission and investigated the strange disappearances. They went door to door and store to store looking for any kind of hint as to what was going on until they got a lead as to where most of the disappearances were taking place. It was just outside town in the middle of the forest. Hinata and Naruto ran with all their speed to the spot that they were informed about to see what was going on. They stopped and began to look around the area, not knowing that they were being watched from the shadows. Would you look at that, sir? A little lady and her friend, the guy said. Yes. Finally fresh meat, and she is a ninja, which makes this one a challenge, and oh look, she is a Hyuga. Well, this is a lucky break. You know the plan to distract the punk while me and Team 2 get the girl. The other guy said with an evil smile. I am going to have a lot of fun with this beautiful little Kunoichi. He thought to himself, and his plan went into action. Naruto was searching one area about 150 yards away from Hinata at the time, while she did the same when Naruto and Hinata were attacked at the same time. Naruto just gave a smile, for his attackers were just simple bandits, and Naruto just made some shadow clones and began beating the crap out of them one at a time. But Hinata was against other ninja, most of which were and their leader a Jounin. She did her hand signs and activated her Byakugan and began taking them down one at a time as well. It was almost like they were not trying to fight her, but just distract her, and before she could respond she was hit by a needle dipped in a sleeping serum, and as soon as she fell, they picked her up and carried her away. Naruto had just finished off the last bandit and went on his way to see Hinata. But when he arrived he only found signs of a struggle and the smell of a very familiar sleeping serum. He only stood in shock after realizing that his enemies were just distracting him so they could get Hinata, and suddenly he heard a laugh coming from one of the downed. You're a fool. "We got your friend and now our master is going to do to her what he has done to all the women he captures," he said with a cough, but this was the worst thing in the world to say to Naruto right now. Suddenly blood-red chakra began to bubble from his body, and then he turned and stared the laughing shinobi right in the eyes. "What are you?" was all he said before he felt a pair of claws grasp his neck. "Where are they, and if you answer me now I may let you die quickly," Naruto said as a tail began forming behind him. "Please let me live. I was only following orders. They took her to our hideout. Here are the directions." He then handed Naruto the directions to the hideout. "One last question. What are they going to do to her?" Naruto said with an angered voice. "I don't know if I am new. All I know is that our leader is a really big, murderous, insane asswhip. But I heard from one of the other guys that he tortures the girls that he catches, then he throws them in his jail cell until he is ready to release them. Now please let me go." The man shouted to Naruto hoping for mercy, but all he did was make Naruto angrier than he has ever been in his entire life. "Ah, you dog," Naruto shouted, then rammed his claw into the man, and then dropping him to the ground and letting him die very slowly and painfully as the red chakra coursed through his body, slowly burning him alive one cell at a time. Naruto then launched forward in the direction of the hideout, hoping that he would get to kill the filthy Slim before his deed was done on Hinata-chan. Naruto reached the entrance in about a minute and blew it open with the force of an earthquake and killed 4 guys instantly. The guys then rushed him blindly but were struck down by a chakra tail that was sharpened to a point that it could have cut through solid steel. Naruto picked one survivor up by his wound and looked him in the eye. "Where is Hinata-chan?" he thundered. "In the back," the man said as he died. Naruto then let out a scream that shook the whole house, waking up Hinata, who was chained to a wall. She looked around as the screaming continued. She could see the outline of a shaking man as the door slammed open, and Naruto slowly walked over and grabbed the man, who was so scared he forgot that he was still holding a mace and began to beg for his life that the creature spare him. Naruto just gave a smile and said, "I am Kyuubi no Kitsune, I do not give mercy." Naruto then picked him up by the throat and put a chakra wall around Hinata so she could not see, and then Kyuubi took the man in both his hands and ripped him in half from the head down. From inside, Hinata could hear the man's last scream as it went silent, and the sound of blood dropping to the ground was heard. Suddenly the chakra seeped down and cut her chains, and then disintegrated. When it was all gone, Hinata walked forward toward Naruto and gathered enough courage to speak. "Hey Kyuubi. Where is Naruto-kun?" she said with a worried tone. "He is knocked out right now. So I took over and gave these dogs exactly what they deserved and then burned their bodies with my chakra so you and Kit would not have to see the horror that I unleashed. I am a demon and bloodlust and killing comes with the title, and no matter how much the Kit changes me, I will always love killing. Well, suddenly I feel very tired. Good night," was all Kyuubi said as a flash came over the cave and Naruto dropped to the ground with blood-drenched clothes and the smell of burned clothing on his person. "Oh. Naruto-kun. I caused this. I should have been more careful," was all she said as she picked him up and put him on her back and ran home as fast as she could run. When she finally reached Izumo's house, she was silent in shame and did not even sleep next to him that night, for she felt like all of what had happened was her doing and she did not deserve to be near Naruto tonight, so she slept on the couch as she heard Naruto's screams of agony, and for every scream she felt even more heartbroken and cried herself to sleep. "Kyuubi, what is going on?" Naruto screamed at Kyuubi. "The final stage is upon your Kit. Your chakra is now beginning to change. No longer will you have blue chakra, or at least you won't after the process is complete. Your body is now converting your normal chakra into mine, yours. AWWW. Why is it so painful, and when will it be over?" Naruto screamed again. "After tonight you will only be partially changed, for this stage is a 2-part stage and who knows when your body will finish the process. So after tonight it is over until your body gets used to my chakra, then it will finish the job. And by the way, part 2 is going to be 3 times more painful. So hope you survive." But that said, Kyuubi then fell silent while listening to Naruto's screaming, which stopped at about 5 in the morning, and Naruto finally fell asleep. Chapter 22. Following the advice, time with Hinata. Naruto got up at about 7 in the morning and walked over to a nearby mirror and remembered what took place last night and charged his chakra to see that half of it was a red color and the rest was blue. "Wow. This is awesome. I have permanent red chakra. Wait. I smell breakfast," Naruto said while smelling the air, and got dressed with extreme speed and ran downstairs and entered the kitchen with a smile, but quickly changed when he saw that everyone had a frown of sadness. "Hey. What's wrong with you guys? Hinata-chan. Why are you so sad?" he said with a saddened tone while Hinata ran over to him and began hugging him and apologizing as much as she could. "Naruto-kun. I am so sorry. It is all my fault. I am so sorry," she kept saying to the shocked Naruto, who was just staring at her in confusion. "Sorry? For what? You did not do anything wrong," Naruto said with a smile. "But I did do something. I caused you all that pain. If I had not been caught, you would never have experienced such pain. I am sorry Naruto-kun, but before she could continue he cut her off. Stop. Don't be sorry. It is not your fault, even if you were not captured. This still would have happened. Trust me. And you really need to stop blaming yourself, last night was something that I have to go through. Look, Naruto then began charging his chakra. Hinata and everyone in the room were shocked to see red chakra coming out of his body along with blue. Then Naruto-kun. What happened to you? She said, still staring at the chakra inside his body with her Byakugan. Well. Kyuubi started the third stage of our fusion, and it was a success. But there are 2 parts to it. Next time it will be 3 times more painful, but when it is done there won't be any more blue chakra, only red, Naruto said with a serious voice and look. Really? So it wasn't my fault at all, she said with a small twinkle of hope that she did not cause Naruto such pain. No. It was supposed to happen whether you got captured or not, he said with a smile across his face. And with that said she smiled back and kissed him, and before they knew it they were making out in front of everyone. Hinata quickly realized it and pulled away. Naruto gave her one last kiss on the cheek and walked over and got his breakfast from Tsunami, who for some strange reason winked at Hinata, but Naruto just ignored it. After breakfast Naruto went outside to begin his training with his new chakra, because their mission was over, they found out where the missing people went so they were all done, but Naruto just wanted to stay one more day, before going back to grumpy old Granny Tsunade. Naruto trained from 9 to 3 p.m. before he finally stopped and took a breather. Hinata was standing off near the house just sitting down next to Tsunami. You know. You could make a move tonight, she said to Hinata. Make a move. But what if he doesn't want to, or she was cut off by Tsunami. Hinata. You need to have confidence. You are a kunoichi and are considered an adult, mostly. So don't worry about disapproval because it can only come from you, and if you're worried about being interrupted, you won't be. I am taking Inari and Tazuna to a special town celebration and will last for at least 4 hours. I am leaving now, so try to have some fun before you leave, okay, she said as she walked inside and got the family ready. Hinata just stared off at Naruto as he took a break from constant training. Woo. That was one great workout. Naruto said in his head. Tell me about it. Just watching you makes me a little tired, Kyuubi said to Naruto. Hey, how come whenever I want to just talk to myself in my head you always have to start talking? Naruto said with an annoyed tone. Well, it is boring here. Hey kid. You going to make a move on Hinata? Kyuubi said with a devilish smile. Make a move? What are you? Oh. Shit. You just had to remind me, didn't you? Naruto said to Kyuubi while looking at Hinata. I can smell it. She is getting heated just from looking at you, and you are no better. Come on, go over and get things going, Kyuubi said while mentally pushing Naruto. But I don't want to. Make her feel uncomfortable, Naruto said, trying to come up with a better excuse. Oh, shut up. All the money in this world says that she is thinking about the same thing you are. Except she is going to act on it, unlike someone else I know. Do you want me to go instead of you? Kyuubi said with a smile of hope. No. Like I want a nasty perverted fox like you with her. Naruto shouted at the smiling demon. Fine. Kyuubi then got a moving lover boy and kicked Naruto out of his own head. Naruto was surprised because his body was already on its way over to Hinata and he did not even know he was moving. Oh god. How do I even ask something like that? Naruto yelled mentally. You idiot. You don't ask. Let your love and hormones take over and they will guide you to the world of lovemaking, Kyuubi said while imagining his own little world. Thanks. You are a big help, you pervy fox, Naruto said sarcastically. Hello Naruto-kun, already done training, Hinata said. Oh. Hi Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a blush after being interrupted by Hinata. Okay. Hinata. Don't seem clumsy. Just try to get a mood going, Hinata thought to herself, while Naruto thought the exact same thing. Naruto walked over to Hinata and sat down next to her and put his arm around her. Okay Naruto, you got this far. How hard could it be? Just focus, Naruto thought as he leaned over and kissed Hinata on the cheek. You're such a dumbass. Do not focus, don't even think about what you are trying to do or you will never get it done. Kyuubi was cut off by Hinata kissing Naruto very passionately. Damn. She is good. Just do what she does. Because I think. Yep, she is running on pure hormones right now. With that said, Kyuubi left to sit back and watch the fireworks. Naruto listened to Kyuubi and stopped thinking about what he was doing and his body just did the rest. Hinata wrapped her hand around his head and he did the same, both trying to make the kiss even more intense. Naruto then licked Hinata's lips begging for entrance into her mouth and she of course opened and they began exploring each other's mouths. Naruto felt the sudden burst of warmth come from his lower area and for some reason it made him make the kiss even more passionate than he realized, but little did he know. Hinata just got the same burst of heat, except hers was stronger and more intense. Hinata began rubbing her hands on his chest. She then got up and he followed and they went upstairs, not releasing each other all the way up. They then sat down on the bed and Naruto on top of Hinata. They made out even more intensely, if that was even possible. Kyuubi was shocked to say the least. Holy shit. This woman really knows what she wants. I like her even more now. Go kid. Kyuubi shouted to Naruto while eating an imaginary bowl of popcorn. This is the greatest show on earth. Was all he said as they continued. Naruto felt another pulse of heat, only this one was 4 times stronger. Naruto could barely resist the urge he was getting until Hinata began running her fingers up and down his back as they kissed. She went under his shirt and rubbed hard, as if trying to soothe something. Naruto just could not bring himself to do the same. Damn it, it should stop resisting. Look, she already has, and she is doing very well, might I add. Now stop resisting your urges now. Kyuubi shouted. Naruto then felt another burst of heat, and he noticed that each one was stronger than the last, so Naruto just decided to give in. Hell, he was going to some time or another. He then began rubbing her back and went under her sweater and rubbed her with chakra-covered fingers and made her moan every so often, and every time she did it just made him feel even better. Naruto then began unzipping her jacket, and after her jacket was gone she flipped him over so she was on top and removed his shirt and pants. Naruto was a little bit uncomfortable but felt better when she took off her pants. She then leaned down and they kissed for the first time half naked. Oh hell yeah, this is getting good. I just hope she did the jutsu before getting started. Hey kid, don't forget to ask her if she did the jutsu. Kyuubi shouted to Naruto, and purely on impulse he broke off from Hinata and asked if she had done the special jutsu. Yes. I did, Naruto-kun. She said as if she was craving something. Then like an animal she tackled him to the bed and began kissing him again. She then snuck her hand down his shorts, making him moan a little bit. Damn. This girl is wild. Just how powerful are her hormones, I wonder? Well, all I know is she is going purely on hormones and instinct now. Right on, this is better than I thought. He yelled while eating a handful of popcorn. Naruto moved his hand on her back and undid her bra, and as it fell off of her, he caught it and threw it on the floor and then felt another jolt of heat. He then felt a jolt of pleasure go up his body as she caressed his arsenal. Shit, I can't take it anymore. I need to get in on this. Hell, I am part of this body. To Kyuubi then started pumping a strange light-colored chakra into Naruto. Naruto felt the chakra course through him, and he then felt a sensation unlike any other he has ever felt before. When he touched Hinata on her back, or anywhere for that matter, she moaned as if his hands had the Midas touch for pleasure. Then Naruto realized that the strange chakra he felt was actually Kyuubi getting in on the action, and he did not care anything to make Hinata feel even better. Hinata then started working her way down his chest with kisses and her tongue until she reached his boxers and then dragged them away with her teeth as if trying to tease him. She then began kissing and rubbing his arsenal just to hear him moan in pleasure. She then began licking him and tasting his arsenal, teasing him into a moan for every lick. She then did what she felt was natural and began sucking on his dick. She was only down there for 5 minutes until Naruto could no longer take it. He wanted Hinata to feel what he was feeling right now, so he dragged her up into a salty tasting kiss that made Kyuubi gag a little, but Naruto just ignored it. Naruto then slipped his hands into her panties and pulled them off. Naruto threw them against a door and bent down too, and he was overcome with a strong smell coming off of her and did what he thought was natural and slipped his tongue into her and instantly made her moan in pleasure. It was then he had an idea. He asked Kyuubi to get some of that chakra into his tongue, and Kyuubi, understanding his plan, pumped chakra into his tongue, and as soon as the chakra reached his tongue, Hinata gave a moan that echoed through the room. And in one quick motion he was under Hinata and she was on top of him. Naruto-kun. This next part I need you to just relax while I do this, okay, she said in a normal voice, which made Naruto say yes even faster than usual. Naruto then sat back as Hinata lifted her body above his arsenal, and for a minute Naruto was wondering what she was going to do. Until she lowered herself on his arsenal and he watched in pleasure as it disappeared inside her very slowly until she stopped, and Hinata and Naruto both felt some resistance. Okay. Naruto-kun, that is it. This part is going to be very painful for me, so just give me a minute after it is done. She said to Naruto as he gave a nod, not even knowing what was going to happen. Until she lifted her body and then flung it down with some force, and he then saw tears run down her cheek, and after a few minutes of quiet she finally spoke again. Naruto-kun. What I just did. Was I lost my virginity to you when I did that, and now I am ready for the next part, which you can move now, by the way, she said with a smile as she moved up and down on top of him, making them both moan in pleasure. Naruto wanted more, so he moved as well, matching her current speed of motion until she yelled his name and begged for him to move faster, and for some reason when he heard his name get screamed, he could not longer hold back and moved as fast as he could until she screamed his name again, and then she started having the greatest orgasm of her life. Naruto felt something coming as well, and he felt it getting closer and closer until he screamed her name and let it loose, and then he realized what he had done and was shocked to say the least. He had just come inside of Hinata and she loved every moment of it. But they both wanted more, so they continued, and this time Naruto charged a bunch of chakra into his penis and made Hinata have 2 more orgasms in a row, and he came again, only this time it was less explosive, and after that they were both extremely tired. After 3 straight hours of making love, they snuggled up next to each other, still naked, and kissed one last time, and then fell asleep together. Tsunami got home at about 8 p.m. and slowly walked upstairs and peeked inside their room to see a sleeping couple, clothes all over the floor, and the smell of sex in the air. She only shook her head in happiness and dragged Inari to his room so he could not peep on the couple. She fell asleep with a smile, knowing that Hinata had followed her advice and did what was best, but she could not help but feel some regret and guilt for what she had done, but it had to be done. Chapter 23. Kyuubi's cruel joke. Naruto and Hinata suddenly woke up in the lair of Kyuubi, and all they could hear was laughter like someone was being tickled to death. Naruto and Hinata stood up and looked at the cage, and then saw that the laughing was coming from Kyuubi. "Hey. Kyuubi, what is so funny and why are we here?" Naruto shouted. "Yes, Kyuubi-sama. Please tell us," Hinata said as well. You two are too much. Oh my god, I can't believe I got you too. Man, that was the best laugh I have ever had in my entire life. Well, most of my life." Kyuubi said to the puzzled ninja. "What do you mean? Come on, spill the joke, you stupid fox." Naruto shouted, starting to become angry. "I still can't believe you two fell for it." "Oh right, okay, I will tell you. You know when you two had sex? Well, it was all a dream. That's right, I fooled both of you. You both fell asleep together holding hands, so I decided why not fuck with you, and what better way than to let you both live out your fantasy, then find out it was just a dream. Man, that was good. I have to admit though. Hinata, you were the hardest to convince. I mean, if it wasn't for the whole lust explanation that I came up with, you would never have done what you did. But once I got you, I knew it was smooth sailing from then on, and may I add, that was fucking awesome. I mean, you two went at it like some perverts. I mean, I expected that from Naruto after I taught him, but you, Hinata, that was a shocker even for me." Kyuubi then began rolling on the ground laughing again, except this time more hysterically because of what he said and because of Naruto and Hinata's reactions, which were in complete shock and the most embarrassment they have both ever been in. But then Naruto, being Naruto, exploded in anger. "You did what? You son of a bitch. You asshole. Jackass. Motherfucking. Backstabbing. Bastard. I cannot believe that you went ahead and fucked with our heads like that. Was it all a dream, even the pain and the third stage bull crap?" Naruto screamed at Kyuubi, not noticing how red Hinata was from the memory of the dream. "Oh come now. No need to get that angry, and no, it was not all a dream. That third stage really did happen. It happened while you were sleeping, and so it would not ruin my fun. I numbed all the extreme pain," Kyuubi said with a serious tone, so Naruto would know he was not joking. "Really? Well, if you numb the pain, then how come you don't do it for me all the time?" Naruto was cut off by Kyuubi. "Two reasons for it. 1. It almost kills me trying to numb the pain of the stages of fusion. 2. If I did, then what fun would there be in watching you get through it, and besides, the pain is also a test of your will, and if you can't get through it, then you can't have it. That is why I made you feel the pain in your dreams," Kyuubi said again in a serious voice. "Okay. I get it. Hey. What do you mean fun?" Naruto said with an enraged voice. "No matter how long I am with you, I will always be sadistic. Murderous. Demon fox, and so I cannot stop myself when that kind of entertainment comes along. Sorry, but that is the truth." Kyuubi was cut off by a rude remark from Naruto. "You forgot, perverted, you ass," Naruto screamed as he started laughing when Kyuubi actually accepted the remark with a hell yeah. Naruto could not stop laughing, or at least he thought he couldn't until Hinata spoke up and made Naruto realize she was here. "Kyuubi. That was a mean and horrible thing you did. And I thank you," she said with a bow while Naruto and Kyuubi shouted what, and they both did a faceplant. "Yes, thank you. You tested my morals and my judgment, and I failed. Miserably so, for that I thank you. Thus don't do it again, otherwise I will stop calling you Sama and start calling you Baka," she said with a smile, knowing full well that what she said would work. "Don't do it again. Or I will call you Baka. Man, you women are so testy and confusing. I mean, look at Naruto, he hardly cared. But you threaten me with the one thing you know will get me. You are a witch. I like you even more now," Kyuubi said with a smile as Hinata and Naruto began laughing at Kyuubi. "Hey wait. Does that mean we are still on the mission?" Naruto asked, hoping Kyuubi would say no. "Yes," Kyuubi said while laughing at Naruto's expression. What? We are. Man. And all that hard work I did. Wait. You fooled us into all that stuff. But is the mission still real?" Naruto said, even confusing himself. "Yes, numbnuts. The mission is real. And when you two leave my cave of awesomeness, you will be back in that tent. You know, the one you two camped when the mission first started. Now get out of my cave." Kyuubi shouts while mentally booting Naruto out while escorting Hinata to the exit. Naruto and Hinata suddenly woke up and were still inside their little tent. Naruto looked at Hinata and she looked at him. They both let out a sigh and took turns getting dressed, and then they ate breakfast just like they did in the dream. Man. I hate that stupid fox. Well, at least my outfit is still the way it is. I really like this stealth suit, and I even look more intimidating in it too, Naruto said with foxy grin. Naruto-kun. Hinata said with shy voice. Yeah, Hinata-chan. What is it, Naruto said while looking at Hinata. Well. Naruto-kun. Do you remember the dream we had? She said as a blush crossed her face. Well. To be honest. N.O.P. I never remember any of the dreams that Kyuubi makes me have. And frankly, by that talk we had with him and the look on your face, I don't know what to think, Naruto said while staring at Hinata, who was blushing even more now. Well. It was. About us. And. We kind of. Did it, she said with a really small voice, and if it wasn't for Naruto hyper ears, he would never have known what she said. What do you mean, did it? I don't understand, Naruto said with a truly confused look. Well. We had sex, she screamed as she turned blood red from what she just said to Naruto, and then was shocked and scared when Naruto did not even show an expression of shock or embarrassment. Naruto-kun. Why are you not surprised or embarrassed, she said in a worried voice. Well, why should I be? I mean, Kyuubi already did this to me. And frankly, it's not really a surprise, and why are you? Naruto asked with a questioning look. Well. We had sex and. It was. Dream and. She was cut off by Naruto. There you go. It was just a dream. And that is all, and I don't want to sound harsh or heartless, because I would never want to do that to you, Hinata-chan, but. It was just a dream. I mean, you cannot tell me you have never had a sexual dream before, Naruto said with a smile. Well. Yeah. I guess. But it was so real. And I. She was cut off again. Well, there you go again. We won't really have sex until we both want to, and I kind of want to wait until we are old enough to do that. So your dad does not find out. Unless you want to early, I mean, I am alright with it anyway, not trying to sound pervy. But it is your choice, Naruto said with a serious voice and a blush at the same time. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Not to be mean, but. When did you get so insightful and smart, she said with a puzzled look. I don't know. I guess it was a change because of me and Kyuubi's fusion. But still, do not change the subject, answer my question, Naruto said with his arms crossed. Wow, he really has gotten smarter. He caught me trying to change the subject. Well, better answer him, she then opened her mouth and answered him. Naruto-kun. Thank you for leaving it up to me. I was scared for a minute. Well, you know, she said while tripping over her words. Not, Naruto said with a tone that startled her. I would never take advantage of you. I love you, and decisions like this one are better left to the one I love the most, and that is you, Naruto said while giving Hinata a kiss. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I didn't mean to accuse you of that. She was cut off again by Naruto. Sorry for interrupting so much, but. Please answer the question and stop stalling. And yes, I know you are just trying to buy time to think about it. But if you wanted time, you should have just asked, Naruto said with another smile. Thanks, Naruto-kun. I do need some time to think about the answer to your question. So how about I tell you tomorrow, she said with a small smile. Sure. And if you need more time than that, I understand, because this is a big question, and I do understand that it will take time to get the answer, Naruto said while rubbing the back of his head. Thank you, Naruto-kun. But I think I am beginning to miss them. Well. I am sorry about this, but dumb are you, she said, trying her hardest not to kill herself for calling Naruto dumb. Really? Well. Okay, I will get him back, Naruto said to Hinata. Get him back? What are you talking about? You don't mean that you have a split personality? She said with a worried voice, because what if the other side of Naruto remembers the dream? Heavens no. Well, actually it kind of is and it kind of isn't. Do you follow me so far, he said, staring at Hinata, who gave a nod to good. Well, you see, our brains both have the same knowledge and personality. But the only thing that makes us like a split personality is that. In our brain we are two different Narutos. Other than that, there is no difference other than the fact that one can talk and comprehend words and phrases, and the other can barely eat without making a mess. The little savage. But don't worry, I am not saying he is going to be a complete and total nincompoop. He will just be the normal Naruto. And if you ever need to talk to me, just tell him and I will come out. Oh, and when you are ready to answer my question, make sure to tell me, because he will not understand very well. I mean, he will know what we were talking about, he just won't be mature in handling the answer, regardless of what the answer is. Do you follow me so far? Naruto said to Hinata, who shook her head yes, but really she had a lot of trouble following what he was saying, almost like he was talking a different language, but she got most of it. But to her, it sounded like a split personality. But if he says it is not, then well, who is going to argue? Okay. But one last thing. In order for me to believe that you two are not different personalities, I need some proof, she said with a suspicious tone. Well. Your observations and knowledge are admirable. Here is your proof. Basically everything I told you did exactly what Naruto would say, just in a different way. But if this is true, are we really the one or are we two? When you figure that out, then you will have your answer. Because it is not me who can prove it to you, it is you who must prove it to yourself. You have great knowledge and amazing strength. But you lack the confidence to use both. So this riddle will help you figure it out on your own and determine for yourself whether or not Naruto has a split personality, or if he does not, he was cut off by Hinata. So what you are saying is, you are both the same, but you both just talk and think differently. But if you did, then why would you say you were not a split personality? Because you're not. You are both Naruto. You are Kyuubi, aren't you? She said with a smile. Well, I did not expect such a fast response. Yes and no. I am both Kyuubi's knowledge and Naruto's personality, and basically everything Naruto is accepted as smarter. So you see how we are not split personalities. He said to Hinata with a smile. Yes. You are not a split personality. Because you both have the same personality, she said with a smile. I am basically Naruto's smarter side. And let us leave it at that, shall we? Naruto said while putting his hands behind his head and squinting his eyes. You really are, Naruto. You two act the same, she said as she hugged him. Well, thank you very much for figuring it out. And by the way, before I leave, I would like you to know that I would like to train you and make you stronger for Naruto himself, if blind to your flaws. I am not, and I would like to help you get rid of them, Naruto said while scratching the back of his head. No. The flaws a person has are who they are. Why do you think I like Naruto better when he is Naruto? That was the side I fell in love with, and that is the side I want. I don't mean any offense. I just want the hyperactive, knuckle-headed, ramen-eating Naruto. And if I want to change my flaws, I will do it on my own. And I will tell you my answer tomorrow. Thank you, she said with a serious face. Well, good for you. I was testing you and you passed. A person's flaws are what make them perfect. And don't worry. He is on his way. Really, you don't have to tell me the answer, just tell him and he will understand, because as I said, we are the same person. Naruto then started running forward suddenly to the top of the hill and let in a big breath and then turned around and gave Hinata a foxy grin and screamed, "Come on, Hinata. I'll race you to the bridge." Hinata just stood stunned. She could barely tell the difference between smarty pants and nincompoop, as he so bluntly put it. That other side of Naruto is confusing and really hard to follow. Everything he said was even more confusing than the last. She was cut off by a voice. Tell me about it, the voice said. Hinata just froze. She knew she had heard the voice before. Kyuubi? How? How long? When? Why? She said to the voice. In order. I am projecting my voice through chakra. Only about 10 minutes. After he started talking. Because he was annoying and I wanted to tell you something. He is only a temporary effect of me and Kid fusing. Somehow while he was sleeping, a piece of his personality was cut off, and now temporarily he has a cretin kind of split personality. But he said he was not a split personality, she argued. He says he isn't. He only says that because illogically he is not a different personality, he is just a different side of Naruto. If you ask me, he is a pain in the ass for 3 reasons. He won't shut up. He won't go away. And he is a split personality, and he is an annoying one at that. Man, I cannot wait for him to be gone, Kyuubi said to the even more confused Hinata. This is all so confusing. She shouted in her head. I know, and you only talked to him for 10 minutes. Try living with the annoying bastard. He is torture, and doing this to you is the only way to get away from him. So. I want to move in. And in return I give you any info you want. Just please when I come talk to me. Because I can't take that annoying little bastard anymore. I mean, it's did you know this, and did you know that it is driving me insane, and I am a demon. I would not wish him on any person, not even for torture. Kyuubi then started begging Hinata. Okay, you can stay. Just don't do anything bad. By the way, how are you going to move in? She asked in a puzzled tone. Well. Since you willingly agree to this. All you have to do is hold his hand tonight and I can transmit my mind into a temporary place in your mind, and then me and you can chat and I can get away from that jabberjaw. But don't worry, it will have no effect on you. And Naruto will still have all my chakra. But the only problem is. If Naruto taps into my chakra, I can't give him a set limit, so he could easily overdose and kill himself. But no worries, he already fused with enough of my chakra that he should be fine. And not to mention he has Captain Brain to help him with how much he needs. Here, holding his hand now. Kyuubi said to Hinata, who was extremely shocked because she had already walked with Naruto to Tsuzumo's, met everyone and remembered their names, and got into bed with Naruto. Wow. Autopilot. You will have to show me how you did that. Well, good night. After a whole day with a bowling ball, I think we are both in need of a good rest. Mostly me. Hinata was shocked because she had no clue as to how she did what she did. But soon she followed Kyuubi's example and fell asleep, still holding Naruto's hand, and soon after they were both cuddled up together holding each other in the other's arms. Chapter 24. The true mission, Kakashi arrives. Naruto opened his eyes and tried to move, but found himself in the death grip of Hinata, and then after about 10 minutes of trying, he was able to slip out and get dressed. Naruto gave Hinata one little kiss on the cheek, then went downstairs to see if breakfast was ready yet. Naruto walked down and saw Izumo, Inari, and Tsunami all eating and enjoying their breakfast of eggs and bacon, with some rice balls on the side. Naruto walked over, got a plate and sat down and began talking to the others. "Good morning everyone," Naruto said with a yawn. "Good morning Naruto. You just try and relax while you're here. Kick back and just take a break from all that ninja stuff," Trump said with a smile. "What do you mean?" "I have a mission to find out what happened to the missing people. And I plan on getting it done," Naruto said with an angered voice. "Mission? There is no mission. You never come and visit, so we decided to get you down here the only way we knew how. By making a fake mission for you," Izumo said with another smile. "What? You made Hinata and I come all the way down here just so I could visit and relax?" "No way," Naruto said while crossing his arms. "You're still going to get paid. And all you have to do is relax and hang out. If you leave, you failed the mission," Izumo said with a big smile, knowing that Naruto would never fail a mission willingly. "Fine. Wait, what am I saying? It is like a mini vacation. Thanks a lot guys. I was getting kind of tired of all the missions. And now I get to just relax." "Hey Naruto," a voice said from behind him, and when Naruto turned around he saw the most horrifying sight he could see at a time like this. Kakashi. "Hey Kakashi-sensei. What are you doing here?" Naruto said in a worried, sacred voice. "Well, Tsunade sent me to check up on the progress of your mission. And by the looks of things, it's going great," Kakashi said with a smile under his mask. Naruto did a faceplant into the ground. "What? But I thought you were going to bust me," Naruto said while standing up. "Well, normally I would. But Tsunade found out that the mission was a fake and decided to keep you on it as a little vacation. But you're not getting paid, I'm afraid. So where is the guest bedroom?" Kakashi said with a closed eye and a smile. "Upstairs in the attic." "But why do you want to know?" Tsunami said with a puzzled look. "Yeah? I thought you said you were just checking up on us," Naruto said with an agitated voice, for he already felt the answer coming. "Oh. Did I say that? I'm sorry, I meant to say I am joining you for your vacation. I mean, even a great person like me needs a vacation every once in a while. Well, I will be seeing all of you in the next half hour or so," Kakashi said as he walked out of the room. "Oh, and Naruto, get ready," Kakashi said while throwing a pair of shorts to Naruto. "What do I need these for?" Naruto said to the scarecrow ninja. "Well, you will see in about half an hour." Kakashi then began walking upstairs. "Well, good morning Hinata. How was your sleep?" Kakashi said to Hinata while she was walking to the bathroom. She froze the minute the voice spoke her name. She could only match the voice to one person. "Kakashi," she said, turning around and staring at the jounin. "What are you doing here?" "Oh well, I am joining you two on your mission. Vacation. I hope you don't mind." "Well, if you would excuse me, I need to get dressed. Naruto has your suit downstairs." "Be ready in half an hour," Kakashi said as he walked up to the attic. Hinata could only stare in confusion and shock. She was wondering what he meant by suit and vacation, as far as she knew they were on a mission. So she shook her head and walked downstairs and was greeted with a kiss from Naruto. "Good morning, beautiful lady. How was your sleep?" Naruto said with a foxy grin. "It was great, Naruto-kun. I just got a really good scare when I saw Kakashi." "What did he mean by vacation?" she said, hoping Naruto could fill her in. "Well, it is a long story, but I guess we got half an hour." "Oh, and here, this is your I guess," Naruto said, handing Hinata a lavender-colored top and bottom bathing suit with little flowers. She just took them and listened intently to what Naruto was saying about what happened while she was asleep. After 10 or 15 minutes of explaining, Hinata finally had a response. While on vacation, she jumped up and gave Naruto a kiss. "I always wanted to go on vacation with you, Naruto-kun." She then stopped herself and began to blush after just realizing she had just told Naruto one of her secrets. "Really, Hinata-chan? Well, I guess this is a dream come true for both of us because I always wanted to go on a vacation. And having you on it with me is just a really nice bonus that I am going to love," Naruto said while giving her a hug. "Oh. We better get these things on before Kakashi gets down here." "It's been 20 minutes." Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand and ran upstairs to the bathroom and pushed her in so she could change first. Then after she came out he rushed in, not even looking at her, for he did not want Kakashi to know that he almost made them late for whatever it was they were doing. When Naruto walked out he looked for Hinata because he wanted to see how she looked. "Hinata. Where are you? I want to see how your suit looks." Naruto called down the stairs and around the corner, popped Hinata's head. "Okay, Naruto-kun," she said as she walked around the corner. Naruto's eyes almost popped out of his head. She had curves in all the right places. So much was hidden under those baggy clothes. He then began to stare at her chest and made her blush. "What's wrong? You don't like it?" she said in a teasing voice, knowing Naruto liked the suit more than she could imagine. No, no, no. You look amazing. Stunning. You look awesome, Hinata-chan. I am sorry, I just could not stop staring at you. No matter how hard I tried to look away. I just couldn't. Damn that pervy sage, Naruto said in an apologetic voice while Hinata slowly walked forward. For she was staring at something herself, his abs, muscles, and some other things. It was then that Naruto realized she was staring at him and he gave a big smile. I see you like what I am wearing to Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a big foxy grin. All Hinata did was blush a dark red for being caught. Sorry, Naruto-kun. I didn't mean to stare, she said with her head down. It's okay, Hinata. We all look like hell. I looked at you. And you looked at me. As far as I'm concerned, as long as we only look at each other like that. It is more than okay, Naruto said with a thumbs up. You're right, Naruto-kun, she said while leaning in to give Naruto a big kiss. Naruto saw it coming and grabbed her and wrapped his arms around her waist. He did that because he had never felt her stomach, or really her bare skin before, and it felt soft and smooth. Suddenly their kiss was interrupted by Kakashi jumping down the stairs. He was wearing the funniest shorts, they were blue with little fireballs on them, and that was not the funny part, in the back. Well, there was no back. Kakashi had a pair of shorts on with a plastic butt on the back. Naruto busted out in laughter, while Hinata just gave a little giggle. Nice shorts, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said with a chuckle. Thanks, Naruto. I love these shorts. I always wear them when I go swimming, Kakashi said with a smile, and of course he's still wearing a special swimming mask. Swimming? Wow, I thought we were just going to sunbathe or something stupid like that. But swimming, I can't wait, Naruto said with an eager expression. Well, if you two would follow me. I will show you where the lake is I found, Kakashi said as they left the house. Wait, Kakashi-sensei. How did you find the lake? Naruto said with a puzzled look. Well, I was just walking down the road. Going down the trail of life and breathing in the fresh air. When I decided to take a shortcut through the forest. I was just minding my own business when these kind ladies showed me the lake. And then I got the idea of going swimming with you two later, Kakashi said with a big smile. Do you expect me to believe that? Allow me to translate what Kakashi said into our language, Hinata, Naruto said as he cleared his throat. Kakashi was walking along the road. Reading his pervy book. When he heard some voices in the wood. He then found himself peeping on some very beautiful women. He got caught and ended up in the lake after they got done with him, Naruto said with a smile. Is that true, Kakashi? Hinata said with a quiet voice. Yes. I don't know how he does it. Every time I try to fool him or Sakura and Sasuke. They always catch me. Oh well. We're almost there, Kakashi said as they walked through some bushes, and as he said there was the lake, beautiful and serene. Until Naruto did a cannonball and soaked Hinata and Kakashi. Well, I should have seen that coming. Oh well. Hey Naruto. Do you want to see a real cannonball? Kakashi shouted as he set up the damp towels. Sure, Kakashi-sensei. I have never seen you do anything fun before, Naruto shouted back to Kakashi. Okay, Kakashi then made about 5 clones, and then with one big leap Kakashi and the clones were gone. Naruto looked up and saw all the Kakashis heading down at great speeds. Suddenly Naruto realized he was in the splash zone and began moving as fast as he could away from Kakashi. Suddenly Naruto heard a voice shout something. It said Kakashi Cannonball Jutsu. Suddenly Kakashi hit the water with all his clones and made a tidal wave that was about 25 feet high that ran over Naruto like a speed bump and drenched Hinata, who was still on the shore, in even more water. Kakashi then resurfaced to see Naruto just then being washed up on the shore. Hey Naruto, you okay? Kakashi said to the seemingly lifeless body. And like magic he came back to life. Wow. Kakashi-sensei, you need to teach me how to do that. That was the best cannonball I have ever seen, Naruto said, but then he saw that Kakashi was staring at something, so following Kakashi's vision he saw Hinata completely drenched in water, her whole body glistened in the sun like a beautiful daytime star. Naruto and Kakashi were both stunned by her beauty. Until Naruto realized that Kakashi was staring at Hinata just like he was. Hey. Stop staring at my girlfriend, you perv, Naruto shouted as he started walking into the water toward Kakashi. I can't. My eyes can't look away, Kakashi said with a pervy voice. Stop looking at her like that. Naruto screamed and then dunked Kakashi underwater so he would stop looking. He then brought Kakashi back up to the surface. Thanks, Naruto. I could not control myself, Kakashi said while trying to catch his breath. Kakashi then got a shiver go up his spine as he turned his head and saw what he thought was the scariest thing he ever saw. It was an angry mob of women. There he is, that perv. Get him, girls. Suddenly Kakashi was running for his life. Naruto almost drowned from laughing too much while swimming. When Kakashi was finally out of sight, Naruto took a breath and stopped laughing and got out of the water and walked over to Hinata and sat down in front of her and laid his head down on her lap. She then began rubbing his chest and kissing his head. Hinata. Naruto said. Yes, Naruto-kun, she said while pushing some chakra into her hands to make the massage more enjoyable. I love you so much. And when I think about it, I never want to be away from you, Naruto said with a sad voice. I love you too, Naruto-kun. And don't worry, we won't be apart, she said while giving him an upside-down kiss. We should probably get back to the house now. It was almost dinner time when they both got up and leaned on each other on their way back to Tezumo's house. Well, that is just so beautiful. Yuck. I hate all that romantic crap. So Hinata, how are you doing this fine evening? Kyuubi said with a yawn. Not much, Kyuubi-sama. When will you be leaving anyway? Not that you are a pain or anything. I just want to know, she said. Well, I told you. After the smart Naruto is gone. And that won't happen until Naruto reaches the next level of his transformation. And that should be soon, I think. Okay. Hey, that reminds me. I need to tell that smart Naruto my answer to his question. I better do that now while we are alone. Naruto-kun. Can I talk to the smart side of you for a minute? Hinata said with a small smile. And suddenly Naruto went limp and then he stood up straight again. Well, if it isn't Hinata. How delightful to be talking to you. So do you have the answer to my question? Naruto said with a grin. Yes. I do. And I would like to wait until we are at least old enough. Or if we want to earlier, but only if the mood is right and if Naruto and I want to. Does that sound okay? Hinata said. Well, a very logical answer. Wait until you are of legal age, or at least until you both feel like it. Expected answer. Well, if that is all. I will be leaving now. He was then stopped by Hinata. Wait. Seeing as you are very smart. Could you tell me when the second part of Naruto-kun's change is going to take place? She said with a hopeful look. Well. Let me see. I would say around a week or two from now, I am afraid. And when it happens. Let me tell you, it will not be a pleasant experience. Naruto suddenly went limp again and then stood up before he could fall to the ground. Wow. Why do I feel so weird? Oh well. Come on, Hinata-chan. We need to get home, Naruto said as he grabbed Hinata's hand and began running down the road toward Tezumo's house. Hinata could not help but think about what Naruto would be going through when the time came. They quickly ate dinner and headed off to bed. Hinata made sure to hold Naruto extra close that night because she did not want to lose him any more than he wanted to lose her, and the whole night all she could think about was Naruto. Kakashi came home at about 12:30 at night and did not even bother to eat. He just slumped upstairs and fell asleep after being chased by an angry mob all day. Chapter 25. The strange new enemy, Naruto leaves. Naruto shot awake and looked around and saw Hinata lying next to him fast asleep. Naruto looked outside and saw that it was still about 2 o'clock in the morning. Naruto looked down at his legs and then his hands. What was that? It felt like a wave of pain, suffering, and anger. I need to go check this out. Naruto got up slowly and got on his clothes and went outside and followed the strange feeling he was getting in the direction of the lake. What is this? As I got closer, it got stronger and stronger. Naruto jumped from tree to tree until he reached the water's edge. It was right here was all he had time to say as a barrage of kunai and shuriken came flying toward him. He jumped out of the way and began running in the direction he saw the weapons come from. Who did that and why did you do it? Naruto shouted into the forest until he got a response. My name is Sanjuro Hayashida. And I have been sent by my master to kill you. Demon child, the voice said, and I will be leaving here with your head, the voice said again, until a figure popped down from the forest and glared at Naruto with killer intent. I am a slayer ninja, and I will claim the bounty on your head, boy. The strange man in a black jumpsuit then flashed forward and punched Naruto right in the face and almost instantly performed a certain number of seals and shouted water-style water dragon jutsu. Naruto was hit by the jutsu head-on and sent Naruto tumbling straight through a tree and embedded into a large boulder. Naruto slowly tried to get up but then found himself being picked up by the man, and then Naruto found himself staring into eyes that resembled Gaara's before Naruto changed him. I would have thought that Kyuubi and his host would be more of a challenge, but I guess weakness is all around us. Isn't it? He then threw Naruto over the lake until Naruto caught himself in the water with his chakra. Naruto then started to tap into the red chakra and he charged the man with a Rasengan and slammed it straight into his chest and sent him through 6 trees before he finally stopped. How was that, you freak? Naruto said with a proud look. The man jumped up and looked at Naruto with a smile. Not bad. I guess this may end up being a challenge after all. He then performed more seals and then he shouted water-style water explosion jutsu. A huge ball of water came from the lake and hit Naruto with its full fury, and Naruto used a Rasengan to cut through it like paper, but he still took damage from the jutsu. Well, I am impressed. There are not many people who can survive the jutsu or destroy it for that matter. I will be sure to put that on your grave, that is if I decide to get you one. He then did a small amount of hand signs and shouted chakra charge, and then the man disappeared and reappeared behind Naruto and gave him a kick to the head, and Naruto turned into a log and kicked him in the legs, and on his way down gave them another kick to the face and sent the man into the air. Naruto followed and beat the man all the way until he hit the water and disappeared again. Where did you go? You bastard, Naruto shouted as a very thick fog rolled in, and Naruto was suddenly hit by a barrage of kicks and punches. Naruto flew left and was met by more kicks. He flew right and was met again by punches. After 10 minutes of Naruto getting the shit kicked out of him, the fog finally passed away and Naruto was bloody and bruised on the lake's bank. Well. So these are all the great containers Kyuubi has to offer. Pitiful. You know. Seeing as you should have no family, I won't make you a grave. But on the off chance you do have friends and family. Well. I guess I will just have to kill them and burn their bodies so they can join you, huh? Now then, to finish you off, he went through some long hand seals and then he began forming a black ball in his hand then in the other. He then took one last look at Naruto and shouted double soul removal jutsu and threw the 2 balls of energy at Naruto, but before they made contact a blue light of chakra hit the man and sent him flying a good 20 feet into the lake. Naruto? Are you okay? Kakashi said while checking his pulse. He is fine, Hinata, he is just unconscious. Come on, we have a Slayer ninja to kill. Hinata and Kakashi both stood on the edge of the lake and watched as the water began to recede back into itself. What in God's name is he doing out there? Kakashi went wide-eyed as the fog cleared some more, and in the middle of the lake, a ball of water and chakra the size of 3 houses was floating above the man. Now for your interruptions. I am going to kill all of you, and then I will kill the demon. Now die. He then threw the giant ball of water and chakra at Kakashi and Hinata. I can't stop this. Hinata moved now. They jumped out of the way and on their way out retrieved Naruto. Come on, we have to get back to the village. This ninja is using jutsu that are almost cage level. If we stay he will kill us. I know when I am best. But the sheer amount of chakra and power. It was unbelievable. What? They were being followed by about 20 water dragons. They all smashed into Hinata and Kakashi and knocked them to the ground. And then a huge barrier rose over them and it extended for about a mile or so in a large sphere-shaped dome. You two are not going anywhere. And especially not with my prey. Now when I say die, that means die. He then threw a large chunk of earth at them. It was even bigger than the water ball. Kakashi just closed his eyes and as did Hinata and waited for the bone-breaking force of the boulder to crush them, but it never came, and when they looked up all they could see was Naruto with blood-red chakra oozing from his body and 3 tails holding the rock in place. Naruto then threw the rock back at the man at supersonic speed and hit the man head-on, but the man just melted into a puddle of water and then in an instant they were both staring at each other, killer intent matched with even more killer intent. The man smiled because Naruto was even with his power now, and now the match would be fair. Nobody hurt my precious people. Nobody. And as soon as that was said 2 more tails burst from his body and Naruto's eyes became blood red and even the white around his eyes was glowing blood red. Naruto then charged forward at the scared man and smashed a chakra fist into his stomach and kept pounding him in the stomach until the man was at least 10 feet in the ground. Naruto just smiled as the man made 2 black balls again and rammed them into Naruto, but they had no effect because Naruto's chakra was already powerful enough to make small earthquakes with every step he took. Not to stop him. Now. He is using way more chakra than needed. His max is 3. He has 5. If he grows any more he will kill himself. But how? Thus touch him and I will do the rest now before the 6th tail emerges. Go now. The man just smiled and began to chuckle and laugh at Naruto. Naruto was confused and angered and was about to kill him if it was not for the tails of chakra erupting from the man. You're not the only one with demons inside you. The man then slammed 4 immense tails into Naruto and knocked him back a few feet. Naruto just jumped into the air and so did the man. The 2 Jinchurikis began an enormous battle of chakra tails. But because Naruto had one more than the man, Naruto was winning. The man finally fell to the ground when Naruto hit him with a sharpened tail which gashed the man's chest open, almost spilling his organs if it wasn't for his chakra healing him. The man just stared at Naruto and smiled. I see that you have good control over your demon. Good, maybe next time we meet. We can really see who's better. See you, kid. And with a flash the barrier was gone and the man along with it. Naruto just screamed and fell to the ground. Hinata ran over to him and with all her strength she pushed her hand through the chakra until her hand was on his back, and as soon as her finger touched him, the chakra tails began to recede back into him until all that was left was Naruto and a large crater where he laid with Hinata on top of him. Naruto then fell unconscious and then it began to rain. Kakashi. Naruto needs a doctor. Please hurry, Hinata shouted as Kakashi ran over and sat next to them. I know. We need to get him to Tsunade. Before he gets any worse. I will. Who is that? Kakashi said looking over in the forest seeing 2 green figures. Hey Kakashi. I need some help. The figure said with a very confident voice. Who is that? Wait. G. Is that you? Kakashi shouted toward the two figures. And in a flash the two figures were next to Kakashi. Yes Kakashi. And we are here to help you. I will take Naruto to the hospital. While Lee takes care of you, Gi then throw Naruto on his back and give Kakashi a smile. Lee. I want you to escort Kakashi and Hinata home. While I take Naruto to the hospital. Gi was cut off by a voice. I can make it on my own. I don't need a hospital. Let me down, Naruto said to Gi. But Naruto. I admire your strength and youth, but you are badly injured. Gi said with a surprised tone. I don't care, just let me go. I can walk fine, Naruto said as he coughed up some blood. See. You're worse than I thought. If I don't get moving. Lee might lose his sparring partner. Gi was cut off by Naruto jumping off his back. I can walk fine. Just leave me alone. I will leave by myself, Naruto said as he started walking toward the forest. Naruto wait. That Slayer ninja to be out there. Naruto Kakashi shouted at Naruto, but Naruto did not stop. Naruto-kun Hinata shouted to Naruto. And her voice did the trick of freezing Naruto in his tracks. Why are you leaving? Where are you going? She was cut off by Naruto. I don't know. Something inside me is telling me to go. I don't know when I will be back. Please, this is hard enough, as Naruto said with a sad voice. But, Naruto-kun. You can't leave me like this. Please. Please don't go. She shouted again. I have to. It is killing me to do this, but I have to. Hinata. I love you so much. But this is one thing I must do alone, Naruto said with his head down. Take me with you. Please, I can't stand to be anywhere but by your side. She shouted as tears began to pour down her face, and then Naruto turned around and flashed in front of her. I can't. You don't understand. You almost got killed. And if you ever got hurt because of me, I would never be able to live with myself. So please, I am asking you not as a friend or family, but as your boyfriend in love. Please stay at the village and do not follow me. Naruto then leaned forward and kissed Hinata on the lips as her tears ran down her face. She then grabbed his head and brought him into a deeper, more passionate kiss. She licked his lips begging him for entrance, and he complied and opened his mouth, and their tongues began rubbing on each other. Naruto finally pulled away and looked Hinata right in the eye. I promise I will come back. All you need to do is wait for me. Goodbye for now, Hinata. My love. And with that she broke into tears again, and Naruto gave her one last kiss goodbye, and in a flash she was gone. Kakashi lifted Hinata up and put her arm over Lee's shoulder and let them walk in front of them, while Gi and Kakashi looked at the poor Kunoichi. This is just like what happened in my book. In fact, it is almost an exact copy of what happened. The sorrow and heartbreak she must be going through. Naruto better have a good reason for leaving her like this. Otherwise I will have to kill him. Kakashi then stopped Lee and took Hinata off his shoulder and looked her in the eyes and knew what she needed right now. Go ahead and let it out. She then jumped forward and began crying her heart out as Kakashi hugged her. They sat there for 10 minutes until Hinata finally pulled herself off of Kakashi and said she would be fine. They walked the rest of the way back to the village, not even stopping for camp. That night Hinata cried herself to sleep, knowing that in the room next to hers, Naruto was not inside sleeping. Naruto just kept running through the forest as tears left his eyes and stopped at a small clearing and made camp for the night. Naruto just stared up at the ceiling of his tent, thinking about Hinata the whole night until he fell asleep himself. Chapter 26. Teams are made, let the battle begin. Naruto got up and packed his sleeping bag in his backpack and kept walking in the direction of the Valley of the End. Naruto could feel sudden bursts of pain as he walked, but he had to go after that Sanjuro person. I have to find him. I need to beat him before he hurts anyone else. What are these bursts of pain? They feel like knives stabbing me in the sides, Naruto said to himself. Well, that is a very simple kit. Your body is getting ready for the last stage of our fusion. It will be happening very soon. Which is why I am wondering. Why the hell are they going after the Sanjuro? He is not a Jinchuriki. The power he has he stole from real ones. I have to teach him a lesson. He tried to steal our chakra. But he couldn't. People who steal something like that from someone else for personal gain are cold bastards. He needs to be taught a lesson. And not to mention, it is not just him for some reason. I need to go this way. It is like I am being called to the Valley of the End. But I don't know why. So let's just leave it at that. Okay, Naruto then stopped the conversation. Meanwhile, back in the village. And Tsunade said to the knocking at the door. Hello Tsunade-sama, Kakashi said with a small frown. Hello Kakashi. I did not expect you back for at least another day. Did something happen? Tsunade said while signing some papers. Yes. We were attacked by a Slayer ninja. We are all fine, Naruto managed to get rid of him for the time being. But it is Naruto I am worried about, Kakashi said to the now intrigued Hokage. What about him? Is he hurt? Is he okay? Tsunade said in a worried voice. No. He is fine as far as I could see. He left after the Slayer Ninja I believe and he also mentioned another reason, but I did not understand Kakashi told Tsunade. Does that mean we need another retrieval team? She said with her head down. Another? What do you mean? Kakashi said with a raised eyebrow. Sasuke. He left last night and I have arranged a search team consisting of Kiba, Choji, Shikamaru, Neji, and it would have been Naruto as well. But I see that Naruto needs a search team of his own. Tsunade then starts going through her papers looking for available ninja. Naruto stated not to come after him. But I think a search team is best. Who will it be? Kakashi said as Tsunade pulled out some profiles. Rock Lee, Sakura, Shino, Gaara who happens to have arrived this morning for some reason. I am sure he would not mind going on a search for Naruto. And the last member will be Hinata. Of course Tsunade was cut off by Kakashi. That is if she will go. She took Naruto away pretty hard. But I am sure that she will go anyway. I shall go and round up the team. Kakashi then turned around and began to walk out the door but was stopped by Tsunade saying something. Please hurry and get them. There are rumors of Orochimaru and Itachi and Kisame being spotted nearby. So please hurry. With that Kakashi was gone and on his way he was thinking about what Itachi would do. If I know Itachi he will most likely wait for a few more years before going after Naruto. He must just be showing up to observe and watch what happens. But why is Orochimaru here? Oh no, Sasuke's curse mark. Kakashi then put some chakra into his leaps to quicken the pace. Meanwhile at the Hyuga mansion, Neji. Would you come here for a moment, Hiashi said. Okay. Hiashi saw Neji walked over to Hiashi. What is it? I do not like these signs of Neji. First, I did not see Hyuga Naruto for 2 weeks as well as my daughter. Then she shows up in tears and still no Naruto. I am beginning to believe the worst has happened, Hiashi said with a dead tone. Although I cannot explain Hinata's tears. I know for a fact that Naruto-kun is alive and well, Neji said with dead tone as well. You are probably right. But then what would cause Hinata to cry so badly? It almost broke my heart seeing her like that. I think I should organize a Hyuga search team to look for Naruto-kun. It was then a knock was on the front door and now who could that be? The servant led in the scarecrow ninja Kakashi. Kakashi. Why are you here? Hiashi said with a Hyuga tone. To get Hinata. She is to accompany Lee, Sakura, Shino, Gaara and Hinata herself on a search, Kakashi said to the Hiashi. It seems the Hokage has read my mind. I was just about to organize a search party for Naruto, Hiashi said with a small smile. But I never said who it was for. Kakashi said with a shocked voice. Well, I already know that Neji is going on a search for Sasuke Uchiha. So that only leaves Naruto. But my daughter will need some convincing. For she has not left her room and all I can hear is crying inside. She will not be easy to convince. But you may try if you wish. She has my permission. If she comes out, Hiashi then walks away toward his quarters to get some sleep. Kakashi walked over to Hinata's door and heard sobbing on the other side. Man, she really beat up Kakashi, then knocked on the door and heard the crying stop for a moment. Hinata. It is me, Kakashi. I need you to come out real quick. It is very important that Kakashi then heard the door start to open and the image of a crying Hinata appeared in the doorway. She was covered with dry and wet tears and was still wearing the clothes from yesterday. What is Kakashi? She said while whipping away some tears. You and Lee, Sakura, Shino, and Gaara have been selected to go on a search mission for Naruto. Do you accept it? Kakashi said to Hinata. Yes. I needed a minute to get ready. She then closed the door and Kakashi could hear her running all over the place inside. Well. I assumed this would be difficult. But I guess all she needed to hear was Naruto and she would have done anything. The door opened and Hinata emerged wearing some clean clothes and her hair was combed. How many of those jackets and sweatpants do you have? Kakashi said with a smile trying to get a giggle out of Hinata and it worked. She gave a small laugh and a smile. Okay, now that you are ready you can go join your team at the front entrance to the village and after he said that she was gone out the door. Meanwhile with Naruto was walking very slowly when he started feeling the pain again and dropped to the ground and started holding stomach and body as the waves of pain became more and more intense. After the pain passed Naruto saw Orochimaru pass by quickly heading for the Valley of the End. Naruto quickly followed but quietly and stealthily. And just where is he going I wonder Naruto said to himself. I don't know. But when he gets there I say we give him some payback for killing us. What do you say? Sure. I would love to. As a boy. Why am I getting a bad feeling about all of this? Oh well. Sick him boy. Kyuubi yelled while giving an evil smile and then he gave a bigger smile when he saw that Sanjuro was with him. OHH. 2 birds with 1 stone Look who it is. Well, if it isn't the bastard himself. He is working for Orochimaru. That makes it even better when I beat him. Naruto then gave a confident smile of his own. Meanwhile with the search team for Naruto. Have you locked him yet? Sakura said with a serious tone. Yes. I am just now getting the scent from the female beetle that I placed on him. He is about 3 miles away. And moving fast. If we want to catch him we will have to pick up the pace. They all then pushed chakra into their feet and started flying through the trees at a very fast speed. Wait. I am also getting the scent of some more female beetles. They are the ones I put on Kiba and Akamaru. They are about a mile away from us. And closing. What? Then what do we do? Sakura said with a worried tone. We cannot get sidetracked, we need to follow after Naruto. No need. They are also heading in the direction of Naruto. At this pace we are all going to be meeting at the Valley of the End, Shino said with a raised eyebrow. Okay, time to clear some stuff up for you people that are reading. Man, I wish I could just show you a map. But I can't, so I am just going to explain. Okay, Naruto is going after Orochimaru from the west. The Naruto search team is coming in on him from the south. The Sasuke retrieval team is going after Sasuke from the east. And basically they are all heading straight for the same place. Oh, and by the way, the Sasuke retrieval team has already fought and defeated most of the Sound 5. You see, without Naruto there. They were able to execute some really good plans and strategies. So the only on left is the fat guy. He managed to escape Choji and get back with his team, and now he is alone with Sasuke. Meanwhile with Itachi and Kisame. You sure this is where it is all going to go down? Itachi Kisame said while looking down at the Valley of the End. Yes, Kisame. This is exactly where it will happen. Well. Then what are we doing up here? Why don't we get down there and get in on the battle? Because. Sometimes the best thing to do is observe your opponent so you know what you are up against. So we will wait and watch. Damn it. The two words I hate the most are wait and watch. I hate waiting and watching. I like fighting and killing better. But whatever. It is not like I can argue with you anyway. Kisame and Itachi then took up good observation points. Meanwhile with Naruto, Orochimaru finally arrived at the Valley of the End with Sanjuro. Did you take care of the brat like I told you to? No. He overpowered me. So I retreated. What do you expect? For some reason I could not absorb any of the chakra he had. He was cut off. Be quiet. It looks like we have company. Come on out, I know you are there, Orochimaru said with a smile as Naruto jumped out of the tree. Well. If it isn't the nine-tailed brat. Shut the hell up, you snake. Naruto shouted. I see you are still alive. I could have sworn that I killed you, he said with another smile. Yeah. And I could have sworn that I lopped off your leg, you bastard. That made Orochimaru a little angry. What do you want, you little demon? I could ask you too the very same question, Naruto said with a serious look. Well, seeing as you are going to die anyway, I might as well tell you. I am here to get Sasuke. In fact, he should be here any minute. And when he arrives he will be able to test his new power out on you. And when he kills you he shall gain the Mangekyo Sharingan, and when he does he will be even more powerful than he is now. What are you doing? Orochimaru shouted toward Naruto, who was on the ground screaming in pain. Sasuke showed up right next to Orochimaru and then the other two search teams quickly after. They all watched as Naruto screamed and blue chakra came erupting from his body. This is it. It had begun. Kid, here comes the change, get ready. Okay. Naruto shouted as huge wave of pain came over his body and all the blue chakra was forced from his body and his chakra coils doubled in size, and quickly after the blue chakra was gone, red chakra began to fill his coils and his entire body, and after 5 minutes Naruto stood up and gave a grin at Orochimaru. Naruto made a quick hand sign to test out his new chakra and performed a shadow clone jutsu, and the minute he did about 20 clones appeared in front of him. But there was something different. Naruto punched one as hard as he could in the clone's back, and all the clone did was wince in pain and give Naruto a dirty look. Naruto only looked in shock. The clone was just as solid as he was. You like it? I call them solid shadow clones. They can take a good beating before finally disappearing. Hell, it will take at least 2 Rasengans to kill one. And they can be dismissed with a Jinjutsu release. I think it is time to kick things up a notch. Hey, why don't you try summoning jutsu? You are going to get a really big surprise, Kyuubi said with a big grin. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.